Welcome, dear friends, to a moment of calm and wonder. As the gentle flicker of the cozy fireplace warms our space, let's set aside the worries of the day and embrace this serene moment together. Here, enchanting stories will carry you away to magical and peaceful places, inviting your imagination to roam free. I hope you've had a truly wonderful day. May these tales bring you comfort and prepare your heart for a beautiful beginning to your upcoming day. Story 1. In a secluded glade nestled deep within an ancient forest, a symphony of life unfolded with each passing season. The towering trees stood as sentinels, their branches swaying in a gentle breeze, whispering ancient tales to those who would listen. The air was thick with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet tang of pine, creating a sensory tapestry that wrapped around anyone who ventured into this verdant sanctuary. As the first rays of spring caressed the forest floor, a flurry of activity awakened the slumbering creatures. Tiny buds unfurled into delicate blossoms, releasing a sweet fragrance that danced on the wind. The vibrant hues of pink and white painted the landscape with a delicate brush, while the soft buzzing of bees added a gentle hum to the forest's song. Squirrels scampered along the branches, their bushy tails trailing behind them as they gathered the season's first offerings. Birdsong filled the air, a melodious chorus welcoming the return of warmth and renewal, each note resonating with the promise of new beginnings. In the heart of this verdant paradise dwelled a family of wise old owls, their piercing eyes witnessing the ebb and flow of life for generations untold. The eldest among them, a regal creature with feathers the color of moonlight, carried the ancestral wisdom passed down through the ages. Her name was Sylphrena, and her presence was as commanding as the ancient oaks that surrounded her. One evening, as the last embers of sunset painted the sky in hues of amber and gold, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the secrets of the forest. With a gentle hoot, the wise old owl began to weave a tale as ancient as the trees themselves. "My young ones," she cooed, her voice like the whisper of leaves in the wind, "this forest is a sacred realm where the forces of nature intertwine in a delicate dance. Every creature, every plant, every drop of dew plays its part in maintaining the harmony that sustains us all." The owlets listened, captivated by the elder's words, as she regaled them with stories of the hidden lives that thrived within the forest's embrace. She spoke of the industrious beavers, whose dams created tranquil pools where dragonflies danced and fish darted beneath the surface. She told of the mighty stags, whose thundering hooves would summon the rains, nourishing the thirsty earth with life-giving waters. As Sylphrena's tales unfolded, the owlets could almost see the shimmering waters of the beaver ponds and feel the tremble of the earth under the stag's mighty charge. Each story was a window into a world they yearned to explore, yet also a reminder of the interwoven paths all creatures must tread. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the forest revealed its own brand of magic. In the sultry heat of summer, the fireflies would take flight, their twinkling lights guiding weary travelers through the verdant maze. Come autumn, the forest would burst into a kaleidoscope of colors, each leaf a masterpiece painted by nature's brush. When winter's arrival hushed the forest, a blanket of pristine snow muffling all sound, the owls would gather once more. Beneath the frozen surface, life persisted, waiting for the first thaw to awaken once more. The wise old owl spoke of the great cycle of rebirth, where every ending held the promise of a new beginning. "Remember, my young ones," she hooted, her eyes shining with the wisdom of ages, "we are all interconnected, woven into the tapestry of life. Each creature, each plant, each drop of dew has a role to play in maintaining the delicate balance that sustains us. Respect the forest, and it shall provide for you in turn." As the night deepened and the stars twinkled overhead, the owlets nestled closer, their hearts filled with wonder and reverence for the natural world that surrounded them. They knew that within the ancient forest, magic was not a fleeting whisper, but a constant presence, a tapestry woven by the harmonious dance of all living things. Yet as the owlets grew, they began to notice the subtle changes within the forest. The rustling of leaves seemed more urgent, and the once vibrant colors of the autumn foliage began to fade quicker than before. Curious and concerned, the owlets approached Sylphrena, seeking her guidance. "The forest speaks, my dear ones," Sylphrena explained, her eyes reflecting the flickering starlight. Change is afoot, and it is our duty to listen. The balance is delicate, and even the smallest shift can ripple through the ages. With Sylphrena's words echoing in their minds, the young owls embarked on a journey deeper into the heart of the forest. They sought the counsel of the ancient stag, whose wisdom was said to rival even their elders. The stag's majestic form emerged from the shadows, his antlers a crown of branches and twigs. "You seek answers," the stag rumbled, his voice as deep as the forest floor. "The world beyond our sanctuary is changing, and its echoes reach even here. It is time for you, the new guardians of this glade, to ensure the tales of the past are not forgotten and to forge paths anew." The owlets nodded, feeling the weight of their responsibility settle like a gentle mantle upon their shoulders. They realized that understanding the forest's history and its delicate balance was crucial to addressing the changes they sensed. With newfound determination, they ventured further, seeking the hidden grove where the oldest trees whispered secrets only the most attentive could hear. In their journey, they came across a babbling brook, its waters clear and cold, reflecting the sky like a mirror fractured by ripples. The brook was fed by a waterfall, cascading over mossy stones, creating a melody that harmonized with the forest's song. Here they met the water nymph, Eliana, whose laughter was like the tinkling of the brook's current. "You have come to seek understanding," Eliana said, her voice a soothing lullaby. "The water remembers all that it touches. It knows the tales of the land, of how the forest grew from a single seed of hope." As Eliana shared her stories, the owlets understood that their forest was a sanctuary not just for them, but for all the creatures that called it home. They learned of the ancient pact between earth and sky, water and fire, a promise to protect and nurture the life that thrived within the forest's embrace. Returning to Sylphrena, the owlets shared their newfound knowledge, their hearts filled with a deeper reverence for their home. They realized that being guardians was not just about preserving the past, but also about embracing change, guiding it with wisdom and compassion. And so the cycle continued, the wisdom of the elders passing from generation to generation, ensuring that the secrets of the forest would never be forgotten. For in this verdant realm, the boundaries between reality and enchantment blurred, and the hidden lives of nature's creatures continued to unfold, a symphony of life echoing through the ages. The owlets, now grown and wise, took up their roles as keepers of the forest's stories, ensuring the tale of their world would endure, even as the world around them changed. Story 2. On the edge of a quiet, sleepy village nestled amongst emerald hills, there stood an old cobbler's shop. Its wooden sign, weathered by time and gentle rains, creaked softly in the breeze. The building was a quaint structure, its walls painted a faded blue that mirrored the sky above. The cobblestones leading to its door were worn smooth by countless footsteps, each carrying a story of its own. Inside, the air was rich with the scent of leather and polish, a comforting aroma that spoke of craftsmanship and care, mingling with the faint smell of cedar from the wooden shelves that lined the walls. In this shop worked a young apprentice named Lila. She was known for her nimble fingers and keen eyes, but it was her heart, full of kindness and curiosity, that set her apart. Her hair was a cascade of dark curls, often tied back with a simple ribbon, and her eyes sparkled with an inquisitive light. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman with eyes as sharp as her wits, who often spoke of the magic hidden in plain sight. Her grandmother's words were like seeds planted in Lila's heart, nurturing a yearning for the extraordinary within the ordinary. Lila's days were filled with the rhythm of her work, cutting, stitching, polishing, and the quiet satisfaction of creating something both beautiful and useful. Yet, even as she worked, her thoughts often wandered to the stories her grandmother had shared, tales of hidden worlds and ancient secrets. Her curiosity was a river, steady and strong, carving its way through the bedrock of her daily life. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with twilight hues, Lila found herself tidying the workshop. The fading light streamed through the small, dusty windows, casting elongated shadows across the floor. Her fingers brushed against a peculiar shoebox tucked away in a forgotten corner. Its wood was a deep, dark mahogany, and it hummed with an unfamiliar warmth, as though it held a heartbeat of its own. Intrigued, Lila opened the box to reveal a single pair of shoes, unlike any she had ever seen. They shimmered with a silvery light, as if woven from moonbeams and morning dew. The shoes seemed to whisper secrets only she could hear, calling her to try them on. As she lifted them from the box, the shoes felt surprisingly light, like holding a piece of the sky in her hands. As soon as Lila slipped her feet into the shoes, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, a yearning to explore beyond the familiar cobblestone paths of her village. With a deep breath and a sense of promise in the air, she stepped outside. The night greeted her with a crisp breeze that carried the scents of pine and distant rain, wrapping around her like an embrace. The shoes carried her silently through the village, their soles never disturbing the delicate hush of night. Lila's journey led her to the fringes of the village, where the forest began. Each tree seemed to nod in greeting as she passed, their leaves rustling softly in the moonlight. The path beneath her feet was soft with moss and scattered leaves, whispering tales of travelers long gone. In the heart of the forest, she met the first of her helpers, a wise old owl named Bramble. His feathers were a tapestry of earthy browns and grays, and his eyes glowed with the light of ancient stars. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Bramble regarded her, the air around them humming with anticipation. "Ah, young Lila," Bramble hooted softly, his voice resonating like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "You wear the shoes of seeking. They guide those with open hearts and curious minds. What do you seek?" Lila pondered for a moment, feeling the weight of the question. "I seek to understand the magic in the world, to see what lies beyond the ordinary." With a knowing nod, Bramble flapped his wings, scattering silver dust that glistened like frost in the air. "Then follow your path, and listen to those you meet. The answers you seek are woven into the world around you." As Lila continued her journey, she encountered more helpers. There was Willow, the gentle fox with fur as soft as silk and eyes like amber pools. She taught Lila the value of listening, of truly hearing the stories of the wind and the whispers of the earth. They sat together by a small stream, the water murmuring secrets as it danced over smooth stones. Willow's tales were like a melody, weaving through the air with a gentle grace. Next was Thistle, the merry hedgehog with a crown of daisies upon his head. He showed Lila the joy in simple things, the laughter of a babbling brook, the dance of sunlight on leaves. Together they shared a meal of wild berries, their sweetness a testament to the forest's generosity. Thistle's laughter was infectious, a reminder that joy could be found in the most unexpected places. With each encounter, Lila's heart grew lighter, her understanding deeper. She learned that magic was not always grand or ostentatious, but often found in the quiet moments, the gentle exchanges between friends. The forest became her tapestry, each thread a lesson in the art of seeing the unseen, of feeling the heartbeat of the world around her. On the outskirts of the forest, she encountered a river, its surface like a mirror reflecting the night sky. Here she met Azure, a kingfisher with plumage that shimmered in hues of blue and green. Azure spoke to her of balance, of the dance between light and shadow, and the importance of seeking harmony within oneself. Lila watched as Azure skimmed the water's surface, each dive a testament to precision and grace. The river was more than just a boundary. It was a living entity, its waters whispering the secrets of time. Layla knelt beside it, her fingers trailing in the cool, flowing current. The sensation was soothing, a reminder of the constant flow of life, ever-changing yet eternally present. Here, she felt the presence of her grandmother, whose wisdom had been the foundation of her journey. The river sang of past generations, of the continuity of stories passed down through the ages. Finally, her path led her to a clearing bathed in starlight, where an ancient stone stood tall. Its surface was etched with runes that glowed softly, telling a story of time and space, of beginnings and endings. The clearing was a sanctuary, the air filled with the fragrance of night-blooming flowers and the soft hum of cicadas. Here, Leela faced her challenge. She realized that to unlock the stone's secrets, she needed not strength, but wisdom. She sat quietly, breathing in the night air, letting the lessons from her journey guide her thoughts. The stars overhead were like a map, their constellations whispering tales of heroes and journeys past. Drawing upon the teachings of her forest friends, Lila gently traced the runes with her fingers. She whispered the stories she had learned, weaving them together with her own dreams and hopes. The stone listened, absorbing her words like a sponge soaking up rain. It was as though the very earth held its breath, waiting for the conclusion of her tale. As the last word left her lips, the stone shimmered and transformed into a pool of pure light. In its reflection, Leela saw the world anew, not just as it was, but as it could be, imbued with endless possibilities and quiet wonder. The vision filled her with a profound sense of belonging, a realization that she was part of a tapestry larger than herself. With her heart full, Lila knew her journey had come to an end. She slipped off the magical shoes, placing them reverently beside the pool. The shoes, their purpose fulfilled, faded into a wisp of light, leaving behind a gentle warmth in her heart. The clearing seemed to sigh in contentment, the night air humming with the echoes of her journey. Returning to her village, Lila felt a deep sense of peace. The world was the same, yet every detail was now touched with a hint of magic, an undercurrent of stories waiting to be told. The village, with its familiar paths and known faces, felt like a new adventure, a canvas waiting to be painted with the colors of her newfound understanding. As she stepped back into the cobbler's shop, the familiar creak of the door welcomed her back, and the scent of leather and polish embraced her like an old friend. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with shared secrets. There was a warmth in her gaze, a silent acknowledgement of the journey Lila had undertaken. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the moonlight spilling softly through her window, she closed her eyes with a smile. The world was vast and full of mystery, and she was ready to embrace it all, knowing that magic was not just something to find, but something to nurture within her heart. As sleep gently claimed her, she dreamed of endless paths and whispered tales, her spirit soaring on the wings of the stories she had yet to tell. Yet as dawn's first light crept through her window, Lila awoke with a start, her heart still racing from the remnants of her dreams. She realized that the journey she had taken was not just an exploration of the world, but also a profound dive into her own soul. Her encounter with the stone had awakened a new understanding of herself, a recognition of her own potential and the magic she carried within. Inspired, she decided to visit the village's oldest resident, Elias, a man whose life was a tapestry of stories woven with the threads of time. Eager to share her newfound insights and to hear his tales, Lila made her way to Elias's cottage, a small dwelling nestled amidst a grove of ancient oak trees. The air was rich with the scent of earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets as she approached. Elias welcomed her with a wide, toothless smile, his eyes sparkling with the mischievous light of one who has seen much of life. His home was cluttered with relics of the past, each item a story waiting to be told. As they settled into easy conversation, Lila shared her journey through the forest, the encounters that had touched her heart, and the wisdom she had gathered. Elias listened intently, nodding in understanding. "Ah, young Leela," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble, "the magic you seek has always been within you. The world merely reflects what you carry inside. Your journey is a testament to the power of curiosity and kindness." As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting warm golden hues across the room, Elias shared tales of his own adventures, stories of distant lands and forgotten times. His words painted vivid images in Lila's mind, and she realized that the magic of storytelling was a thread that connected generations, a bond that transcended time and space. As Leela left Elias's cottage, the weight of his wisdom settled warmly in her heart. She understood that her journey was far from over. It was but a chapter in the grand tapestry of life. The village, with its cobblestone paths and familiar faces, now held endless possibilities. Every encounter, every conversation was an opportunity to discover the extraordinary within the ordinary. With a renewed sense of purpose, Lila returned to the cobbler's shop, ready to weave the magic she had found into her daily life. Her hands worked with a newfound grace, each stitch, each cut imbued with the stories she had gathered. As she crafted, she whispered her own tales into the shoes she made, infusing them with dreams and hopes, ensuring that each pair carried a touch of wonder to those who wore them. That evening, as the sun set behind the hills, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Lila sat with her grandmother by the hearth. The warmth of the fire mirrored the warmth in their hearts as they exchanged stories, their laughter echoing through the cozy room. Lila knew that her journey had come full circle, yet it was also a beginning, a promise of adventures yet to come, of stories yet to be woven into the fabric of her life. As the fire's glow softened into embers, and Lila's eyelids grew heavy with the weight of the day, she realized that the true magic of her journey was not in the shoes or the forest, but in the connections she had forged, the wisdom she had gained, and the stories she would continue to tell. In a world vast and full of mystery, she had found her place, her heart open to the wonders of life and the magic that lay within. Story 3. In a forest older than memory itself, where the trees whispered secrets and the rivers sang their ancient songs, there lay a hidden world of creatures unseen by most. This was the forest of Evernight, a place where the boundaries between the real and the magical danced like dappled sunlight through leaves. The air was thick with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of wildflowers, a symphony of fragrances that changed with each passing breeze. The ground was a tapestry of fallen leaves, each crunching underfoot with a sound that seemed to echo the laughter of the woodland spirits. At the heart of this forest, beneath the canopy of towering oaks and whispering pines, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were inextricably linked to the rhythms of the earth. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was etched with the stories of ages past, each groove a testament to the passage of time. Thistle's eyes, a deep green reminiscent of the forest's hidden pools, held the mysteries of the world within their depths. He moved with a slow grace that seemed to honor every step, as if each footfall was a prayer to the forest itself, leaving behind gentle imprints in the soft earth. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was painted with the scent of fallen leaves and the earth wore a coat of amber and gold, Thistle gathered the creatures for the Council of Seasons. This gathering was a time-honored tradition, a moment when the inhabitants of the forest would come together to ensure the balance of their world was maintained. The chill in the air was like a gentle reminder of the approaching winter, a season that demanded preparation and respect. The sky was a brilliant canvas of azure, scattered with clouds that drifted lazily, casting fleeting shadows over the forest floor. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows that stretched like gentle fingers across the forest floor, the creatures assembled at the grove. There were sleek deer with coats as soft as the morning mist, their antlers like crowns of woven branches, wise old owls whose feathers shimmered with the silver of moonlit nights, and rabbits with eyes like polished chestnuts, their noses twitching at the scent of the gathering. Even the wind seemed to pause, its whispers quieted to allow the council's proceedings. The grove was a sacred space, an open-air cathedral where the branches arched overhead like the vaulted ceilings of a grand hall, filtering the light into a mosaic of greens and golds. Thistle began with a story, his voice a gentle rumble like the distant roll of thunder, sharing the tale of the first autumn. Long ago, when the world was young and the stars were not yet named, the seasons were born from a single tree, the great oak. Its leaves turned the colors of fire and sun, marking the passage of time for all creatures. It is from this tree that we learn to live in harmony with the cycles of nature. The creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. It was then that a young fox, her fur the color of copper and flame, stepped forward. Her name was Ember, and she was known for her quick wit and keen sense of curiosity. Her eyes, a bright amber, held a spark of intelligence and wonder. "How do we ensure that balance, wise Thistle?" she asked, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. Thistle smiled, the lines of his face crinkling like the bark of the ancient trees. "Each of us plays a part," he replied. "The deer keep the underbrush in check, allowing the forest floor to breathe. The owls guide the night, teaching us the value of rest and reflection. And you, Ember, remind us of the importance of curiosity and learning." Ember nodded, her eyes bright with understanding. "But what of the changes we cannot control, like the shifting of the seasons or the storms that come unbidden?" At this, Thistle gestured to the sky, now a tapestry of purples and reds. The seasons are our teachers. They show us how to adapt, to find strength in change. As for the storms, they remind us of our resilience and the beauty that follows the rain. As the council continued, a distant rumble of thunder could be heard, a gentle reminder of nature's unpredictable ways. The creatures looked up, their eyes searching the darkening sky as the first droplets of rain began to fall, each one a tiny prism reflecting the forest's vibrant colors. Just then, a soft breeze swept through the grove, carrying with it the crisp scent of pine and the promise of winter. It was as if the forest itself was nodding in agreement, affirming Thistle's words. The creatures sat in silence, feeling the truth of the old tortoise's wisdom settle within them like seeds ready to sprout. As the council drew to a close, Thistle spoke once more, his voice now a gentle murmur like the last notes of a lullaby. Remember, the balance of our world is not kept by one, but by all. It is through our connections, our shared stories and lives, that we maintain the harmony of the forest. With the meeting concluded, the creatures began to disperse, each carrying the warmth of unity within their hearts. Ember, feeling a newfound sense of purpose, lingered for a moment longer. She watched as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, thinking of the wisdom she would pass on to her own children one day. As Ember turned to leave, she was joined by her friend, a young squirrel named Sprout, whose playful spirit was matched only by his boundless energy. Sprout's eyes sparkled with mischief, and his bushy tail quivered with excitement. "Ember, do you think we'll ever see the great oak?" Sprout asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "I want to see where the seasons were born." Ember chuckled softly, her breath visible in the cool evening air. "Perhaps one day, Sprout, but for now, we must focus on our tasks here. The forest depends on us." Sprout nodded, understanding the weight of responsibility, yet his heart still brimmed with the dreams of exploration. Together, they walked back through the forest, their path lit by the silver glow of the moon. The forest, wrapped in the peaceful embrace of twilight, settled into the gentle rhythm of night. The owls took to the air, their wings whispering against the cool breeze, while the rabbits nestled into their burrows, lulled by the sound of crickets singing their evening hymns. As they walked, Ember and Sprout spoke of their dreams and hopes, their laughter mingling with the night sounds. Ember spoke of her desire to understand the deeper mysteries of the forest, to learn the ancient songs sung by the rivers and the stories whispered by the wind. Sprout, on the other hand, dreamed of adventures, of discovering new corners of the world where the forest met the stars. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden rustling nearby. From the shadows emerged a creature known to few, the lumina moth, its wings glowing with an ethereal light. Its presence was rare, a sign of both mystery and omen. The lumina's wings fluttered softly, casting a gentle glow on the forest floor as it circled above them, its path weaving an intricate dance of light and shadow. "What does it mean, Ember?" Sprout whispered, eyes wide with awe at the spectacle. Ember watched the moth, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. "The lumina is said to be a messenger from the ancient spirits," she explained, her voice barely above a breath. "It appears at moments of great change, to guide and to warn." As if sensing their anticipation, the lumina hovered momentarily before them, its wings pulsing with a rhythm that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the forest itself. Ember felt a tingling sensation on her fur, as if the air was charged with unspoken words. Then, with a final, graceful sweep, the moth vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of shimmering dust that floated like tiny stars. Sprout's eyes shone with a newfound determination. "We must find out what this means," he declared, his voice steady with resolve. Ember nodded, feeling the weight of their discovery settle upon her. "Yes, we must," she agreed, her mind already racing with possibilities. Their path of exploration led them to consult the revered story keeper, an ancient crow named Nissa, whose feathers were as dark as the midnight sky, and whose eyes reflected the wisdom of countless seasons. Nissa lived high in a gnarled cedar, its branches twisted into the shape of a wise old hand reaching for the stars. Nissa welcomed them with a voice as soft as the rustling pages of an old book. "The lumina," she began, "is a rare and sacred sight. It heralds a time when the forest must look inward to its roots for answers. It calls us to remember who we are and to find strength in our origins. Ember and Sprout listened, captivated by Nissa's words. "But what must we do?" Ember asked, her curiosity piqued. "The forest speaks in whispers and echoes," Nissa replied. "You must listen. Seek the hidden glades and the forgotten paths. There you will find the truths that are not yet known." Ember and Sprout exchanged glances, their resolve strengthened by Nissa's guidance. They thanked the story keeper and ventured forth, determined to decipher the Lumina's message. The days turned to weeks as Ember and Sprout delved deeper into the forest's mysteries. They followed trails obscured by time, where vines twisted like ancient riddles, and the air shimmered with the promise of secrets revealed. They encountered creatures who shared tales of the past, weaving a tapestry of knowledge that spoke of the forest's ancient magic and the delicate balance it maintained. One evening, as dusk painted the sky with hues of indigo and rose, they stumbled upon a secluded glade bathed in a strange luminescence. In its center stood a tree unlike any they had seen, its bark shimmering with a silver hue, its leaves whispering a melody that resonated with the very soul of the forest. "This must be it," Sprout whispered, awe in his voice. "The heart of the forest." A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the voices of the ancients. Ember closed her eyes, letting the whispers guide her. She felt the presence of the Lumina, its spirit entwined with the essence of the forest. The message was clear. The forest's strength lay in its unity, its ability to embrace change while honoring its roots. With newfound understanding, Ember and Sprout returned to their community, sharing the wisdom they had gathered. The forest listened, its creatures united by a shared purpose, ready to face whatever changes lay ahead. And so, in the forest of Evernight, life continued in its harmonious dance, each creature playing its part in the grand tapestry of nature. The seasons would change, as they always did, painting the landscape with new colors and challenges. But the forest, guided by the wisdom of creatures like Thistle and the curiosity of spirits like Ember and Sprout, would remain a haven of balance and peace. As the moon rose high, casting its silvery glow over the slumbering world, the forest sighed a contented sigh. All was as it should be, and within the heart of the forest, the stories of the past continued to weave themselves into the present, ensuring that the harmony of the forest of Evernight would endure for generations to come. In the days that followed, as the forest transitioned from the golden embrace of autumn to the brisk chill of winter, the creatures felt the subtle shifts within themselves. The air was crisp, each breath a visible puff of warmth against the cold, and the nights longer, the stars sharper against the velvet sky. Ember found herself reflecting more deeply on the balance Thistle had spoken of. She spent her evenings visiting Thistle, sitting by his side as he recounted tales of the forest's history, each story a thread in the intricate tapestry of their world. Thistle, sensing Ember's growing wisdom, shared more challenging tales, ones that spoke of times when the balance had been threatened and of the courage it took to restore it. "Remember, Ember," Thistle would say, his voice a soothing balm. "The forest is a living entity, a guardian of secrets and a keeper of time. It is both fragile and strong, much like the creatures who dwell within it." Ember absorbed these lessons, her understanding deepening with each story. She realized that maintaining balance was not just about actions, but also about listening, learning, and adapting to the ever-changing world around them. Meanwhile, Sprout's adventurous spirit led him to explore the forest's outer edges, where the trees gave way to open meadows and the sky stretched endlessly above. He would return with tales of his discoveries, his eyes alight with the thrill of exploration. Yet he too began to appreciate the subtle wisdom of the forest, recognizing that every adventure was a chance to learn and grow. One frosty morning, as Ember and Sprout walked through the forest, they stumbled upon a scene that captured the essence of the balance they sought to protect. In a clearing, a young fawn stood, its coat a delicate patchwork of spots, looking curiously at a patch of early snow. The snow was melting under the gentle warmth of the sun, transforming into a tiny stream that wound its way through the grass. "Look, Sprout," Ember whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "Even the snow knows its place in the cycle. It melts to nourish the earth, giving life as it fades away." Sprout nodded, his heart swelling with the beauty of the moment. Everything is connected, isn't it? Just like the stories Thistle tells. Ember smiled, feeling a profound sense of peace. Yes, and it's our duty to protect that connection. With each passing day, the forest prepared for the winter that would soon blanket it in silence. The creatures, guided by the wisdom of their council and the insights of Ember and Sprout, worked together to ensure the forest's continued harmony. They gathered food, reinforced their burrows, and shared stories around the warmth of communal fires, their voices mingling with the crackle of burning wood. The forest of Evernight, with its timeless beauty and enduring wisdom, stood as a testament to the strength found in unity and the power of stories to guide and inspire. As the first snowflakes began to fall, covering the forest in a shimmering cloak of white, Ember and Sprout gazed at the landscape before them, knowing that they were part of something much greater than themselves. And so, in the heart of the forest, where the real and the magical intertwined, the stories of the past continued to weave themselves into the present, ensuring that the harmony of the forest of Evernight would endure for generations to come. Story 4. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where sunlight dappled the ground through a tapestry of emerald leaves, and the air was perfumed with the earthy scent of moss and blooming flowers, a secret world thrived. Here, in this enchanted forest, the lives of its natural inhabitants unfolded in a symphony of harmony and balance. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, from the smallest ant weaving through the underbrush to the majestic stag whose antlers crowned him lord of the glen. Among them was a wise old owl named Silva, who had seen many moons come and go, and whose feathers glistened like silver under the moonlit sky. Silva was revered by all for her wisdom and kindness, often sought out by those in need of guidance or comfort. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the forest in hues of amber and gold, a young fox named Finley padded softly through the fallen leaves. His fur, a brilliant flame against the fading light, shivered slightly in the cool breeze that whispered secrets of the changing seasons. Finley was known for his curious spirit and gentle heart, always eager to learn and explore the wonders around him. The forest, though peaceful, was not without its challenges. Recently, the balance of their home had been disrupted by a peculiar phenomenon. The river that wound through the woods, usually a serene ribbon of life, had begun to dry up unexpectedly. Without its life-giving waters, the plants and creatures of the forest were beginning to struggle. The air, once filled with the soothing lullaby of babbling brooks, now felt unnervingly still. Concerned for his fellow creatures, Finley sought the counsel of Silva. He found her perched on an ancient oak, her eyes closed as if listening to the whispers of the wind. "Silva," Finley called softly, his voice carrying the weight of his worries. The owl opened her wise eyes, gleaming like twin moons in the twilight. "Ah, young Finley," she hooted gently, "what troubles your heart this evening?" Finley explained the plight of the river, his voice tinged with concern. "Without the river, the forest will wither," he said, his ears drooping slightly. "We must find a way to restore its flow." Silva nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "The river's song is quiet now, but I have heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that may aid us. It is said that the spirit of seasons, who dwells in the heart of the forest, holds the power to renew and restore." The spirit of seasons was a being of legend, a guardian of the natural world whose presence was woven into the very fabric of the forest. It was said that she could summon the rains, coax blossoms from bare branches, and weave the winds with a flick of her hand. "But how do we find her?" Finley asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "The spirit is elusive, revealing herself only to those who are pure of heart and intent," Silva replied. "You must seek her with sincerity and patience, for she listens to the whispers of the forest and the beat of its heart." Determined to help, Finley set off on his quest. As he journeyed deeper into the woods, the forest seemed to wrap him in a comforting embrace. The leaves rustled like a gentle lullaby, and the scent of rich earth and pine filled his senses. Finley followed the path of the river, now just a thread of silver in the moonlight, listening for any sign of the spirit. As days turned into nights, and nights into days, Finley's journey was marked by encounters that deepened his understanding of the forest and its denizens. One afternoon, he met an old tortoise named Thal, who moved with deliberate slowness yet exuded a calm wisdom. "Why do you hurry, young one?" Thal inquired, his eyes like pools of serenity. "I'm searching for the spirit of seasons to save our river," Finley replied. Thal chuckled softly. "Sometimes the answers we seek are not found in haste, but in stillness." Finley took this to heart, learning to appreciate the subtle shifts in the forest, the way a leaf fluttered to the ground or the ripple of a breeze through the grass. One evening, as the first frost glittered on the leaves and the air was crisp with the promise of winter, Finley found himself in a grove he had never seen before. The grove was bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, as if the moonlight itself had settled among the trees. In the center stood a figure unlike any Finley had ever seen. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of autumn leaves, her eyes as deep and ancient as the forest itself. She was the spirit of seasons. Finley approached with a respectful bow, his heart brimming with hope. "Great Spirit," he began, "our river has grown silent, and the forest suffers without its life-giving waters. I seek your guidance to restore its flow." The spirit smiled gently, her voice like a breeze rustling through the trees. "Your heart is true, young fox, and your quest noble. The river has been silenced by a blockage of fallen stones, hidden deep within the gorge. It is a task too great for one alone, but not for many together." Understanding dawned on Finley like the first light of dawn. The challenge was not just his to bear, but a call for the entire forest to unite. Thanking the spirit, he raced back to share the news. With the help of Silva and the wisdom passed down through the ages, the creatures of the forest gathered. The stag led the charge, his strength moving boulders, while the birds ferried smaller stones away. Even the ants, diligent and determined, worked tirelessly to clear the debris. Under the guidance of the spirit, the creatures toiled together, and as the last stone was lifted, a miracle occurred. Water gushed forth, a shimmering cascade that danced over rocks and sang a song of renewal. The river, awakened from its slumber, flowed once more, bringing life back to the parched land. As the forest rejoiced, Finley sat beside the riverbank, his heart full of gratitude. He had learned that true strength lay not in solitude but in unity, and that every creature, no matter how small, played a role in the grand tapestry of life. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvety sky, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. The river's gentle murmur cradled the creatures to sleep, and the spirit of seasons watched over them, her presence a promise of balance and harmony. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where magic danced with reality, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued to unfold in a world where friendship, wisdom, and nature's eternal cycle of renewal prevailed. Finley understood now that the forest's song was a delicate melody composed by every living being, united in its harmonious rhythm. As the seasons continued their dance, Finley often found himself reflecting by the river, now a vibrant artery of life cutting through the forest. On one such occasion, he encountered a young rabbit named Elara, who was staring at the river with wide, expressive eyes. Her fur was soft and speckled like the dappled sunlight, and her demeanor was a mix of innocence and curiosity. "Hello, Finley," Elara greeted, a hint of wonder in her voice. "I've heard of the journey you undertook to save the river. Can you tell me about it?" Finley smiled, sensing the same curiosity in Elara that once burned within him. "It was a journey of discovery," he said, recalling the lessons learned along the way. "I realized that every creature has a role to play, and together we are stronger." Elara nodded, absorbing the wisdom in his words. "I want to help the forest too," she said earnestly, her eyes sparkling with determination. "You will, Elara," Finley assured her, feeling a sense of kinship. "Every act of kindness, no matter how small, contributes to the balance of our home." As they sat by the water, listening to the gentle flow of the river, Finley felt a deep sense of peace. The whispering woods had taught him so much about life, unity, and the power of a pure heart. He knew that the forest, with its hidden magic and eternal cycles, would always hold new adventures and lessons for those willing to listen. And with creatures like Elara ready to take up the mantle, the future of the whispering woods seemed as bright and boundless as the stars above. As the moon rose high, casting silver beams through the canopy, Finley felt an unexpected chill, a reminder of the endless cycle of nature. Winter was on the horizon, The forest would soon be cloaked in snow, and the river, despite its vibrancy, would quieten under a blanket of ice. This realization stirred something within Finley, an understanding of the transient beauty of each season and the importance of cherishing every moment. He turned to Alara, watching her gaze at the river with awe, and felt a responsibility to prepare her for the changing seasons. "Alara," he began, "as winter approaches, the forest will change, the river will freeze, and food will be scarce. It's essential for us to gather and share, ensuring everyone is cared for." Alara listened intently, her whiskers twitching with curiosity. "What can I do to help?" she asked, eager to contribute. Finley thought for a moment, considering the strengths of the forest's inhabitants. "You can help gather supplies like berries and nuts, and share them with those who might struggle through the cold months," he suggested. "And remember, even in the quiet of winter, the forest is alive with hidden wonders." Together, they crafted a plan to involve the entire woodland community. Finley, with his keen sense of exploration, led efforts to identify and collect food reserves, while Alara, with her gentle demeanor, rallied the smaller creatures. The birds, with their ability to travel far and wide, were tasked with spreading the word, ensuring no creature was left unaware of the preparations. As the first snowflakes began to fall, the forest buzzed with activity, a testament to the unity Finley's journey had inspired. The creatures worked side by side, their breath visible in the crisp air, their hearts warmed by the spirit of camaraderie. On the eve of the first snowfall, the inhabitants of the Whispering Woods gathered in a clearing, a tradition to welcome the winter and reflect on the passing year. The stars above twinkled like 1,000 eyes, watching the gathering below with silent approval. Silva, perched high in the ancient oak, observed the assembly with pride. Her gaze met Finley's, and she nodded approvingly. It was a moment of recognition, a silent acknowledgement of his growth and leadership. As the evening wore on, stories were shared and songs were sung, filling the night with warmth and joy. Finley, sitting beside Alara, felt a profound connection to the forest and its creatures. They were not just a community but a family, bound by the shared rhythms of nature. And so, as the Whispering Woods settled into the embrace of winter, its inhabitants were ready, united by a promise of support and the knowledge that, come spring, the forest would once again burst into life, renewed and vibrant, just as it had done for generations. Finley knew that the cycle would continue, and he was grateful to be a part of it, a single note in the symphony of the Whispering Woods. As winter's chill enveloped the forest, Finley and Alara continued their efforts, ensuring no creature went hungry. They discovered a hidden cache of acorns, buried long ago by the forgetful squirrels, and this bounty sustained many during the coldest days. The older animals, like the wise tortoise Thal, shared stories by the fireside, keeping spirits high with tales of warmer days and the promise of spring. One particularly frigid night, Finley found himself staring at the sky, where the aurora danced in vibrant ribbons of color. It was a sight that never failed to fill him with awe. As he watched, he considered his journey, the friends he had made, and the lessons learned. He realized that the forest was more than just a home. It was a living entity, a guardian of ancient secrets and timeless wisdom. Alara joined him, her breath forming little clouds in the frosty air. "Isn't it beautiful?" she whispered, her eyes reflecting the shimmering lights above. "Yes," Finley replied, feeling a deep sense of contentment. "It's moments like these that remind me of the magic woven into our world." As they sat in silence, absorbing the serenity of the night, Finley understood that his place in the Whispering Woods was not just as a guardian of its well-being, but as a storyteller, a keeper of the forest's rich history and magical tales. He felt a surge of purpose, knowing that he would share these stories with generations to come, ensuring the legacy of the Whispering Woods lived on. With the dawn of spring, the forest would awaken from its slumber, vibrant and renewed. Finley knew that each season brought its own challenges and wonders, and he embraced them all with an open heart and a spirit of unity. The Whispering Woods was his home, and he was proud to be a part of its eternal story. As winter's blanket began to thaw, revealing the tender shoots of new life beneath, a fresh sense of hope blossomed in the hearts of the forest's inhabitants. Finley, now seasoned by the trials and triumphs of the preceding year, found himself more attuned to the subtle rhythms of the whispering woods. He had grown not only in stature, but in understanding, and this wisdom manifested in his actions and words. One morning, as the sunlight filtered through the budding leaves, Finley gathered the creatures of the forest for a council. They assembled in a sun-dappled clearing, the air buzzing with anticipation. Silva perched on a low branch, her presence a calming influence over the gathering. Finley stood before them, his voice clear and resonant. As we welcome the spring, let us remember the strength we found in unity and the lessons learned from the challenges we've faced, he began. Our forest thrives because of each and every one of you. Your contributions are woven into the very fabric of our home. In response, the creatures nodded, their eyes reflecting the shared sense of purpose that had carried them through the winter. It was a moment of collective acknowledgement, a silent vow to continue nurturing the balance and harmony that defined their lives. With the passing of the seasons, Finley's role evolved. He became a mentor to the younger animals, sharing stories of adventure and wisdom gleaned from his encounters. Alara, too, played a vital role, her gentle nature and keen intellect endearing her to all. Together they fostered a spirit of curiosity and respect, ensuring the continuity of the forest's rich traditions. The spirit of seasons, though rarely seen, was ever present in the subtle beauty of the natural world. Her influence could be felt in the vibrant colors of the flowers, the melodious calls of the songbirds, and the gentle rustle of the leaves in the breeze. She was the invisible thread that connected all living things, her essence a reminder of the magic inherent in the cycle of life. As the days grew longer and the forest teemed with life, Finley often found himself reflecting on his journey. He had discovered that true leadership was not about commanding others, but about inspiring them, fostering a sense of community and shared responsibility. It was a lesson he cherished, one that shaped his interactions and guided his decisions. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where magic danced with reality, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued to unfold in a world where friendship, wisdom, and nature's eternal cycle of renewal prevailed. Finley understood now that the forest's song was a delicate melody composed by every living being, united in its harmonious rhythm. The Whispering Woods was his home, and he was proud to be a part of its eternal story. Story 5. In the heart of an ancient forest, where gnarled roots intertwined like old friends, and the canopy above whispered secrets to the moon, lay a hidden world teeming with life. This forest, older than memory, was a tapestry of emerald greens and earthy browns, woven with threads of sunlight that danced through the leaves. It was a place where the boundary between the mundane and the magical grew thin, and where creatures lived in harmony with the rhythm of the earth. Beneath the shelter of a great oak, whose branches stretched like the arms of a wise elder, a gentle creature named Thistle made her home. Thistle was a small, rabbit-like being with fur as soft as the first snowfall and eyes that reflected the colors of the forest, a rich blend of greens and browns with flecks of gold. She had a heart as gentle as the spring breeze, and a wisdom beyond her years, a wisdom nurtured by the stories and lessons passed down through generations. Every morning, Thistle would awaken to the gentle caress of sunlight filtering through the oak's leaves, the warmth a comforting reminder of the forest's embrace. Her home, a snug hollow at the base of the oak, was lined with moss and soft feathers collected from her bird friends, offering a cozy refuge from the world outside. The scent of the earth was a balm to her senses, grounding her in the ancient magic of the forest. The forest was alive with the music of birdsong and the rustle of leaves, a symphony conducted by the wind that wove through the trees. It was in this symphony that Thistle found her joy, for she was a caretaker of the forest, a guardian of balance. Her days were spent ensuring that each creature, each plant, each element of the forest lived in harmony with the others. She was a silent observer, learning from the dance of the seasons, and a gentle guide, ensuring the forest's needs were met. One crisp autumn morning, as the air filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the first hint of winter's breath, Thistle noticed something amiss. The brook that sang through the forest, a silver ribbon of laughter, was quieter than usual. Its waters, usually clear and bubbling with life, had grown murky and sluggish, a troubling sign that the forest's delicate balance was at risk. Determined to restore the brook to its former glory, Thistle set out to find the cause of its distress. Her journey led her through the heart of the forest, where the sun painted dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was thick with the earthy aroma of damp moss. The crunch of leaves beneath her feet was a familiar rhythm, echoing the heartbeat of the forest itself. As she ventured deeper, Thistle's thoughts turned inward, reflecting on the lessons of the elders. The balance of the forest was a delicate dance, each creature and plant playing its part. She remembered the stories told by Bramble, the wise old turtle, of how the forest had once nearly lost its harmony due to neglect and misunderstanding. Those stories, etched in her memory, guided her steps as she moved forward with purpose. It was not long before Thistle came upon a gathering of creatures at the brook's edge. There was Bramble, whose shell bore the stories of ages past; Willow, the graceful deer, whose eyes held the reflection of the sky, and a chorus of birds whose feathers glimmered like gemstones. "Dear friends," Thistle began, her voice as soothing as the brook's usual melody, "the brook is unwell, and I fear something has upset the balance of our home." Bramble, with his deep, rumbling voice, spoke first. "I have seen this before long ago. The forest is warning us. We must listen to its whispers." Willow nodded, her antlers casting delicate shadows on the ground. "The seasons are shifting, and with them, we must adapt. Perhaps the brook needs our help to find its song again." Together, the creatures devised a plan. They would follow the brook upstream, seeking the source of its troubles. As they traveled, the forest unfolded its mysteries before them. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the crispness of fallen acorns crunching beneath their feet. Each step was a reminder of the interconnectedness of their world, each creature a thread in the tapestry of life. Their journey led them to a place where the brook's waters were blocked by a tumble of fallen branches and debris. The blockage had caused the waters to pool, disrupting the natural flow. With gentle determination, the creatures worked together to clear the obstruction, their efforts guided by the wisdom of Bramble and the grace of Willow. As the last branch was removed, the brook's song returned, a melody of gratitude that echoed through the forest. The waters, now free to flow, danced with the laughter of the birds and the whispers of the wind. In the days that followed, the forest thrived anew. The brook's waters sparkled like liquid crystal, nourishing the roots of ancient trees and quenching the thirst of all who came to drink. The creatures of the forest celebrated, their hearts united in the joy of balance restored. From that day on, Thistle and her friends became known as the guardians of the brook. Their story passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship and the wisdom found in nature's harmony. As the seasons turned, the forest remained a sanctuary of peace, its beauty a testament to the magic that lay within the heart of the earth. And in the gentle embrace of the great oak, Thistle found comfort, her dreams filled with the melodies of the forest, whispering softly through the night. In the gentle twilight of evening, when the sky blushed with the hues of a fading sun, Thistle would often sit by the brook, listening to its serenade. It was during these moments of solitude that she felt most connected to the world around her, her heart swelling with gratitude for the life she had been entrusted to protect. One evening, as Thistle sat by the brook, she noticed an unfamiliar creature, a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that shimmered like the brook under moonlight. The fox hesitated at the edge of the clearing, its gaze curious yet cautious. Intrigued, Thistle approached the newcomer with gentle steps, her voice soft and welcoming. "Hello," she greeted, her eyes reflecting the kindness she always carried. "I am Thistle, caregiver of the forest. What brings you to our home?" The fox, after a moment of silence, replied with a voice as smooth as the brook's flow. "I am Ember. I've traveled from the far hills, seeking refuge in the wisdom of this ancient place." Thistle sensed a depth in Ember's eyes, a story untold. "You are welcome here, Ember. The forest embraces all who seek harmony." As the days passed, Ember became a part of the forest's rhythm. The fox shared tales of distant lands, of mountains that kissed the sky and valleys that sang with the voices of winds. Through these stories, Thistle learned of the wider world. Her understanding of balance and harmony expanding beyond the boundaries of her beloved forest. With each tale, a new bond formed between Thistle and Ember, a friendship that deepened as they worked together to care for the forest. Ember's keen senses and swift movements complemented Thistle's gentle wisdom, creating a partnership that grew stronger with each passing season. One day, as the forest basked in the golden glow of a late summer afternoon, Thistle and Ember stumbled upon a forgotten grove, hidden deep within the forest's embrace. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the distant hum of bees. In the center stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with the energy of the earth itself. Intrigued, Thistle and Ember approached the circle, their steps reverent and careful. "This place feels alive," Ember whispered, his eyes wide with wonder. Thistle nodded, feeling the ancient magic resonate through her very being. "I believe this is a place of power," she said softly, "a sanctuary where the forest's magic is concentrated." As they sat within the circle, the air around them seemed to shimmer with possibilities. Thistle closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her, and in that moment she felt a surge of understanding, a vision of the forest's past, present, and future, intertwined in a delicate dance of balance and harmony. When she opened her eyes, she found Ember watching her intently. "What did you see?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "A future where the forest thrives," Thistle replied, her heart filled with hope. "But it is a future that depends on us, on our continued care and friendship." Together, they pledged to protect this sacred place, their bond strengthened by the shared vision of a flourishing forest. And so, the ancient forest continued to thrive, a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and where the gentle creatures lived in harmony with the wisdom of the earth. In the heart of this enchanted world, the lessons of balance, friendship, and the sharing of stories were forever cherished, a legacy of love and peace. As the stars blinked softly in the velvet sky, the forest sighed in contentment, cradling its secrets within the embrace of time. In the following weeks, Ember's presence began to subtly reshape the dynamics of the forest community. His stories of resilience and adaptation from the far hills inspired the creatures to see their forest with renewed eyes. The tales of distant lands, where survival depended on cooperation and mutual respect, ignited a spark within them. One afternoon, as Thistle and Ember explored a sun-dappled glade where the scent of jasmine lingered in the air, they encountered a group of young creatures gathered in a circle. Among them was a curious squirrel named Juniper, known for her love of adventure and mischief. Her bright eyes danced with excitement as she listened intently to Ember's tales. "Tell us more about the mountains," Juniper pleaded, her voice a melody of curiosity. Ember obliged, painting vivid pictures of towering peaks that pierced the clouds and valleys that echoed with the songs of eagles. His words wove a tapestry of distant wonders that captivated the young minds around him. As the stories unfolded, Thistle noticed a transformation in the listeners, an awakening to the broader world and the realization that their forest was part of a greater whole. The tales of distant lands also introduced new ideas and innovations. Inspired by Ember's descriptions, a group of industrious beavers began to experiment with new techniques for dam building, finding ways to enhance the flow of water and create small reservoirs that would nourish the forest during dry spells. Thistle marveled at the changes, her heart swelling with a mixture of pride and gratitude. The forest was evolving, not just through the gentle guidance of its guardians, but through the infusion of fresh perspectives and ideas. Ember's presence had kindled a spirit of unity and creativity, encouraging the creatures to embrace new possibilities while remaining rooted in the traditions that had sustained them for generations. As the forest community thrived, Thistle found herself reflecting on her own journey. She realized that her role as a caretaker was not just about maintaining balance, but also about fostering growth and evolution. The forest, like life itself, was a dynamic, ever-changing tapestry, and she was both a guardian and a participant in its unfolding story. In the quiet moments of dawn, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the treetops, Thistle would sit by the brook, her thoughts drifting like leaves on the water's surface. She contemplated the essence of harmony, a delicate balance between preservation and progress, tradition and innovation. It was a balance she had learned to nurture within herself, inspired by the forest's wisdom and the friendships she cherished. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle embrace of the earth, the forest flourished. Its creatures danced to the rhythm of the seasons, guided by the stories of the past and the promise of the future. In this sanctuary of peace and magic, Thistle found her place, a guardian of the forest and a steward of its endless possibilities. 6. In the velvety expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a dark tapestry, there orbited a quaint little space station named Harmonia. This station, nestled between the swirling galaxies of Dendor and Lyra, was known for its bustling marketplace, where beings from myriad worlds came to trade, talk, and sometimes find unexpected friendships. On a particularly bustling stellar day, two unlikely companions found themselves wandering the corridors of Harmonia. The first was Lyra, a delicate creature from the water-laden planet of Aquara. Her skin shimmered with an opalescent glow, her translucent fins fluttering softly as she moved. The second was Rax, a robust, copper-hued being from the rocky terrain of Terralon, his skin rugged and earthy, with eyes that glowed like molten gold. Their paths crossed near a stall selling fragrant, steaming beverages. Lyra, curious about the aromatic concoctions, accidentally nudged Rax with one of her fins, sending his drink splattering onto the ground. The hot liquid sizzled as it touched the cold metal floor, and Rax let out a low, rumbling sigh of frustration. "I'm terribly sorry," Lyra said, her voice as soft as the lapping of waves. "I didn't mean to." "It's all right," Rax interrupted, his voice gravelly yet surprisingly gentle. "No harm done." Despite his words, there was a lingering tension in the air, a misunderstanding born of their differences. Lyra, accustomed to the fluidity and grace of her aquatic world, was perplexed by Rax's initial frustration. Meanwhile, Rax, used to the solid, unyielding nature of his homeland, struggled to understand Lyra's ethereal manner. Their encounter might have ended there, with a polite but distant nod, if not for the sudden flicker of lights overhead. The station shuddered, a tremor echoing through its corridors as the announcement blared, "Attention all inhabitants, a solar flare has disrupted our systems. Please proceed to the central hub for safety." Amidst the ensuing chaos, Lyra and Rax found themselves swept along by the crowd, their earlier awkwardness forgotten in the face of a shared challenge. They reached the central hub, a vast chamber filled with an array of beings huddled together, seeking solace in numbers. As the station's engineers worked to stabilize the systems, Lyra and Rax sat side by side on one of the benches. The hum of nervous chatter surrounded them, but there was a quiet understanding in their shared silence. "You must miss the stability of Terralon," Lyra ventured, her voice a soothing balm amidst the anxiety. "This must seem quite chaotic to you." Rax chuckled, a sound like stones rolling smoothly over one another. "It's different, that's for sure. But then, I've heard tales of your world, how everything flows and changes with the tides. I suppose I could learn to appreciate that too." Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the emergency lights. "Every world has its beauty. Sometimes it just takes an open heart to see it." As the hours passed, the two companions shared stories of their planets, their families, and their dreams. Lyra spoke of the iridescent coral forests of Aquara, while Rax described the towering crystal spires of Terralon that caught the light of their twin suns. Through their stories, they began to see beyond their differences, finding common ground in their hopes and fears. When the systems finally stabilized and the station returned to its usual hum of activity, Lyra and Rax found themselves reluctant to part. Their initial misunderstanding had blossomed into a friendship rooted in empathy and companionship. Before they went their separate ways, Rax turned to Lyra, his golden eyes soft with newfound warmth. "Thank you for your company, Lyra. I've learned that there's more to strength than just being solid. Sometimes it's about being adaptable, like water." "And thank you, Rax," Lyra replied, her voice as gentle as a caress. "You've shown me that even the strongest rock can be kind and gentle. I hope our paths cross again." With that, they parted with a promise to meet again, leaving the bustling space station of Harmonia behind, with hearts a little brighter and spirits a little lighter. And so, in the vast, interconnected web of stars and planets, two beings from different worlds discovered the true meaning of friendship, proving that even the most unlikely of companions could find harmony amidst the stars. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her home seemed to whisper secrets of an enchanted realm just beyond their gnarled trunks. Though the adults dismissed such fancies as childish dreams, Willow knew in her heart that the forest held wonders yet unseen. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow gathered fallen chestnuts in her woven basket, a sudden gust of wind scattered the prickly husks across the leaf-strewn ground. Giggling, she chased after the rolling nuts, her feet crunching through the golden carpet of foliage. But as she rounded an ancient oak, Willow found herself face to face with a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a tiny, winged figure, no bigger than her hand, its gossamer wings fluttering rapidly. Its delicate features were illuminated by an ethereal glow, and its eyes sparkled like twin sapphires. Willow's breath caught in her throat as the enchanting being regarded her with a warm smile. "Greetings, Willow," the creature spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a sprite of the forest. We have been watching you, and your pure heart and curious spirit have drawn us to you." Willow's eyes widened in wonder. "You know my name? And there are more of you?" Zephyr nodded, her delicate wings fluttering. "We are the guardians of this ancient wood, and you, dear child, have been chosen to embark on a magical journey." With a wave of her tiny hand, Zephyr summoned a glittering acorn that hovered before Willow's eyes. "This is no ordinary acorn," she explained. "It holds the power to reveal the hidden realm within the forest, a world of enchantment and wonder, but only those with a pure heart and unwavering courage can unlock its magic." Willow reached out, her fingertips tingling as she brushed against the acorn's smooth surface. "What must I do?" Zephyr's smile grew wider. "Follow the path of the setting sun until you reach the ancient willow tree by the crystalline stream. There you will find the key to unlocking the acorn's magic and entering our realm." With a flick of her wings, Zephyr disappeared in a shimmer of golden dust, leaving Willow clutching the acorn and filled with a sense of purpose. Without hesitation, she raced home, her heart pounding with excitement, and set off on her journey. As the sun dipped below the treetops, painting the sky in hues of crimson and amber, Willow followed the winding path deeper into the forest. The familiar sights and sounds of her woodland home gave way to a realm of wonder. Towering fungi sprouted from the forest floor, their caps adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and swirl before her eyes. Luminescent moss carpeted the ancient trunks, casting a soft, ethereal glow upon the surroundings. Willow's breath caught in her throat as she encountered creatures she had only glimpsed in storybooks, tiny pixies flitting among the ferns, their gossamer wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust, and mischievous sprites darting playfully between the trees. At last she reached the crystalline stream, its waters shimmering like liquid diamonds in the fading light. And there, perched on the bank, stood the ancient willow tree, its graceful branches dipping into the cool waters. Willow approached reverently, clutching the acorn tightly in her palm. As she drew near, the willow's gnarled trunk seemed to twist and shift, revealing a hollow chamber within. And there, nestled inside, was a glittering key, its intricate design crafted from intertwining vines and shimmering gemstones. With trembling hands, Willow retrieved the key and held it to the acorn. A soft glow emanated from the acorn, pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. Suddenly, a beam of golden light burst forth, enveloping Willow in its warm radiance. When the light faded, Willow found herself standing in a meadow unlike any she had ever seen. Towering blossoms in hues of vibrant azure and amethyst swayed gently in a perfumed breeze, their petals shimmering like gemstones. Crystalline streams meandered through the verdant expanse, their waters sparkling with a myriad of colors. "Welcome, dear Willow, to the Everbloom realm," a familiar voice sounded from behind her. Willow turned to find Zephyr perched on a nearby flower, her wings shimmering like tiny rainbows. Surrounding her were dozens of other sprites, their luminous forms flickering like fireflies in the twilight. "This is the hidden heart of the forest," Zephyr explained, "a realm of pure magic and beauty, shielded from the eyes of those who have lost their sense of wonder." As Willow gazed around in awe, she felt a profound sense of peace, and belonging wash over her. Here, in this enchanted realm, she knew she had found a kindred spirit, a place where her imagination could soar and her heart could bloom. Over the course of her journey, Willow forged deep bonds with the sprites and the other whimsical inhabitants of the Everbloom realm. She learned the secrets of the forest's magic, how to commune with the ancient trees and the creatures that called them home. And in return, she shared with her newfound friends the stories and wisdom of her own world, bridging the gap between the two realms. Through her adventures, Willow discovered an inner strength and resilience she never knew she possessed. She faced challenges and obstacles that tested her courage and resolve, but with the guidance of her sprite companions and the magic of the Everbloom realm, she emerged triumphant, her spirit tempered by the wisdom of the ancient forest. And as the seasons turned and Willow blossomed into a young woman, she never lost her connection to the enchanted realm. She became a guardian of the forest, protecting its secrets and sharing its wonders with those pure of heart and open to the magic that lurked just beyond the veil of everyday life. For Willow had learned that true magic resided not in spells or incantations, but in the power of friendship, the wonder of nature, and the boundless potential of the human spirit. And as she stood beneath the ancient willow tree, watching the sun set over the Everbloom realm, she knew her journey had only just begun, a journey of self-discovery, wonder, and everlasting enchantment. Story 8. In a quaint village, nestled at the edge of a verdant, whispering forest, lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her heart was as gentle as the morning dew that adorned the petals of the wildflowers surrounding her home. Every evening, as the sun dipped behind the rolling hills, casting an amber glow over the land, Lila would sit by her window, dreaming of the mysteries that lay beyond the forest's edge, where the shadows danced like playful whispers. One crisp autumn morning, with the scent of earth and leaves crisping in the air, Lila decided to follow the call of the unknown. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of fresh bread, a flask of warm tea, and her beloved sketchbook, for she loved to capture the world in her delicate drawings. With a heart full of excitement and a touch of trepidation, she set off towards the forest, its towering trees swaying gently as if nodding in approval of her venture. The forest greeted Lila with a symphony of sounds. The rustle of leaves underfoot mingled with the sweet trill of birds, while a gentle breeze carried the earthy scent of pine and moss. As she wandered deeper, the sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the forest floor. The air was cool and invigorating, wrapping around her like a soft, familiar embrace. As Lila meandered through the woodland, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a pond, its surface shimmering like liquid silver. Around its edges, delicate flowers bloomed, their petals a kaleidoscope of colors. Kneeling by the pond, Lila marveled at the sight when suddenly a ripple broke the surface. From the water emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent frog with skin that glowed like moonlight. "Welcome, dear traveler," croaked the frog in a voice as smooth as honey. "I am Lumi, the guardian of this enchanted pond." Startled yet intrigued, Lila smiled warmly. "It's lovely to meet you, Lumi. I've never seen a place so beautiful." "The beauty of this place reflects the courage in your heart," Lumi replied, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Few dare to venture into the unknown." Encouraged by Lumi's words, Lila continued her exploration. As she journeyed further, she encountered a peculiar sight. A grove of trees with trunks as white as snow, their branches adorned with tiny bells that chimed softly in the breeze. The sound was soothing, like a lullaby sung by the forest itself. Beneath the bell trees, Lila noticed a small, furry creature with large, soulful eyes and a long, bushy tail. It was a fuzzlefin, and it seemed to be in distress, trying to reach a branch just out of its grasp. "Do you need some help?" Lila asked, her voice gentle and kind. "Oh yes, please!" squeaked the fuzzlefin, its tail twitching anxiously. "I dropped my favorite acorn, and I can't reach it." With a reassuring smile, Lila climbed the tree, her fingers brushing against the cool, smooth bark. She retrieved the acorn and handed it back to the grateful creature, whose eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, brave Lila," said the fuzzlefin, nestling the acorn close. "Your kindness is a beacon of light in this forest." As the day waned and the sky blushed pink with the setting sun, Lila knew it was time to return home. Her heart was full of the wonders she had witnessed and the friendships she had forged. She retraced her steps through the forest, with Lumi and the Fuzzlefin accompanying her to the edge of the woods. Before parting, Lumi spoke once more. "Remember, Layla, the courage to explore is a gift, and through it, you will find not only the beauty of the world but the strength within yourself." Lila nodded, her heart swelling with warmth. "I will remember, Lumi. Thank you for guiding me." As she stepped back into the familiar embrace of her village, the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the magical journey she had embarked upon. Leela felt at peace, knowing that the forest would always be there, a sanctuary of wonder and friendship waiting for her return. And so, with a heart full of dreams and courage, Leela settled into bed that night, the melody of the forest still echoing softly in her mind, guiding her into a restful slumber. Story 9. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. "Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort." With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final, joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. 10. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and an expansive, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home was a charming little cottage, its roof covered in moss and its garden bursting with wildflowers of every hue. The village was known for its gentle pace and the warm-hearted nature of its inhabitants, who always had time for a friendly chat or a helping hand. Lila was a curious soul, with eyes as bright as the morning sun and hair the color of autumn leaves. She spent her days exploring the nooks and crannies of her village, always on the lookout for something new and exciting. Her best friend was a small, clever squirrel named Pip, who had a knack for finding hidden treasures in the most unexpected places. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall, Lila and Pip set out on an adventure to the forest that bordered their village. The forest was a place of mystery and enchantment, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Lila and Pip stumbled upon a curious sight. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree, was a small, weathered box. Its wood was worn smooth by time, and it was fastened with a delicate silver clasp that glinted in the soft light. Intrigued, Lila gently opened the box to reveal a simple yet exquisite hand mirror. The mirror was unlike any Lila had ever seen. Its frame was crafted from a shimmering metal that seemed to change color with the light, and its surface reflected not just her image, but something more, something magical. As Lila peered into the mirror, she saw visions of far-off lands, of towering mountains and endless seas, of skies painted with the colors of the dawn. Pip chattered excitedly, his little eyes wide with wonder. Lila felt a tingling sensation of possibility, as if the mirror held the key to 1,000 adventures. And so, the journey began, a journey that was as much about discovering the world as it was about discovering herself. As they ventured further into the forest, Lila and Pip met a host of delightful characters. There was Theo, the wise old owl whose eyes twinkled with ancient knowledge and who spoke in a voice as soft as a lullaby. Theo had a gentle way of guiding Lila, sharing riddles and stories that would unfold their meaning as she traveled. Another companion was Rosie, the cheerful fox with a bushy tail and a mischievous smile. Rosie had the gift of laughter, a sound that could brighten the darkest of days and lift weary spirits. Her playful antics and clever tricks added joy and lightness to their path. The journey was not without its challenges, however. One day, Lila and her friends came upon a fast-flowing river, its waters rushing over smooth stones with a melody that was both thrilling and daunting. The river was wide and its current swift, a barrier that seemed impossible to cross. As Lila pondered the obstacle, Theo fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "The answer," he hooted softly, "lies not in strength, but in understanding." Rosie nodded, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. Lila sat by the riverbank, watching the water dance and swirl. She listened to its song, a symphony of whispers and roars, and slowly an idea began to form. She noticed how the fallen leaves floated effortlessly on the surface, carried by the current rather than resisting it. With a smile of realization, Lila gathered some of the largest leaves she could find, and with Pip and Rosie's help, wove them into a small raft. Carefully, they placed the raft on the water, and with a deep breath, Lila stepped aboard. The raft glided smoothly, the current guiding them safely to the other side. Their success was celebrated with laughter and hugs, and as they continued their journey, Lila felt a growing sense of confidence and wisdom. She understood now that sometimes the greatest strength lay in going with the flow, in finding harmony with the world around her. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and her companions traveled through enchanted meadows and over misty hills, each step bringing new discoveries and deeper friendships. The mirror, ever present in Lila's satchel, continued to reveal glimpses of wonders yet unseen, but it was the journey itself that became the true treasure. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila and her friends found themselves back at the edge of their familiar village. The forest behind them whispered its farewell, and the village ahead glowed with the warm light of home. Lila gazed into the mirror one last time, and the reflection that looked back was not just of a girl, but of a young adventurer who had grown wiser and kinder with each step. She had learned that the world was full of magic, not just in mirrors, but in the hearts of those who dared to explore it. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila tucked the mirror safely back into its box, a keepsake of the journey she had shared with Pip, Theo, and Rosie. And as they walked hand in hand into the village, the air filled with the scent of wood smoke and the promise of new adventures. As the stars began to twinkle above, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle rustle of leaves, the laughter of friends, and the endless possibilities of a world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets. And in the quiet of the night, the village nestled between the hills and the forest rested, knowing that its stories, like its people, were woven with magic and love. Story 11. In a forest where time whispered secrets through the rustling leaves and sunlight danced upon the dewy morning grass, lay a world hidden from the unseeing eyes of hurried footsteps. This was no ordinary woodland, for it thrived on the delicate balance between nature and magic, a symphony of life that sang quietly in harmony. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each uniquely enchanted by the essence of the wood. There was Silas, the wise old owl whose feathers glimmered with the silver of moonlight. Nestled high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, he watched over the forest with eyes that had seen countless sunsets and dawns. His hoot was a gentle lullaby, echoing through the night air, soothing even the most restless of souls. Beneath, in the undergrowth where light filtered through the canopy in soft green hues, lived Marin, the kind-hearted rabbit. Her fur was as soft as the downy moss that carpeted the forest floor, and her heart as boundless as the sky above. Marin was known for her wisdom, a gift passed down from generations who had roamed these woods long before her. She was the keeper of stories, tales of the forest's past whispered to her by the wind itself. One crisp morning, as the first frost of winter began to lace the edges of leaves with delicate patterns, Marin sensed a change in the air. The forest, usually filled with the gentle hum of life, seemed quieter, as if holding its breath. The streams that babbled joyously now murmured softly, their flows slower, almost contemplative. Curious and concerned, Marin set out on a journey to understand this shift. She hopped through the forest, her tiny feet barely making a sound on the fallen leaves. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the faint sweetness of lingering autumn. As she moved, the cool breeze tousled her fur, a playful reminder of the forest's ever-watchful presence. Marin's first stop was the clearing where Elder Oak stood, a towering sentinel that had witnessed the passage of countless seasons. Its bark was grooved with the lines of age, each crevice a chapter in the story of the forest. As she approached, a gentle rustling heralded the arrival of Silas, who settled on a low-hanging branch, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Good morning, Marin," Silas greeted, his voice as smooth as the surface of the tranquil lake at dawn. "What brings you here so early, when the frost still clings to the earth?" "There's a change in the forest, Silas," Marin replied, her voice soft yet filled with concern. "The streams whisper different tales, and the wind carries a new tune. I wish to understand what it means." Silas nodded, his feathers ruffling slightly as he considered her words. "The forest is a living tapestry, my dear. It speaks to those who listen. Let us seek counsel with the wise ones of the water, for they hold knowledge of the deeper currents." Together, they made their way to the heart of the forest, where the grand cascade tumbled over smooth stones into a crystal-clear pool. The water here was imbued with the magic of the seasons, reflecting the sky's moods and the forest's vibrancy. As they approached, the water rippled, and from its depths emerged the shimmering form of Nessa, the gentle water nymph. Nessa's presence was like a cool breeze on a summer's day, refreshing and serene. Her hair flowed like a river of stars, and her eyes mirrored the azure depths of the pool. She greeted them with a smile that could melt the coldest winter frost. "Welcome, dear friends," Nessa said, her voice a melodic echo of the cascading water. "What brings you to my watery abode?" Marin relayed her concerns, and Nessa listened, her expression thoughtful. "Indeed, the forest is shifting," she mused. "Winter approaches with a message, a reminder of harmony. The earth needs rest, a time to replenish and renew. The creatures must learn to embrace the quiet, for in silence wisdom grows." As Nessa spoke, the pool around her shimmered with an ethereal glow, reflecting the power of her words. Marin felt a sense of peace settle over her, understanding that the change was not something to fear, but to embrace. "Thank you, Nessa," Marin said, bowing her head in gratitude. "Your wisdom is a gift to us all." Nessa nodded, her form blending once more with the water, leaving a gentle ripple behind. Marin and Silas turned to make their way back through the forest, the path now illuminated by the soft glow of understanding. As they journeyed, the forest seemed to come alive with a new energy. The crisp air carried the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the faint sweetness of lingering autumn. The trees whispered secrets among themselves, their branches swaying in a graceful dance. Marin realized that the forest was teaching them the importance of balance. Just as the seasons turned, so too did life require moments of quiet reflection. The creatures of the forest would learn to find comfort in the stillness, knowing that within it lay the promise of spring. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the land, Marin returned to her cozy burrow. She nestled into the soft moss, her heart filled with gratitude for the wisdom of the forest and the friends who shared in its secrets. Outside, the forest settled into its evening lullaby, the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of an owl creating a soothing symphony. Marin closed her eyes, letting the peaceful rhythm of the forest lull her into a deep, restful sleep. And so the forest continued its dance through the seasons, a testament to the enduring balance between magic and nature. Its creatures lived in harmony, guided by the timeless wisdom passed down through generations, finding strength in friendship and peace in the gentle embrace of the earth. In this enchanted woodland, where magic whispered through every leaf and branch, the story of the forest unfolded, a tale of unity, harmony, and the enduring power of nature's gentle hand. And as the stars twinkled above, the forest cradled its inhabitants in a warm, comforting embrace, a promise of new beginnings with each dawn. Story 12. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed softly with the wind and the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns, there was a village known as Willowbrook. Nestled between the rolling hills and a sparkling brook, Willowbrook was a place where magic whispered in the very air, and everyone lived in harmony with the gentle wonders surrounding them. In this charming village, there was a girl named Mara. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the brook under the moonlight. Mara was known for her kindness and her insatiable curiosity, always eager to learn more about the world around her. Every evening, she would sit by her grandmother, who was the village storyteller, and listen to tales of old. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in hues of amber and gold, the village awoke to a peculiar sight. All the apples in the orchard had vanished overnight, leaving the trees bare and the villagers puzzled. The apples were not just a source of food, they were special, imbued with the magic of the land, and their loss was felt deeply. Mara, ever the inquisitive soul, decided to uncover the mystery of the disappearing apples. She set off with a small satchel, filled with a loaf of bread and a flask of warm spiced cider, and a notebook to jot down her observations. Her first stop was the orchard itself, where the trees stood solemnly under the morning sun. As she wandered through the orchard, Mara observed the ground carefully. She noticed tiny footprints, not much larger than a squirrel's, leading away from the trees and into the dense thickets at the edge of the woods. Curiosity piqued. She followed the trail, the crunch of leaves underfoot, and the crisp, cool air invigorating her senses. The trail led Mara to the home of the wise old owl, Oliver, who lived in a hollow tree at the heart of the woods. Oliver was known throughout Willowbrook for his vast knowledge and his ability to see things others could not. Mara greeted him with a warm smile and explained the mystery of the missing apples. "Ah, young Mara," Oliver hooted softly, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "The answer lies not in the orchard, but deeper within the woods. Look beyond what you see, and you shall find your answer." Thanking Oliver for his guidance, Mara continued her journey deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, and the light dappled through the trees in gentle patterns. She soon came upon a clearing where the grass was lush and green, and there, to her amazement, was a gathering of woodland creatures. Squirrels, rabbits, and hedgehogs were gathered around a large, ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. Atop a low branch sat a small, magical creature known as a wisp. Wisps were seldom seen, for they were shy and secretive, but they were also known to be playful and had a fondness for shiny things. The wisp, noticing Mara's approach, fluttered down from the branch. Its wings shimmered with a soft, silvery glow, and it spoke in a voice that was both musical and gentle. "Greetings, child of the village. We mean no harm. We borrowed the apples to celebrate the harvest moon." Mara listened with an open heart as the wisp explained. The animals of the forest had gathered for their own celebration, a festivity to honor the changing seasons and the magic of nature, and they had taken the apples to share in their feast. Understanding their intentions, Mara smiled warmly. "I see now. The apples are important to us too, for they hold the magic of the land. Perhaps we can share in this celebration, so both the village and the forest may partake in the bounty." The wisp nodded, its wings fluttering with delight. Together, they devised a plan to bring the villagers and the creatures of the forest together for a grand feast under the harvest moon. Mara returned to the village, her heart full of excitement, and shared the plan with her grandmother and the other villagers. On the night of the harvest moon, the villagers and the woodland creatures gathered in the clearing, where the stars shone brightly, and the moon cast a silvery glow over everything. Tables were laden with food from both the village and the forest, and laughter and joy filled the air. As they feasted, Mara realized the subtle lesson in the mystery of the missing apples. It was a lesson in understanding and cooperation, in seeing beyond one's own needs and finding joy in sharing with others. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger that night, under the watchful gaze of the stars. As the night drew to a close, and the villagers returned home with hearts full of warmth and joy, Mara sat by her grandmother by the fireplace. The crackling of the logs and the soft glow of the flames created a cozy cocoon around them. "You have done well, my dear," her grandmother said, wrapping an arm around Mara. "The world is full of mysteries, but it is through kindness and understanding that we find the most meaningful answers." And so in Willowbrook, the mystery of the missing apples became a cherished tale, a reminder of the magic that lies in unity and the gentle power of a kind heart. As Mara drifted off to sleep, the soothing sounds of the forest whispered through her dreams, promising more adventures in the days to come. Story 13. Once upon a time, in a village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young girl named Lyra. The village was a quaint place, filled with the scent of freshly baked bread from the bakeries and the sound of children's laughter echoing through the cobblestone streets. But the woods beyond held mysteries that many spoke of only in hushed tones, especially when the golden sun dipped below the horizon and shadows stretched their fingers across the land. Lyra was known for her curious nature and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had fiery auburn hair that cascaded down her shoulders and eyes the color of emeralds, always sparkling with wonder. Her days were spent exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers, and listening to the tales spun by the elders about the magic that lay hidden beneath the forest's canopy. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the ground in hues of amber and scarlet, Lyra set out on an adventure. She wore her favorite woolen cloak, its deep blue fabric lined with soft, comforting fur. The air was fragrant with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant whisper of pine needles brushing together in the breeze. As she wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen during her previous excursions. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk thick and gnarled, with branches stretching toward the heavens as if trying to grasp the clouds. The tree's bark was adorned with intricate patterns, almost like runes that seemed to shimmer with a silvery light in the dappled sunlight. Beneath the tree lay something extraordinary, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Lyra's heart quickened with excitement. The box was adorned with tiny inlays of mother-of-pearl, reflecting the light in an array of colors. She hesitated for a moment, her mind swirling with the stories of magic and mystery, before her curiosity got the better of her. With gentle hands, she lifted the box and opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, was an item so exquisite it took her breath away. A delicate golden locket shaped like a leaf. It glowed with an inner light, warm and inviting, and as Lyra touched it, she felt a gentle pulse, like the beating of a heart. It was as if the locket were alive, whispering secrets of the forest to her. Feeling a connection to the locket, Lyra slipped it around her neck. As she did, a peculiar sensation washed over her, an awareness of the forest around her that was sharp and vivid. The rustle of leaves became a symphony, each sound distinct and harmonious, and the scent of the woods became a blend of stories long forgotten. Lyra knew she had discovered something extraordinary, something that would change her life forever. With newfound purpose, she decided to uncover the secrets of the locket and the hidden world of the Whispering Woods. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself drawn to the forest more than ever. The locket seemed to guide her, pulling her deeper into the heart of the woods, where the light was soft and the air was thick with enchantment. She discovered hidden paths lined with luminous mushrooms that glowed like lanterns in the twilight, and crystal-clear streams that sang with the voices of the forest spirit. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of pink and gold, Lyra sat beneath the ancient oak tree, the locket warm against her skin. She closed her eyes and listened, letting the forest's whispers wash over her. It was then she heard it, a voice, gentle and musical, like the tinkling of chimes on a spring breeze. "Thank you for finding me, young one," the voice said, resonating from the depths of the locket. "I am Sylphrena, guardian of the Whispering Woods." Lyra's eyes flew open in surprise. "Guardian? But how?" Sylphrena's voice was soothing, wrapping around Lyra like a comforting embrace. "Long ago, I was a spirit of the forest, tasked with protecting the balance of nature. But a great darkness fell upon these woods, and I was trapped within this locket. Only a heart pure and brave like yours could free me." Lyra felt a swell of determination. "How can I help you, Sylphrena?" "The darkness still lingers," Sylphrena replied, her voice tinged with sadness. "It seeks to consume the light, to twist the forest into something it should never be. You must travel to the heart of the forest, to the glade of echoes, where the veil between worlds is thinnest. There, you will find the source of the darkness." Lyra nodded, her resolve firm. She knew this journey would not be easy, but the thought of saving the forest filled her with courage. She promised Sylphrena she would do whatever it took to restore balance to the woods. The next morning, Lyra set out on her journey. The path was arduous, winding through dense thickets and across babbling brooks. She encountered creatures both wondrous and strange, tiny pixies with wings like stained glass, and wise old owls who spoke in riddles. Each step brought her closer to the glade of echoes and the source of the darkness. As Lyra traveled, she learned more about the forest's hidden world. She befriended a gentle deer named Thistle, who became her steadfast companion. Thistle had eyes like pools of midnight and a coat that shimmered silver in the moonlight. Together, they braved the shadows, drawing strength from their friendship. One night, as they camped beneath a canopy of stars, Lyra and Thistle shared stories around a small fire. The warmth of the flames painted their faces in soft, flickering light, and the crackle of burning wood was a comforting sound in the silence of the night. "Thank you, Thistle," Lyra said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I couldn't have come this far without you." Thistle nuzzled her hand, his eyes gentle and wise. Friendship is a powerful magic, Lyra. It can light the darkest path and heal the deepest wounds. Lyra smiled, feeling a warmth in her heart that chased away her fears. She knew Thistle was right. Together, they could overcome any challenge. Finally, after many days of travel, they reached the Glade of Echoes. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the air shimmered with a silvery mist and the ground was carpeted with soft, velvety moss. In the center stood a crystal-clear pool, its surface reflecting the sky above like a mirror. But the glade was not as it should have been. The darkness Sylphrena spoke of was there, a swirling mass of shadows that tainted the air with a bitter chill. Lyra felt the locket grow warm against her skin, a comforting presence in the face of the encroaching gloom. With a deep breath, Lyra approached the pool. The shadows recoiled at her presence, hissing like a snake disturbed from its lair. She knew this was the moment Sylphrena had prepared her for, the time to face the darkness and reclaim the light. Summoning all her courage, Lyra held the locket aloft. It glowed with a radiant light, brighter than the sun, and the shadows shrank away from its brilliance. Around her, the glade seemed to hold its breath, as if nature itself were watching. "Begone, darkness," Lyra commanded, her voice steady and strong. "You have no place here. This forest belongs to the light, to life and love." The shadows writhed, desperately clinging to their hold on the glade, but the light from the locket was relentless, piercing through the darkness like a beacon. Slowly, the shadows began to dissolve, their form unraveling like smoke on the wind. As the last tendrils of darkness faded away, the glade came alive with color and sound. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the pool shimmered with the colors of the rainbow. The trees rustled with a joyous symphony, their leaves whispering of renewal and hope. Lyra felt a warmth spread through her, a lightness that lifted her spirit. She had done it. She had restored the balance and freed Sylphrena. The locket around her neck pulsed with gratitude, and she knew the guardian spirit was with her. With the darkness banished, Lyra and Thistle returned to the village, where they were greeted as heroes. The villagers listened in awe as Lyra told of her journey and the magic of the Whispering Woods. And though many had doubted the old tales, they now spoke of the forest with reverence and respect. Lyra's heart swelled with pride and happiness. She had discovered not just the secrets of the woods, but also the strength within herself. The journey had changed her, teaching her the value of friendship and the power of believing in something greater than herself. As the seasons passed, Lyra continued to visit the Whispering Woods, her bond with the forest and its guardian stronger than ever. She knew that the magic of the woods was a part of her now, a light that would guide her through life's challenges. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, with the whisper of the trees and the song of the night creatures as her lullaby, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the warmth of friendship. Thus ended Lyra's tale, a story of courage, magic, and a heart that shone brighter than the stars. In the quiet of the night, the forest sighed with contentment, its guardian spirit watching over all with love and wisdom. And somewhere in the depths of the Whispering Woods, the ancient oak tree stood tall and proud, its branches reaching for the sky, a testament to the enduring magic that dwells within the heart of nature. Story 14. In the tranquil village of Lunaval, nestled within a lush valley surrounded by rolling hills and ancient forests, there was a legend whispered among the villagers. It spoke of a magical artifact known as the Luminara Orb, a radiant sphere said to hold the power to illuminate the deepest darkness and reveal hidden truths. The orb, as the tales went, was hidden somewhere in the Enchanted Glade, a mystical place that few had ever seen, and even fewer had returned from. In this quaint village lived a young boy named Rowan, whose heart was as curious as the forest was vast. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like emeralds, Rowan possessed an insatiable wonder for the world beyond his doorstep. He often spent his days exploring the fringes of the village, climbing ancient oaks, and listening to the whispered secrets of the wind. Rowan's best friend, a gentle and wise old woman named Anwen, often recounted the stories of the Luminara Orb to him. Anwen's cottage was a haven of warmth, filled with the comforting scent of lavender and the soft glow of candlelight. Her voice, a melodic blend of mystery and kindness, would weave the tales of old with such vivid imagery that Rowan could almost see the orb's ethereal glow. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced upon the breeze, Rowan visited Anwen with a question that had been growing in his heart. "Do you think the Luminara orb truly exists, Anwen?" he asked, his voice full of youthful eagerness. Anwen, with a knowing smile, set her teacup down and gazed into Rowan's eyes, which were alight with curiosity. "The orb exists in the stories, young Rowan, and in the hearts of those who believe in the magic of the world. Whether it is real or not depends on your willingness to see beyond the ordinary." Rowan pondered her words, feeling a stirring deep within him. That night, as the moon cast silver shadows across his room, Rowan made a decision. He would set out to find the enchanted glade and seek the Luminara orb, not only to prove its existence, but to uncover the truths hidden within his own heart. With the dawn's first light painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Rowan prepared for his journey. He packed a satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a water flask, and a map Anwen had gifted him, marked with the cryptic path to the glade. As he stepped outside, the crisp air filled his lungs with anticipation and a sense of adventure. The path led Rowan through the heart of the forest, where towering trees whispered ancient secrets, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patterns of light and shadow. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, and the distant call of a wood thrush echoed like a melody of the wild. As Rowan ventured deeper, he encountered the first challenge of his journey. A wide, rushing stream blocked his path, its waters gleaming under the sun like liquid silver. But Rowan, undeterred, remembered Anwen's advice. Every challenge is an opportunity in disguise. He noticed a fallen log spanning the width of the stream, its surface slick with moss. With careful steps, he balanced across, the cool spray of water kissing his cheeks as he reached the other side safely. A sense of accomplishment warmed him, a small triumph that spurred him onward. The forest grew denser, the trees standing closer together as if guarding the secrets of the glade. Here the air was cooler, carrying the earthy aroma of mushrooms and damp leaves. Rowan's heart pounded with excitement and a hint of apprehension. He knew he was nearing the threshold of the enchanted glade. As he emerged into a clearing bathed in soft, ethereal light, Rowan's breath caught in his throat. Before him lay the enchanted glade, a realm of unparalleled beauty and tranquility. Flowers of all colors bloomed in profusion, their petals shimmering as if dusted with stardust. The gentle hum of bees and the soft rustle of leaves created a symphony of nature's own making. At the heart of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like arms in reverence. Nestled within the roots of the tree, Rowan saw a faint glow, a soft, pulsing light that seemed to beckon him closer. With each step, the glow intensified, wrapping him in a cocoon of warmth and serenity. Kneeling before the oak, Rowan reached into the hollow among the roots and drew forth the Luminara orb. It was more beautiful than he had ever imagined, a sphere of translucent crystal, glowing with a gentle luminescence that illuminated his surroundings with a soothing radiance. As Rowan held the orb, a profound peace washed over him, easing the doubts and fears he hadn't realized he carried. In that moment, he understood that the journey had never been about proving the orb's existence, but about discovering the courage and truth within himself. With the orb cradled in his hands, Rowan felt a connection to the world around him, a sense of belonging to something greater than he could comprehend. He realized that the magic of the orb lay not in its power to reveal hidden worlds, but in its ability to open his heart to the mysteries and wonders of the life he was already living. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, Rowan made his way back to Lunavale. The journey home was filled with moments of reflection, the path now familiar and welcoming. As he approached the village, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold. Rowan returned to Anwen's cottage, where the warmth of the hearth and the scent of freshly baked bread greeted him. Anwen, with eyes that twinkled like stars, welcomed him with a knowing smile. "Did you find what you were seeking, Rowan?" she asked, her voice a gentle melody. Rowan nodded, holding the Luminara orb aloft, its light casting gentle shadows on the walls. "I found more than I ever expected, Anwen. The orb showed me that the true magic lies within us, in our courage to face the unknown and our openness to the wonders of the world. Anwen's heart swelled with pride and love for the boy who had grown wiser through his journey. Together, they sat by the fire, sharing stories of wonder and possibility, the Luminara orb resting between them, a symbol of the adventure and discovery that had brought them closer. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, Rowan knew that his journey had only just begun. The world was vast and full of mysteries, and with the lessons he had learned, he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Rowan drifted into a peaceful slumber, his dreams woven with the magic of the Luminara orb and the promise of adventures yet to come. Story 15. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and lush green forests, there lived a gentle soul named Finn. Finn was known throughout the village for his warm heart and curious nature. He had an insatiable thirst for stories, especially those whispered by the winds of the forest or sung by the gentle streams that meandered through the village. Finn's home was a cozy cottage on the edge of the forest, with a thatched roof and a garden that bloomed in rainbow colors during the spring. The cottage, though modest, had a special charm, especially at night when the sky was clear and the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet blanket. Finn often spent his evenings sitting by the fireplace, listening to the crackle of the logs and gazing out at the starlit sky. One chilly autumn evening, as the leaves rustled and danced in the crisp breeze, Finn sat by his window, wrapped in a woolen blanket. His eyes traced the constellations above, and he hummed a soft tune his grandmother used to sing. It was during this serene moment that he noticed something peculiar, a quilt, unlike any he had ever seen, fluttering gently in the wind just beyond the garden gate. Curiosity piqued, Finn rose from his seat and ventured outside. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the faint aroma of wood smoke from nearby hearths. As he approached the quilt, he realized it shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Each patch of fabric seemed to capture the light of the stars, making the quilt appear as though it was woven from the night sky itself. Finn reached out, and as his fingers brushed against the quilt, a gentle warmth spread through him. He felt a tingling sensation, as if the quilt was alive, pulsating with stories untold. Without hesitation, he wrapped it around his shoulders and, to his astonishment, the world around him began to change. The garden, once cloaked in shadows, now shimmered with a soft luminescence. The trees whispered secrets, their voices gentle and wise. The flowers, vibrant and colorful, seemed to nod in greeting. Finn felt a sense of belonging, a connection to the world that he had never experienced before. As Finn wandered through this transformed landscape, he met a fox with a coat as red as autumn leaves. The fox's eyes, bright and intelligent, met Finn's with curiosity and warmth. "Good evening, Finn," the fox said, his voice smooth and melodic. "It seems you found the starry quilt." Finn was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Good evening," he replied. "I didn't know it was called the starry quilt, but it feels magical." The fox nodded. "Indeed it is. The quilt is woven with threads of dreams and stardust. It holds the power to reveal hidden worlds and grant those who wear it the ability to see beyond the ordinary." Finn marveled at the quilt, understanding now why it felt so special. "What should I do with it?" he asked, his voice filled with wonder. "Explore," the fox replied with a twinkle in his eye. "There's a world of magic within the forest, and with the quilt, you can discover its secrets. But remember, the true magic lies not in the quilt itself, but in the journey it inspires." With a grateful heart, Finn nodded and set off into the forest, the quilt draped around him like a guardian of dreams. The path ahead was bathed in a silvery glow, and the forest seemed to come alive with each step he took. The trees whispered stories of old, and the wind carried the laughter of unseen creatures. As he ventured deeper, Finn encountered a river that sparkled under the moonlight. Its waters were crystal clear, reflecting the heavens above. On the riverbank, a wise old turtle sat, its shell etched with patterns resembling constellations. "Greetings, young traveler," the turtle said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "I see you found the starry quilt. It has been many moons since it last chose a bearer." Finn smiled warmly. "Greetings to you as well. The quilt is indeed remarkable. I feel as though I can see the forest's soul." The turtle nodded slowly. "The quilt reveals the truth of the world, the beauty behind the veil. But remember, Finn, true understanding comes from within. The quilt is a guide, but your heart is the compass." Thanking the turtle for his wisdom, Finn continued his journey. The forest seemed to embrace him, each step revealing new wonders. He saw flowers that glowed like lanterns and heard songs sung by creatures hidden in the shadows. As dawn approached, Finn found himself at the edge of a meadow bathed in the soft hues of morning light. In the center of the meadow stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching towards the sky. Beneath the tree, a gathering of animals had assembled, a deer with eyes like amber, a wise owl, and a playful rabbit. Finn approached with reverence, feeling the presence of something greater than himself. The deer stepped forward, its gaze gentle and knowing. "Welcome, Finn," it said. "We are the guardians of the hidden world. The starry quilt has brought you to us." Finn bowed his head in respect. "I am honored to be here," he replied. "The quilt has shown me the magic within the forest, but I still have much to learn." The owl hooted softly, its eyes piercing yet kind. "The quilt has chosen wisely. You possess a heart open to wonder and a mind eager to learn. But remember, the greatest lessons are those taught by friendship and kindness." The rabbit hopped closer, its nose twitching with curiosity. "And sometimes the smallest gestures can change the course of one's journey," it added with a playful grin. Finn felt a warmth spread through him, not from the quilt, but from the kindness of his newfound friends. He realized that the quilt's true gift was not the magical journey it offered, but the friendships and wisdom he discovered along the way. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Finn knew it was time to return home. The animals bid him farewell, their presence a comforting memory. As he retraced his steps through the forest, the quilt shimmered softly, a reminder of the night's adventure. When Finn returned to his cottage, he carefully folded the starry quilt and placed it by the window. He understood now that the magic of the quilt would always be with him, not as a physical object, but as a part of his heart and soul. That night, as he sat by the fireplace, Finn felt a deep sense of peace. The world was filled with wonder and magic, and he was grateful for the journey that had opened his eyes to its beauty. With a contented sigh, he drifted off to sleep, knowing that the forest and its secrets would always be there, waiting for those with hearts open to adventure and friendship. And so, the starry quilt, a silent guardian of dreams, continued to weave its magic, guiding those who dared to see beyond the ordinary and into the heart of the extraordinary. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn's dreams were filled with the stories of the stars, whispering of adventures yet to come. Story 16. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang softly in the breeze, and the ground was carpeted with moss as plush as velvet, there lay a small village named Elderglen. This village was unlike any other, for it sat nestled in the embrace of ancient trees, whose branches formed a protective canopy overhead. The villagers of Elderglen lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that also called this place home, from the twinkling fireflies that danced like stars at dusk to the wise old owls who hooted gentle lullabies at night. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, a peculiar thing began to happen in Elderglen. The village's beloved lanterns, which lined the cobbled paths and cast a warm golden glow, started flickering with a mysterious lavender light. This strange occurrence stirred a gentle murmur of curiosity among the villagers, for the lanterns had always burned with the steady, comforting glow of amber. Among the villagers was a thoughtful young girl named Lyra, whose heart was as kind as the autumn sun. Lyra was known for her keen observation and gentle spirit, often found wandering the forest paths with a notebook tucked under her arm, sketching the patterns of leaves or jotting down the songs of birds. When the lanterns began their peculiar dance, Lyra felt a flutter of excitement mixed with curiosity. The next morning, as a soft mist hugged the village, Lyra decided to set out on a little adventure to unravel the mystery of the lavender lights. She donned her favorite cloak, woven from the softest wool, and set off down the path to the heart of the whispering woods. As she walked, the air was filled with the scent of pine and the distant melody of a babbling brook. Lyra's first stop was the home of the village's wise old sage, Elder Rowan, who lived in a cozy cottage draped in ivy. Elder Rowan was known for his deep knowledge of the forest and its magical inhabitants. As Lyra approached, she found him sitting on his porch, sipping from a steaming mug of herbal tea. "Good morning, Lyra." Elder Rowan greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling like the stars. "What brings you to my doorstep so early?" Lyra explained the mystery of the lavender lanterns, and Elder Rowan nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the lights," he mused, stroking his silver beard. "There are whispers among the trees that the fireflies have begun their annual migration. It's possible they are lending their glow to the lanterns in a new, playful way." Encouraged by this lead, Lyra ventured deeper into the woods, her path guided by the gentle rustle of leaves. She soon came upon a clearing where the air shimmered with the soft glow of lavender light. Here she found the fireflies, their tiny forms weaving intricate patterns in the air like living constellations. Among them was a particularly bright firefly named Lumi, who had long been a friend to Lyra. Lumi flitted over to her, his light pulsing with joy. "Welcome, Lyra," he chimed in a voice as delicate as a bell. "We have indeed been drawn to your village's lanterns, for they seem to sing a new song this year." Lyra listened intently, her heart brimming with wonder. "A new song?" she echoed. "Yes," Lumi replied. "The lanterns hum with a melody that resonates with our wings. It is a song of change, of embracing the new while cherishing the old." As Lyra pondered this, she realized that the lavender lights were not a mystery to be solved, but rather a gift to be appreciated, a reminder of the beauty in change and the joy of new beginnings. With this understanding, she thanked Lumi and the fireflies for their light, promising to share the magic of their gift with the village. Returning to Elderglen, Lyra gathered the villagers in the town square beneath the softly glowing lanterns. As she shared the tale of the fireflies and their newfound song, a sense of wonder and gratitude spread among them. The villagers decided to celebrate this magical occurrence with a festival, where they would welcome the fireflies and their lavender light with music and merriment. That evening, as the village buzzed with laughter and song, Lyra stood beneath the twinkling lanterns, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and the magic of the whispering woods. And as the stars blinked down from the velvet sky, she knew that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries were those that brought people together in joy and wonder. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the lavender lights, Elderglen embraced a new tradition, one that would remind them always of the beauty of change and the magic of the world around them. Story 17. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest where the whispering leaves could be heard even on the stillest of nights, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This village was known for its lush fields and the gentle stream that meandered through the heart of the town, bringing with it tales of long-forgotten times. But the most enchanting feature of Willowbrook was neither its natural beauty nor its storied past. It was a peculiar, ancient grove hidden deep within the forest, known only to the eldest of the villagers and whispered about in bedtime stories. In this charming village lived a young girl named Mira. With eyes the color of the forest's darkest greens and hair that danced like autumn leaves, Mira had an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond her village. Her days were spent exploring the fields and climbing the old willow tree by the stream, where she imagined adventures that stretched far beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and amber, Mira set out on an adventure unlike any other. She had heard tales of the ancient grove from her grandmother, who spoke of it in hushed tones, as if the trees themselves were listening. "In the heart of the forest," her grandmother would say, "there exists a world within our own, a place where magic lingers in the air like the scent of wildflowers." With her heart beating in time with the rustling leaves, Mira ventured deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before. The tall trees formed a canopy overhead, dappling the ground with light and shadow. The air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of pine. She followed a narrow path, scarcely visible beneath the fallen leaves, until the forest seemed to hold its breath around her. Suddenly, the path opened into a clearing, and there, bathed in the gentle glow of the morning sun, stood the ancient grove. The trees here were unlike any she had ever seen, their trunks wide and twisted like the gnarled hands of time. Their leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and the air hummed with a melody that seemed to rise from the very earth. In the center of the grove lay a small pool, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above like a mirror. Mira approached it with awe, kneeling by the edge to peer into its depths. As she gazed, she noticed something peculiar, a faint, shimmering light emanating from beneath the water, like a star fallen from the heavens. Unable to resist the pull of the mysterious light, Mira reached into the pool. Her fingers brushed against something cool and smooth, and she drew it from the water. A delicate, intricately carved pendant, its surface glistening with an ethereal glow. As she held it in her hand, she felt a warmth spreading through her, a gentle pulse that matched the rhythm of her own heart. At that moment, she heard a soft voice, as clear as the tinkling of a nearby brook. "Welcome, Mira," it said, "to the world that exists just beyond the veil of your own." Startled, Mira looked around, but there was no one to be seen. Yet the voice continued, calm and inviting. "This pendant is a key, a gift linking you to the wonders of the world unseen by most. Use it wisely, and it shall guide you." Mira, filled with wonder and a hint of trepidation, fastened the pendant around her neck. As she did, the grove seemed to come alive with color and sound, the leaves whispering secrets of old, and the breeze carrying the laughter of unseen friends. She felt a connection to the forest she had never known before, as if she could understand the language of the trees and the songs of the birds. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars appeared in the night sky, Mira returned to Willowbrook, her heart brimming with stories to share. But she knew that the pendant had given her more than just tales. It was a bridge to a world where magic and reality intertwined, a place where wisdom was hidden in the simplest of things, and friendship could be found in the most unexpected places. Over the weeks that followed, Mira visited the ancient grove often, each time feeling a deeper connection to the world around her. She discovered that the pendant allowed her to see things others could not. A hidden path beneath the roots of an old oak, the glimmer of a fairy's wing in the moonlight, the gentle spirit of the forest who watched over all. One day, as she wandered through the grove, Mira heard a sound unlike any she had ever encountered, a soft sobbing, as if the forest itself were weeping. Following the sound, she came upon a small creature, no taller than a rabbit, with eyes like pools of midnight and fur that shimmered like the evening sky. It was a wisp, one of the forest's guardians, and it was clearly in distress. "Why do you cry?" Mira asked gently, kneeling beside the wisp. The creature looked up, its eyes filled with sadness. "The forest is in danger," it replied, its voice a soft whisper. "The balance has been disturbed, and soon all that we hold dear may fade into shadow." Mira's heart ached at the wisp's words. She had grown to love the forest with its hidden wonders and gentle spirits, and the thought of losing it filled her with sorrow. "How can I help?" she asked, determination shining in her eyes. The wisp tilted its head as if considering her offer. "There is a way," it said at last. "A seed hidden deep within the heart of the forest holds the power to restore the balance. But it is guarded by the elder tree, the oldest and wisest of all. You must seek its guidance and earn its trust." Mira nodded, her resolve firm. She knew the journey would not be easy, but she felt a deep sense of purpose guiding her steps. With the pendant glowing softly at her throat, she set off into the heart of the forest, the wisp by her side. The path was long and winding, taking her through shadowed glens and across babbling brooks. The forest seemed to watch her progress, its creatures peeking out from behind leaves and branches as if sensing the importance of her quest. The air grew cooler and the light dimmer as she approached the domain of the elder tree. Finally, she arrived at a clearing where the elder tree stood, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches reaching high into the sky. The tree's bark was etched with patterns that seemed to shift and change, telling tales of times long past. As Mira approached, the ground trembled slightly, and a voice, deep and resonant, filled the air. "Young one, why do you seek me?" the elder tree asked, its voice like the rustling of 1,000 leaves. Mira bowed respectfully. Great elder tree, she began. I come to seek your guidance. The balance of the forest is threatened, and I wish to help restore it. The wisp has told me of a seed, one that holds the power to heal. The elder tree was silent for a moment, as if pondering her words. Then, with the gentle creak of ancient wood, it spoke again. To restore the balance, you must show that your heart is true, and your intentions pure. The seed you seek is hidden within me, protected by the wisdom of ages. Tell me, what would you do to ensure the safety of our world? Mira thought carefully, her mind racing through all she had learned and experienced. I would share the magic of this place with others, she replied, her voice steady. I would teach them to see the beauty and wonder in the world around them, to respect nature and cherish the bonds we share with it. The elder tree seemed to consider her words, its leaves rustling softly in the breeze. At last, it spoke once more. Your heart is indeed true, young one. You have shown great courage and compassion, qualities that are rare and precious. Take the seed, and with it the hope of renewal. With those words, a small opening appeared in the trunk of the elder tree, revealing a seed that glowed with a soft, golden light. Mira reached out and took it, feeling its warmth spread through her fingers. She knew that this was a gift not just for her, but for the entire forest. With the seed in hand, Mira and the wisp made their way back to the ancient grove. As they planted the seed in the fertile earth, a gentle light began to spread through the forest, touching every leaf and branch, every creature and spirit. The air seemed to shimmer with magic, and the balance was restored. Mira returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of gratitude and a newfound understanding of the world around her. She continued to visit the forest, sharing its wonders with others and teaching them the lessons she had learned. The importance of kindness, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people living in harmony with the forest that surrounded them. Mira grew wise and content, her adventures becoming the stories that would be told to generations yet to come. The ancient grove remained a place of magic and wonder, a reminder of the world where dreams and reality intertwined. As the years passed, Mira became a beloved figure in the village, known for her gentle spirit and her tales of the hidden world within the forest. Children would gather around her, eyes wide with wonder, as she recounted her adventures and the lessons she had learned. She would speak of the pendant that had opened her eyes to the magic around her and the friends she had made along the way. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Mira sat by the stream that wound through Willowbrook. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of the water was like a lullaby. She gazed at the pendant, now a little worn but still glowing softly, and felt a deep peace settle within her. It was then that she noticed a movement in the corner of her eye. Turning, she saw a group of children approaching, their faces alight with curiosity and excitement. They gathered around her, their eyes shining with anticipation. "Tell us a story, Mira," one of them pleaded, his voice a soft whisper in the cool evening air. Mira smiled, her heart warmed by their eagerness. "Of course," she replied, her voice gentle and soothing. "Let me tell you about a world hidden within our own, a place where magic lingers in the air and the wonders of the forest are revealed to those who seek them with an open heart." As she spoke, the children listened intently, their imaginations taking flight on the wings of her words. She told them of the ancient grove, the wise elder tree, and the brave wisp who had helped her on her journey. She spoke of the seed that had restored the balance and the lessons she had learned, the importance of seeing the beauty in the world, of cherishing the bonds we share, and of embracing the magic that lies within each of us. As the last notes of her story faded into the night, the children sat in silence, their minds filled with the wonders of the forest and the secrets it held. Mira looked at them, her heart swelling with love and pride. "Remember," she said softly, "the world is full of magic, if only we take the time to see it. And sometimes the most extraordinary things are hidden in the most ordinary of places." With those words, she sent them off to their homes, their hearts and minds filled with the promise of adventure and the magic of the world around them. As Mira watched them go, she knew that the legacy of the forest would live on in their hearts, just as it had in hers. The ancient grove would continue to be a place of wonder and discovery, where the lines between reality and dreams blurred, and the magic of friendship and wisdom shone brightly. And so, under the light of the stars and the gentle glow of the moon, Mira sat by the stream, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The world was a place of infinite beauty and wonder, and she knew that she was part of something much larger than herself, a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by the bonds of friendship and the gentle wisdom of an ancient forest. In the quiet of the night, as the village of Willowbrook lay nestled in the embrace of the forest, Mira closed her eyes, content in the knowledge that the magic of the world would continue to inspire and guide those who sought it with an open heart. And in the distance, the ancient grove stood silent and eternal, a beacon of hope and wonder for all who dared to dream. Story 18. In the vast tapestry of stars that stretched across the universe, there existed a small, twinkling blue planet known as Lyra. Its skies were perpetually filled with the soft glow of dancing lights, and its air hummed with the gentle melodies of the wind weaving through the towering crystal trees. On Lyra lived a gentle species called the lumens, known for their shimmering, translucent skin and the warm glow that pulsed from their bodies, reflecting their emotions like a living kaleidoscope. One calm evening, as the twin moons of Lyra began their slow ascent, a peculiar visitor arrived from a distant and arid world. The visitor's name was Kor, a rugged creature from the planet Durox, whose surface was covered in swirling sands and whose inhabitants had evolved to withstand its harsh conditions. Kor was a wanderer, possessing a tough, scaled hide and eyes that glinted like polished onyx under the light of 1,000 suns. Kor's spacecraft, a patchwork vessel of various scraps and metals, landed with a gentle thud on the soft, mossy ground near the village of the Lumens. As he stepped out, the air of Lyra filled his lungs with a refreshing coolness that he had never before experienced. Yet despite the beauty surrounding him, Kor felt an unfamiliar sense of unease, for his journey had brought him to a world so vastly different from his own. Among the lumens who approached to greet him was a young, curious lumen named Arya. Her glow was a soft lavender, shimmering with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Welcome to Lyra," Arya said, her voice as melodious as the songs of her world. "We are honored by your visit." Kor nodded, his expression cautious yet intrigued. "Thank you," he replied, his voice deep and resonant like the rumbling of distant thunder. "I come seeking knowledge and perhaps some rest." As the days passed, Kor found himself both fascinated and bewildered by the ways of the lumens. Their lives were filled with harmony, their every movement a dance of grace and unity. Yet he often felt out of place, his rough exterior and brusque demeanor a stark contrast to the delicate, fluid nature of his hosts. One afternoon, while wandering through the crystalline forest, Kor stumbled upon Arya, who was carefully tending to a garden of luminous flowers. The plants responded to her touch, blooming in vibrant hues of pink and gold. Intrigued, Kor crouched down beside her, his curiosity overcoming his reservations. "What are they?" he asked, gesturing to the flowers. Arya smiled, her glow brightening with joy. "These are starlit blossoms. They bloom only when they sense kindness in their surroundings." Kor watched in silence, a flicker of something unrecognized stirring within him. "On Durox, our plants are hardy, built to survive the harshest of storms. These are different." Arya nodded, sensing the weight behind Kor's words. "Different, yes, but there is strength in softness, Kor, just as there is strength in you." As Arya spoke, Kor felt a warmth spread through his chest, unfamiliar yet comforting. He realized, with a start, that her words carried a truth he had never considered. In the following weeks, Kor and Arya spent more time together, exploring the wonders of Lyra and sharing stories of their worlds. They laughed at their differences and marveled at the similarities they uncovered. Kor taught Arya how to craft sand sculptures, a cherished art form from his desert home, while Arya showed Kor the beauty of creating music with the wind. Yet, not all their days were filled with peace. One evening, as the village gathered for a festival beneath the shimmering sky, a misunderstanding arose. Kor, unused to the lumen's intricate dances, accidentally disrupted the flow, causing several lumens to falter and stumble. Embarrassed and frustrated, Kor withdrew into the shadows, convinced he had overstepped. Arya found him sitting by the edge of a crystal-clear pond, the water reflecting the troubled darkness of his eyes. She approached quietly, her glow a gentle blue, a soothing balm against his turmoil. Kor, she began softly, none of us are perfect. We all make mistakes, but it is in how we choose to move forward that we find our true selves. Kor looked up, meeting her gaze, and saw only understanding and kindness reflected there. I didn't mean to disrupt, he confessed, his voice low. I feel like I don't belong. But you do, Arya assured him, her glow warming to a reassuring golden hue. You belong because you care, because you try. In that moment, Kor understood the depth of Arya's friendship, and he realized that perhaps he had found a place where he could truly be himself. Together, they returned to the festival, and with Arya's gentle guidance, Kor joined the dance once more, his movements gradually blending into the rhythm of the lumen's joyful celebration. As the months turned into seasons, Kor's presence on Lyra became a cherished part of the village. He learned the ways of the lumens, and in turn, his stories and strength enriched their lives. The bond between Kor and Arya grew unbreakable, forged in shared laughter, mutual respect, and the quiet understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Kor and Arya sat side by side on a grassy hill, overlooking the village. The air was filled with the sounds of peaceful slumber, the lumen's glow casting a gentle light across the land. Thank you, Arya, Kor said, his voice filled with gratitude, for showing me that true strength lies in opening one's heart. Arya smiled, her glow a soft, contented pink. And thank you, Kor, for teaching me that even the toughest exteriors can hold the kindest souls. Together they watched as the night sky unfurled its celestial blanket, a tapestry of infinite possibilities and dreams. In that moment, under the vast expanse of twinkling stars, they knew that the universe was a little brighter for the friendship they had found. And as they sat there, side by side, they realized that the true meaning of friendship was not just in the acceptance of differences, but in the celebration of the beautiful harmony those differences could create. Story 19. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Luminous Lantern. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lived a young girl named Ela. Her heart was as gentle as the morning dew, and her curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Ela spent her days exploring the lush meadows and whispering forests that surrounded her home, always accompanied by her loyal friend, a small fox with fur as fiery as the sunset. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in hues of gold and crimson, Ela and her fox friend, Ember, set out on a new adventure. Today they decided to wander deeper into the woods than ever before. The woods were a place of wonder, their paths winding through thickets of ancient trees that seemed to hold secrets in their gnarled branches. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of pine. As they walked, Ela and Ember heard the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional chirp of a hidden bird. Every step seemed to lead them further into a world untouched by time. After wandering for hours, they stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a peculiar light. At the center stood a large stone, and upon it rested a lantern unlike any they had ever seen. It was made of brass, with intricate patterns etched into its surface, and it glowed with a gentle, otherworldly light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the forest itself. Isla approached the lantern with awe, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What do you think, Ember?" she whispered as the fox tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. The lantern seemed to hum softly, as if it were alive, whispering secrets only the forest could hear. Curiosity piqued. Isla gently lifted the lantern. As she did, a soft, melodious voice filled the clearing. "Welcome, brave adventurers. You have found the Lantern of Echoes, a beacon of light and wisdom." Ela glanced around, searching for the source of the voice, but saw no one. Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "I am the spirit of the lantern," the voice replied, warm and soothing. This lantern holds the power to reveal hidden worlds and guide those who seek knowledge and truth. But beware, for its light can only be seen by those with pure hearts. Isla's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation. "What must we do?" she asked. "The lantern will guide you," the spirit said. "Follow its light, and you will discover realms unseen, places where magic weaves through every branch and brook. Your journey will be one of growth and transformation, a testament to the bonds of friendship." With a nod of understanding, Ela tightened her grip on the lantern's handle. Ember nudged her side, his eyes shining with shared excitement. Together, they stepped forward, the lantern illuminating a path that seemed to appear out of nowhere, leading them deeper into the heart of the forest. As they walked, the woods transformed around them. The trees grew taller and more majestic, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the forest understood. The path wound through glades where the air shimmered with magic, tiny motes of light dancing like fireflies. Ela marveled at the beauty around her, her heart filled with wonder. She had always believed the world held more than met the eye, and now, with the lantern's guidance, she was witnessing it firsthand. Ember trotted beside her, his sharp eyes vigilant, his presence a comforting reminder that she was never alone. Hours turned into days as they journeyed through the enchanted woods. They met creatures both curious and kind, from gentle deer that spoke in soft murmurs to wise owls that shared tales of ancient times. Each encounter left Isla with a deeper understanding of the world and her place within it. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of violet and gold, the lantern's light flickered and dimmed. Isla felt a pang of worry, but the spirit's voice reassured her. "Fear not, for this is a place of learning and reflection. You have come far, but there is more yet to discover." The path led them to a tranquil glade where a small pond mirrored the starlit sky. Ela knelt by the water's edge, her reflection rippling softly. Ember settled beside her, his gaze thoughtful and steady. As they rested, the spirit spoke again, this time with a hint of urgency. "To unlock the lantern's full power, you must find the heart of the forest, a place where magic is born. It lies beyond the whispering woods, in a realm where few have dared to tread." Ela nodded, her resolve strengthened. She was determined to see this journey through, to uncover the mysteries hidden within the heart of the forest. With renewed purpose, she rose to her feet, the lantern's light guiding her once more. The path grew steeper and more challenging, but Isla's spirit remained unyielding. She and Ember pressed on, their bond a source of strength and comfort. The woods seemed to sense their determination, parting before them like a welcoming embrace. At last, they reached the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees gave way to a vast expanse of mist and shadow. The heart of the forest lay beyond, shrouded in mystery and magic. Isla took a deep breath, her heart racing with anticipation. With a final glance at Ember, she stepped into the unknown, the lantern's light a beacon of hope and courage. The mist swirled around them, cool and ethereal, as they ventured into the heart of the magical realm. The journey was fraught with challenges, each step a test of Ela's resolve and wisdom. They encountered riddles whispered by the wind and illusions crafted by the forest itself. But with Ember's guidance and the lantern's light, they navigated each trial, their bond deepening with every triumph. As they neared the heart of the forest, Ela felt a change within herself. She had grown stronger, more confident, and more attuned to the magic that flowed through the world. The journey had transformed her, revealing the depths of her courage and the power of friendship. Finally, they reached a clearing where the trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches arching high above like the vaulted ceiling of an ancient temple. At the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal, its facets catching the lantern's light and refracting it into a dazzling array of colors. The spirit's voice echoed softly in the clearing. "You have found the heart of the forest, a place where magic and wisdom converge. The crystal holds the knowledge of the ages, a testament to the strength of your spirit and the purity of your heart." Ela approached the pedestal, her heart overflowing with awe and gratitude. She placed the lantern beside the crystal, and as she did, a radiant light enveloped the clearing, illuminating the world with a kaleidoscope of colors. In that moment, Isla understood the true gift of the lantern. It was not just a guide, but a reminder of the beauty and magic that existed in every corner of the world. The journey had taught her to see with new eyes, to cherish the bonds of friendship, and to embrace the unknown with courage and hope. With a heart full of gratitude, Ela turned to Ember, her loyal companion and steadfast friend. Together they had faced the unknown, overcome challenges, and discovered the magic within themselves. As they made their way back through the forest, the lantern's light guiding their steps, Ela felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that she would carry the lessons of the journey with her always, a beacon of hope and wisdom in her heart. The woods welcomed them back with open arms, the trees whispering their approval, and the creatures offering their gentle companionship. Ela and Ember returned to the village, their hearts forever changed by the journey they had undertaken. And so, beneath a starlit sky, the village slept, cradled in the embrace of the whispering woods. Ela's story became a cherished tale, a reminder of the magic that lies within and the power of friendship to light the way. As the fire crackled softly, casting its warm glow upon the room, the story came to an end. The gentle murmur of the forest echoed in the distance, a lullaby of peace and contentment, and as Isla drifted into dreams, the lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and love in a world filled with wonder. Story 20. In a land where the veil between reality and magic was as thin as a spider's silk, there lay an ancient forest known to its inhabitants as Whispering Glade. Each dawn, a gentle mist, infused with the fragrance of pine and earth, rose from the mossy floor, bathing the forest in a tender embrace. The sun's rays filtered through the dense canopy, scattering patterns of light that danced like the fairies whispered to dwell within. Whispering Glade was teeming with life. From the smallest ant to the grandest stag, every creature played a role in the delicate balance of this enchanted realm. Among them lived a wise old tortoise named Brindle. His shell was like the bark of an ancient oak, weathered and covered with patches of lichen. Brindle was the keeper of stories, the sage to whom all creatures came when they sought guidance or solace. One day, as the leaves began to blush with the soft hues of autumn, a curious young squirrel named Pippin scampered through the branches, his tail twitching with excitement. He had heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that occurred only once in a generation, a celestial event known as the aurora bloom. It was said that during the aurora bloom, the skies would light up with colors so vivid and pure that they could transform even the hardest of hearts. Pippin, eager to witness this spectacle and learn more about its mysteries, bounded over the fallen leaves to find Brindle. He found the tortoise nestled in his favorite spot, a sunny patch beside a burbling brook where wildflowers swayed in the gentle breeze. "Brindle," chirped Pippin, his eyes wide with anticipation, "tell me about the aurora bloom. Is it true that it can bring harmony to the forest?" Brindle opened his wise, ancient eyes and regarded the young squirrel with a gentle smile. "Ah, the aurora bloom," he began, his voice deep and soothing like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "It is indeed a wondrous event. The skies will paint themselves with ribbons of color, a tapestry woven by the spirits of nature themselves." As Pippin listened, the forest around them seemed to lean in, as if eager to hear the tale once more. "Long ago," Brindle continued, "when the forest was young, the seasons quarreled, each wishing to reign supreme. Spring, with its blossoms, wished for eternal renewal. Summer, with its warmth, wanted endless sunshine. Autumn desired perpetual harvest, and winter, with its blanket of snow, craved quietude." Pippin imagined the seasons as grand beings, each with their own beauty and power, yet unable to see beyond their desires. "It was during one such quarrel," Brindle went on, "that the aurora bloom first appeared. It painted the sky with such beauty that the seasons paused, mesmerized by the harmony of its colors. In that moment, they realized that it was their differences that brought balance to the world. Each had its place, its purpose, and together they created a cycle that enriched the earth." The old tortoise paused, allowing the lesson to settle in the air like the gentle fall of a leaf. "And so, young Pippin," he said, "the aurora bloom reminds us that harmony is not found in sameness, but in the beautiful dance of our differences." Pippin's heart swelled with understanding. He was determined to share this newfound wisdom with his friends and family. As the days grew shorter and the air crisper, he busied himself preparing for the long winter, all the while spreading Brindle's story through the forest. When the night of the aurora bloom finally arrived, the creatures of Whispering Glade gathered in a clearing. The air was electric with anticipation, and a hush fell as the first wisps of color began to unfurl across the sky. Blues and greens, pinks and purples wove a celestial tapestry, each hue more vibrant than the last. Pippin sat beside Brindle, his heart full of peace as he watched the sky dance. Around them, animals of all kinds, mice and foxes, owls and deer, sat side by side, their differences forgotten in the face of such beauty. It was a moment of pure unity, and Pippin understood that this was the true magic of the aurora bloom. As the colors slowly faded, leaving only the twinkling stars behind, the creatures of Whispering Glade returned to their homes with hearts alight with harmony and understanding. The forest once again settled into the gentle rhythm of life, each creature playing its part in the grand symphony of nature. And so, in the embrace of the ancient forest, with the lessons of the aurora bloom etched into their hearts, the inhabitants of Whispering Glade continued to cherish the balance of their world. Each season, each creature, each fleeting moment of beauty woven into the tapestry of life. Brindle, with a heart full of wisdom and stories yet to be told, watched over them all. His eyes, reflecting the warmth of 1,000 sunsets, held the promise of the generations yet to come, who would also learn to see the beauty in their differences and the strength in their unity. Story 21. Beneath the vast canopy of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through leaves in a mosaic of gold and green, there lived a gentle community of creatures, each with its own secret story. This forest, known as Elderglen, was a place where the whispers of nature were as audible as the songs of birds, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. In the heart of Elderglen, a great oak stood taller than any other. Its trunk was gnarled and wise, having witnessed the passage of countless seasons. Around this oak, a network of roots spread like the veins of the earth, providing shelter and sustenance to many of the forest's inhabitants. Among them was Bramble, a wise and gentle hedgehog with quills that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Bramble was known throughout Elderglen for his knowledge of the forest's secrets and his gentle, kind-hearted nature. His small burrow, nestled at the base of the great oak, was a sanctuary for those seeking guidance and warmth. The burrow was lined with soft moss and fragrant leaves, creating a nest-like warmth that cradled all who entered. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced to the ground in a flurry of reds and golds, Bramble awoke to a quiet rustling outside his home. It was Luna, a graceful doe with eyes that mirrored the depths of the forest night. Her appearance was always met with joy, as she was a harbinger of wisdom and peace. "Good morning, Luna," Bramble greeted warmly, his voice as soothing as the gentle rustling of leaves. "What brings you here on such a beautiful day?" Luna lowered her head, her gaze soft and serene. "Bramble, the balance of our forest is shifting. The streams are not as clear, and the air feels heavier," she explained, her voice laced with concern. Bramble nodded, understanding the gravity of her words. The harmony of Elderglen was delicate, a tapestry woven from threads of mutual respect and care between its inhabitants and the natural world. "We must seek the advice of the elders," Bramble suggested, his eyes bright with determination. "Together, we can find a way to restore balance." With a gentle nod, Luna agreed, and together they set off through the forest. The path was a symphony of sensory delights, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the crisp bite of autumn air, and the sweet scent of wild berries ripening on the vine. As they walked, the forest seemed to pulse with life, each creature playing its part in the grand symphony of nature. Their journey led them to an ancient glade, where the elders of the forest gathered, a council of wise creatures whose years had gifted them with knowledge beyond measure. There was Thorn, a venerable tortoise with a shell that bore the marks of centuries, and Willow, a silver-furred owl whose eyes sparkled with the light of countless moons. Bramble and Luna shared their concerns with the council, their voices mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant song of a brook. The elders listened intently, their expressions thoughtful. It is the cycle of the seasons, Thorn rumbled, his voice deep and resonant like the distant roll of thunder. Just as the trees shed their leaves, so must we sometimes let go of what we hold dear to make way for new growth. Willow nodded, her feathers catching the sunlight in a shimmer of silver. Change is the essence of life, yet it is within our power to guide that change, to nurture the seeds of harmony. Together, the council devised a plan. They would call upon the magic of the forest, a magic as old as time itself, to cleanse the streams and renew the air. This magic was not one of spells and incantations, but of actions and intentions, a powerful reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Under the guidance of the elders, the creatures of Elderglen worked in harmony. They cleared fallen branches from the streams, allowing the water to flow freely once more, and planted seeds that would grow into new life, enriching the soil and air. With each action, the forest seemed to breathe easier, its pulse steady and strong. As the days passed, the forest began to heal. The streams sparkled with clarity, and the air was filled with the sweet, fresh scent of renewal. The creatures of Elderglen felt a deep sense of peace, knowing they had restored the balance through their collective efforts. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon in a blaze of orange and pink, Bramble and Luna stood together beneath the great oak. The forest was alive with the sounds of evening, the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the soft murmur of the wind. "Thank you, Bramble," Luna said softly, her eyes reflecting the fading light. "Your wisdom and kindness have guided us through." Bramble smiled, his heart full. "It is the forest that teaches us," he replied, his voice a gentle caress. "We are all part of a greater whole, each one of us a thread in the tapestry of life." With the balance restored, the creatures of Elderglen continued to thrive, each season bringing new wonders and challenges. And though change was inevitable, they knew that together, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the bonds of friendship, they could face whatever lay ahead. As night fell and the stars sprinkled the sky like diamonds, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the ancient embrace of Elderglen. And in the heart of that timeless woodland, the gentle stories of its creatures continued to weave a tapestry of harmony, whispering softly to those who listened with open hearts. Story 22. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the vast canvas of space, there lay a small verdant planet known as Lyria. Lyria was a sanctuary of peace and serenity, its surface carpeted with lush, emerald forests and sparkling cerulean lakes that reflected the ever-changing colors of its sky. This harmonious world was home to the gentle Lyrians, beings of light and warmth who thrived in the quietude of their leafy glades and sang songs of old beneath the glow of their 3 moons. Across the galaxy, on a starkly contrasting world known as Zorthax, the Zorthians lived amidst towering, jagged peaks and stormy crimson skies. The Zorthians, armored in scales that glimmered like molten metal, were known for their resilience and strength, but their hearts yearned for connection beyond the confines of their turbulent home. One day, an unexpected event set the stage for an extraordinary encounter. A Lyrian named Orin, whose curiosity often led him beyond the confines of his tranquil world, embarked on a journey to explore the cosmos in his small starlight-powered vessel. Meanwhile, a Zorthian named Kale, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond the tumultuous winds of Zorthax, set forth in his sturdy, meteor-resistant ship. Fate, with its mysterious ways, drew their paths together. As their ships entered a dense nebula, a sudden surge of cosmic energy pulled them into a swirling vortex, leaving them disoriented and adrift in unknown space. When the swirling colors subsided and the calm of the starlit void returned, Orin and Kale found their ships gently colliding on the surface of an uncharted planet, a place where crystalline formations jutted from the ground like the spires of forgotten temples. Their initial meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Kale, with his imposing stature and fiery eyes, seemed intimidating to Orin, who was used to the gentler presence of his fellow Lyrians. Orin's ethereal glow and soft-spoken nature made Kale wary, as he had never encountered such a being. However, stranded together on this alien world, they had no choice but to find a way to communicate. At first, their attempts were clumsy, words were few, gestures often misinterpreted. Yet slowly, they began to bridge the gap between their worlds. Oren shared the melodies of Lyria, singing softly beneath the alien sky, and Kale, moved by the haunting beauty of the songs, responded with tales of Zorthax, his voice resonating like distant thunder. As days turned into nights under the twin suns of the planet, they faced challenges that tested their growing bond. The planet, though stunningly beautiful, was not without its perils. Shifting sands concealed treacherous sinkholes, and sudden temperature drops turned the warm days into freezing nights. Together, they learned to navigate the landscape, combining Oren's gentle wisdom with Kale's pragmatic strength. One evening, as they huddled together for warmth beneath a shelter they had crafted from the planet's crystalline shards, Oren shared a story from Lyria, a tale of a tree whose roots spread far and wide, connecting all life in the forest. Kale listened intently, drawing parallels to his own world, where the Zorthians relied on their interconnectedness to withstand fierce storms. "I never realized how similar our worlds are," Kale mused, his voice softened by newfound understanding. "Different, yes, but at their core, they both thrive on connection." Oren nodded, his luminous eyes reflecting the flickering light of their makeshift campfire. "We are both like the branches of that tree, reaching out, seeking the warmth of understanding." Their journey continued, each day bringing new revelations. They discovered that their differences were strengths rather than obstacles. Oren's gentle touch coaxed life from the barren soil, allowing them to cultivate food, while Kale's keen senses protected them from lurking dangers. Through shared laughter and quiet moments of reflection, they grew closer. Oren found solace in Kale's steadfast presence, while Kale found peace in Oren's calming aura. They became an inseparable pair, each completing the other in ways neither had anticipated. Finally, after many cycles, they managed to repair their ships with the resources they had gathered. As they prepared to depart, a quiet sadness settled over them. They stood side by side, gazing at the stars that had brought them together and now beckoned them apart. "Thank you, Oren," Kale said, his voice a gentle rumble, "for teaching me to see beyond the storms." "And thank you, Kale," Oren replied, his light shimmering with emotion, "for showing me the strength in resilience." With a final embrace, their ships lifted into the sky, tracing paths back to their respective worlds. Yet even as they returned to the familiar comforts of Lyria and Zorthax, they carried with them the warmth of their shared journey, a reminder that friendship could blossom in the most unlikely places. Thus, the galaxy continued to spin its tales among the stars, and somewhere in the hearts of a Lyrian and a Zorthian, a bond forged in the crucible of adventure shone as brightly as the distant suns. And in the quiet of their worlds, they knew that no matter the distance, they would always be connected by the invisible threads of friendship that transcended time and space. Story 23. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village where the air was always sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lived a curious young boy named Oliver. He had tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 adventures yet to be had. Oliver was known throughout the village for his inquisitive nature and his boundless imagination, often wandering to the edge of the nearby forest, which the villagers called the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods were a place of enchantment and mystery, where the trees seemed to lean in close to share their secrets with the wind. The leaves whispered tales of ancient times, and the babbling brooks sang melodies that tickled the ears of those who ventured near. Despite the stories of wonder, few dared to explore its depths, for it was said that the forest transformed with each passing day, revealing new paths and hidden glades only to those who were truly open to its magic. One gentle spring morning, when the sky was painted with the soft hues of dawn, Oliver felt a tug at his heart, urging him to venture beyond the familiar path. He packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a flask of fresh water, and his favorite book of fairy tales, and set off towards the forest with a heart full of anticipation. As Oliver stepped beneath the leafy canopy, the air grew cooler and carried with it the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting playful patterns on the mossy ground. With each step, the world around him seemed to hum with life. The gentle rustle of leaves was accompanied by the melodic chirping of unseen birds, and every now and then a squirrel would dash across his path, pausing just long enough to nod a curious greeting before scurrying away. Deeper into the woods he wandered, until he came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. At its center stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. This wasn't just any tree. Its bark shimmered as if dusted with stardust, and its roots wove a tapestry over the earth. Nestled among these roots was a small door, no taller than Oliver's knee, painted in a cheerful shade of blue. With a heart full of wonder, Oliver knelt beside the door, tracing its intricate carvings with his fingertips. Just as he pondered who might live within, the door creaked open, revealing a tiny creature no larger than Oliver's hand. It was a sprightly fairy with wings like the wings of a dragonfly, iridescent and delicate. Her eyes were bright as dewdrops, and her smile was as warm as the sun. "Greetings, young traveler," she chimed in a voice as light as the breeze. "I am Lyra, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our magical home?" Oliver, awestruck but filled with a newfound courage, replied, "I am Oliver, and I seek to understand the wonders of this forest. I wish to learn the stories the trees whisper and the songs the brooks sing." Lyra flitted closer, her wings shimmering in the sunlight. "Then you have come to the right place, Oliver. But know this, the forest reveals its secrets only to those who walk with an open heart and a gentle spirit. Are you ready for the journey?" With a nod of determination, Oliver agreed, and together they set off, with Lyra guiding him deeper into the heart of the Whispering Woods. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Flowers bloomed in bursts of color, and the air was filled with the sweet, intoxicating scent of honeysuckle and lavender. Their path led them to a glistening pond, its surface like a liquid mirror, reflecting the azure sky. As they approached, the water rippled, and a family of otters emerged, their sleek fur glistening in the sunlight. They chattered happily, inviting Oliver to join in their playful games. With laughter echoing through the trees, Oliver and the otters splashed and played, their joy a symphony of simple pleasures. When it was time to move on, Oliver thanked the otters and continued his journey with Lyra. The next part of their adventure took them through a grove where the trees bore fruits of every imaginable color and flavor. Oliver reached up to pick a vibrant orange fruit, and as he took a bite, its sweet juice dribbled down his chin, filling him with a warmth that spread to his very toes. As they wandered further, Oliver noticed a gentle glow emanating from a thicket of ferns. Curious, he parted the fronds to find a circle of mushrooms, each one aglow with a soft, ethereal light. In the center of this fairy ring sat a tiny hedgehog, its quills decorated with delicate flowers. The hedgehog looked up at Oliver with wise, twinkling eyes. "Welcome, young adventurer," it squeaked. "I am Thorn, keeper of the forest's dreams. What dreams do you bring to our enchanted realm?" Oliver thought for a moment, then replied, "I dream of understanding the world and its wonders, of finding magic in every corner of life." Thorn nodded, a smile curling at the corners of his tiny mouth. "Then remember, young one, magic is not just in the extraordinary, but also in the ordinary moments that we sometimes overlook." With this gentle reminder, Oliver and Lyra continued their journey until the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. As they made their way back toward the village, Oliver's heart was full to bursting with the stories and lessons of the Whispering Woods. When they reached the edge of the forest, Lyra hovered before Oliver, her wings a blur of shimmering colors. "Thank you for walking the path with an open heart, Oliver. The forest will always welcome you back, should you ever wish to return." Oliver smiled, his eyes reflecting the warmth of the setting sun. "Thank you, Lyra, for showing me the magic that lies in every leaf and every creature." With a final flutter of her wings, Lyra disappeared into the depths of the forest, leaving Oliver to make his way home under the twilight sky. As he approached his village, he carried with him not just the memories of his adventure, but the quiet courage and joy that came from exploring the unknown. And so, as Oliver settled into his bed that night, he knew that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and that sometimes the greatest adventures begin with a simple step into the unknown. With a peaceful heart, he drifted into dreams sweetened by the whispers of the woods, knowing that magic would always find its way to those who dared to seek it. and in the village where wildflowers forever bloomed, the tale of Oliver's journey became a cherished story, shared by the fireside to inspire the hearts of dreamers young and old. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced together in perfect harmony. Story 24. In a far-flung galaxy where the stars whispered stories to the night, there thrived a planet named Verdantia, known for its lush emerald forests and skies painted in shades of lavender. Verdantia was home to the seraphim, a gentle and ethereal species, whose wings shimmered with iridescent hues, catching the light like tiny rainbows. Their hearts were as soft as the silken leaves of their towering trees, and they spoke in melodies that drifted through the air like the sweetest lullabies. Far across the cosmos lay the planet of Phyrexia, a world of towering metal spires and endless humming machinery. Here lived the Makari, beings forged from gleaming alloys, with eyes that glowed softly like the embers of a dying fire. They were a practical, logical species, speaking in clicks and whirs that resonated through the echoing halls of their metallic cities. One day, a peculiar twist of fate brought two souls from these distant worlds together. Lyra, a seraphim with wings like the morning dew, found herself wandering too close to the edge of her world. A mischievous breeze, as if playing a cosmic jest, swept her into the vastness of space. She tumbled through stardust and skated along solar winds until she landed, with a gentle thud, on the cold surface of Phyrexia. There she met Zayan, a young Makari with a heart as curious as it was kind. Zayan had always been fascinated by tales of the organic worlds beyond his own, and when he found Lyra, he was struck by her ethereal glow and the softness of her being. At first, their interactions were tangled in misunderstanding. Lyra's melodic voice was foreign to Zayan's mechanical ears, and his clicks and whirs were like a riddle she couldn't quite decipher. Yet, beneath the surface of their differences, a shared curiosity began to blossom. Zayan offered Lyra a place to rest and recharge, a cozy nook within his workshop filled with the gentle hum of circuits and the soothing glow of warm lights. In return, Lyra sang to Zayan the stories of her world, painting pictures in the air with her words, weaving tapestries of verdant forests and skies awash with colors he could scarcely imagine. As they spent more time together, they began to understand one another's languages. Lyra learned to read the emotions in Zayan's eyes, the subtle shifts in their light, while Zayan attuned his sensors to the lilting cadence of her speech. They discovered that while their worlds were different, their hearts beat with the same rhythm of wonder and warmth. Their friendship, however, was put to the test when a great storm loomed over Phyrexia, a rare and fearsome occurrence that threatened to engulf the planet in a whirlwind of debris and darkness. The storm's arrival was heralded by the ominous crackle of energy in the air, and the ground trembled beneath its approach. Zayan knew the storm could wreak havoc on his metallic home, but he feared more for Lyra, whose delicate wings and gentle heart might be swept away by its fury. He devised a plan to shield his workshop and secure a safe haven for Lyra, yet she refused to hide away. Instead, she insisted on helping, believing that together they could face the storm. As the tempest descended, Zayan and Lyra worked side by side, their efforts harmonizing like a duet. Lyra's light touch and Zayan's precise calculations combined to fortify their shelter. When the storm finally broke over them, howling with the might of 1,000 winds, they held fast, their friendship a beacon that shone through the darkness. In the heart of the storm, as they huddled close within their sanctuary, Zayan marveled at Lyra's courage and warmth. She, in turn, was awed by his steadfastness and ingenuity. Through whispered words and shared smiles, they realized that their differences were not barriers but bridges, each bringing something unique and valuable to the other. When the storm finally passed and calm returned to Phyrexia, the world seemed to hold its breath, as if honoring the bond that had been forged in its midst. The skies cleared, revealing a tapestry of stars twinkling with a gentle glow, as if they too celebrated the friendship born from the storm. Lyra knew she would soon need to return to Verdantia, but the thought no longer filled her with sorrow. For she and Zayan had discovered that true friendship transcends distance and difference, a connection that remained as constant as the stars. When the time came for her to leave, Zion and Lyra stood beneath the vast, starlit sky, their hearts full of gratitude for the journey they had shared. With a promise to meet again among the stars, Lyra unfurled her wings, catching the gentle breeze that would carry her home. Zion watched her rise, her form a glimmer of light against the night, and he knew that their friendship would forever be a guiding star in his heart. And so, in a galaxy where stars whispered stories to the night, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that illuminated the darkest storms and bridged the vast distances between their worlds, leaving a trail of light that would never fade. Story 25. Title: The Whispering Willow's Secret. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and bordered by a dense, ancient forest, there was a certain magic that seemed to linger in the air. It was a place where the sun cast a golden glow upon cobblestone streets, and the gentle babble of a brook provided a soothing symphony to the lives of its inhabitants. The villagers often spoke of a hidden world within the forest, a secret known only to those with hearts pure enough to perceive it. Among these villagers was a gentle-hearted boy named Callum. With eyes that mirrored the sky and a curiosity as boundless as the forest itself, Callum often wandered the woods, finding solace beneath the towering trees. The villagers whispered of his affinity with nature, how the birds seemed to sing just for him, and how the flowers turned their faces to catch his gaze. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced to the ground in hues of amber and gold, Callum set off on one of his many forest explorations. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, a comforting aroma that filled his senses with warmth. He carried with him a small satchel filled with a sketchbook and a handful of apples, his favorite companions on such adventures. As he ventured deeper, the light of the sun began to wane, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the path. Callum, feeling a familiar tug of intuition, strayed from the well-trodden trail, drawn toward a part of the forest he had not yet explored. The trees here were older, their trunks thick with moss and their branches intertwining like the fingers of old friends. It was then that he stumbled upon a willow unlike any other. Its trunk was massive, with roots that curled and twisted into the earth like a dragon's tail. The leaves, long and silvery, whispered secrets in the wind. Fascinated, Callum approached, feeling an inexplicable pull towards the ancient tree. As he drew closer, he noticed something peculiar, a shimmering light emanating from within the willow's trunk. With a gentle touch, he placed his hand upon the bark, and to his astonishment, the tree began to hum softly, resonating with a gentle warmth that coursed through him. The bark parted like a curtain, revealing a hidden doorway beneath the layers of wood. Callum hesitated for a moment, his heart pounding with a blend of trepidation and excitement. But his curiosity won over, and he stepped through the opening, finding himself in a world that seemed to have leapt straight from the pages of a fairy tale. The hidden realm within the willow was a place of breathtaking beauty. Luminescent flowers bloomed along the forest floor, casting a soft, ethereal glow. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, a kaleidoscope of butterflies, luminescent dragonflies, and small, gentle-eyed animals that seemed to regard Callum with a friendly curiosity. In the center of this magical clearing stood a fountain, its waters sparkling like liquid silver beneath the light of an unseen moon. And beside this fountain was a girl, no older than Callum, with hair the color of midnight and eyes that shone with a wisdom beyond her years. "Welcome," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am Lyra, guardian of the Whispering Willow." Callum, still awestruck by the beauty surrounding him, managed to find his voice. I didn't mean to intrude. I was just—" Lyra smiled, a gentle reassurance that eased his nerves. "You were drawn here by the willow's song. Only those with a heart attuned to the whispers of nature can find this place." They spoke for hours, seated by the fountain's edge. Lyra told Callum of the hidden world's history, a sanctuary for creatures and secrets long forgotten by the outside world. The willow, she explained, was ancient magic, a protector of both the forest and the village, its roots entwined with the very heart of the land. As the evening wore on, Callum learned of a challenge that threatened this serene haven. Shadows had begun to creep into their world, an ominous presence that sought to steal the light and peace from the hidden realm. The creatures had grown anxious, their songs tinged with unease. "We need your help, Callum," Lyra implored, her eyes earnest. "The shadows can only be banished by the courage and kindness of a true friend to the forest." Callum felt a surge of determination. Though he was but a boy, his heart brimmed with a resolve stronger than any sword. "I'll help," he promised, his voice steady. "Tell me what I must do." With Lyra's guidance, Callum embarked on a journey deeper into the heart of the hidden realm. Together, they traversed landscapes that defied imagination, fields where the grass sang underfoot, and lakes where the stars seemed to have fallen from the sky to rest upon the water's surface. Their journey was not without challenges. The shadows lay in wait, weaving illusions of doubt and fear. But Callum's spirit remained unyielding, buoyed by Lyra's unwavering faith and the knowledge that he was not alone. With each step, he grew more attuned to the magic of the realm, his senses heightened and his heart opened to the whispers of the land. In the depths of the enchanted forest, they found the source of the shadows, a dark crystal, buried deep within the earth, pulsating with a malevolent energy. To break its hold, Callum would need to channel the magic of the willow, using the power of friendship and light to dispel the darkness. With Lyra's hand in his, Callum closed his eyes, reaching out with his heart to the willow's spirit. He felt its warmth, a gentle embrace that bolstered his courage. Together, they focused their energies, envisioning the crystal bathed in light, its shadows dissolving into nothingness. As if sensing their unity, the forest joined them in their effort. The luminescent flowers glowed brighter, the creatures raised their voices in a harmonious chorus, and the waters of the fountain shimmered with a radiant light. The shadows recoiled, their dark tendrils shrinking beneath the brilliance of their combined strength. Finally, with a resonating crack, the crystal shattered, releasing a burst of light that spread through the forest like a sunrise, banishing the shadows and restoring peace to the hidden realm. Callum and Lyra stood together, their hearts light with triumph. The creatures of the forest gathered around them, their eyes filled with gratitude and joy. The willow's song, once tinged with sorrow, now sang of hope and renewal. "You did it," Lyra whispered, her voice filled with awe. "You saved us all." Callum smiled, a warmth spreading through him that no shadow could ever dim. "We did it," he corrected gently. "Together." As the first light of dawn began to filter through the leaves, Callum knew it was time to return to the village. But the hidden world would always remain in his heart, a sanctuary of magic and friendship that had changed him forever. With a final farewell to Lyra and the wondrous creatures of the forest, Callum stepped back through the willow's portal, emerging once more into the familiar embrace of the waking world. The sun cast its golden rays upon the village, the brook sang its gentle song, and Callum knew that the magic of the willow would always be a part of him, a reminder of the power of courage, kindness, and the bonds that unite us all. As he made his way home, Callum carried with him a new understanding, that even the smallest acts of bravery and friendship could light up the darkest of places, and that the true magic of the world lay in the hearts of those willing to believe. Story 26. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood like sentinels of time, there lived a gentle squirrel named Whisker. Whisker was known throughout the woods not just for her bushy tail that shimmered with a peculiar silver hue, but also for her curious nature. She had a knack for discovering the hidden secrets of the forest, often finding herself in places where few dared to tread. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves fell like soft whispers to the earth, Whisker embarked on her daily exploration. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. With her keen eyes scanning the surroundings, she noticed an unusual glint beneath a pile of amber leaves. Her heart quickened with the thrill of discovery as she dug through the foliage, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was no ordinary find. It was adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines and tiny etched animals that seemed to move when the light caught them just right. Whisker carefully lifted the lid, and inside she found a delicate golden acorn, its surface shimmering as if it held the warmth of the sun. As soon as her paw touched the acorn, a gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it a soft, melodious voice. Guardian of the forest, I greet you, the voice sang. Whisker looked around, bewildered yet enchanted. I am the spirit of the glimmering woods. You have found the acorn of whispers, a magical gift that allows you to speak with the heart of the forest. Whisker, filled with wonder, asked, "What should I do with such a gift?" "Listen," the voice replied. "Listen to the needs of the woods, and you will find your purpose." From that day on, Whisker could hear the whispers of the forest. She heard the songs of the birds as they spoke of distant lands, the old oak trees sharing tales of centuries past, and even the smallest flower recounting its joy at seeing the sun. Each voice was a thread in the tapestry of the forest's life, and Whisker became its gentle caretaker, listening and learning. One chilly evening, as the first stars began to twinkle against the velvet sky, a new sound reached Whisker's ears. It was a soft whimper, carried by the wind from the northern edge of the forest. Concerned, Whisker followed the sound, her paws crunching softly over the frost-kissed leaves. There, at the edge of the woods, she found a young fox cub named Finn, his bright eyes filled with tears. "Why do you cry, little one?" Whisker asked gently, her voice as soothing as the forest itself. Finn looked up, startled, but then he saw the kindness in Whisker's eyes. "I've lost my way," he sniffled. "I wandered too far from my den, and now I can't find my family." Whisker's heart went out to Finn. "Fear not," she assured him. "The forest will guide us." With the acorn of whispers nestled safely in her paw, she listened. The trees rustled a gentle lullaby, and the wind carried the scent of Finn's family. Together, Whisker and Finn journeyed through the moonlit paths of the forest. As they walked, Whisker shared stories of the woods, and Finn in turn recounted tales of his playful adventures. A friendship blossomed between them, one that defied the usual wary distance between squirrels and foxes. The journey was not without its challenges. They crossed the silver stream, its waters sparkling with the light of the moon, and climbed over the great fallen oak, where shadows danced like mischievous pixies. But with every step, Whisker's confidence grew, and Finn's fear melted away like frost in the morning sun. Finally, as dawn painted the horizon with hues of pink and gold, they reached the heart of the fox's territory. Finn's family was there, their anxious eyes turning to joy at the sight of their lost cub. Tears of happiness glistened in Finn's eyes as he turned to Whisker. "Thank you, dear friend," he whispered. "You have shown me kindness and courage." Whisker smiled, her heart warmed by the reunion. "We are all part of this forest," she replied, "and together we make it whole." With Finn safely back with his family, Whisker returned to her own corner of the woods. She carried with her not just the acorn of whispers, but also the knowledge that friendship and understanding could bridge even the widest gaps. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the whispering winds, Whisker continued her role as the forest's gentle guardian. She listened to the voices of the woods, helping wherever she could, and shared the stories of the forest with any creature willing to listen. As the seasons turned, and the forest danced through its cycles of life, Whisker's tale became a part of the wood's eternal song. And though the acorn of whispers was a magical gift, it was her kindness and willingness to listen that truly made the forest a place of harmony and peace. In the heart of the ancient forest, the gentle squirrel and her friends lived happily, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of the woods. They were a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of a world where every voice, no matter how small, was heard and cherished. And so, under the shimmering canopy of stars and the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest thrived, a haven of peace and wonder for all who called it home. Story 27. Once upon a time, nestled in a lush valley surrounded by rolling hills, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. The village was known for its enchanting landscape, where fields of wildflowers danced in the breeze and the scent of fresh pine lingered in the air. In the heart of this village lived a gentle weaver named Marin. Her small cottage, covered in climbing ivy, sat at the edge of the forest, where she spent her days creating tapestries that captured the essence of the world around her. Marin was known for her kindness, weaving warmth and beauty into every piece she crafted. Yet despite the admiration of her fellow villagers, Marin often felt a deep restlessness within her heart. She feared change and clung to the familiar, weaving the same patterns and using the same colors, as if afraid to disturb the delicate balance of her life. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, Maren sat by her loom, the gentle crackling of her fireplace the only sound in the room. The fire's glow cast flickering shadows on the walls, creating a tapestry of its own. Maren sighed, wishing for inspiration that seemed just out of reach. Suddenly, a soft rustling came from the open window. Maren turned to see a small, peculiar creature perched on the sill. It was a tiny sprite, no larger than her hand, with wings that shimmered like the morning dew on spider silk. Its eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars. "Good evening, Maren," the sprite chimed, its voice as melodic as a babbling brook. "I am Leora, guardian of the forest's magic, and I have come to help you find the change you seek." Maren blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering with both fear and excitement. "But I do not seek change," she murmured, brushing her fingers across the familiar threads of her loom. "Ah, but change has already found you," Leora replied with a gentle smile. "Life's magic lies in the unknown paths we dare to tread." With a delicate flick of its wings, Leora scattered a handful of iridescent dust into the air. As the dust settled, it transformed into a soft, luminous glow that enveloped Maren and her loom. The room seemed to breathe with a newfound vibrancy, the colors of the threads shimmering with an otherworldly light. "Tonight you shall weave a tapestry like no other," Leora declared, "one that mirrors the journey within your heart." Maren hesitated, then nodded, feeling a warmth spread through her as she reached for the threads. She began to weave, her fingers moving with a grace that surprised even her. With each pass of the shuttle, new colors emerged, vibrant hues she had never dared to use before. As the tapestry grew, Maren noticed something extraordinary. The images that formed were not of the usual landscapes and flowers, but of scenes from her own life. She saw herself as a child, chasing fireflies in the meadow, and as a young woman, laughing with friends by the river. Each scene was infused with a magic that seemed to pulse with life. Leora hovered nearby, whispering words of encouragement. "You are weaving more than threads, Maren. You are weaving your story, your dreams, and the courage to embrace the unknown." As the night wore on, Maren felt her fears unraveling, replaced by an exhilarating sense of discovery. She realized that the tapestry was not just a reflection of her past, but a map of her future, a future that she could shape with her own hands. When dawn's first light crept through the window, Maren tied the final knot. The tapestry was unlike anything she had ever created, a masterpiece of colors and emotions, capturing the essence of transformation and growth. "Thank you, Leora," Maren whispered, turning to the sprite, who now rested on her shoulder. "I see now that change is not something to fear, but to welcome with open arms." Leora smiled, its wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear Maren, the magic within you is boundless. Trust in it, and you will always find your way." With a gentle nod, Leora took flight, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust that lingered in the morning light. As Maren watched the sprite disappear into the forest, she felt a newfound confidence blooming within her. In the days that followed, Maren continued to weave, each tapestry a celebration of her journey and the beauty of embracing change. The villagers marveled at her creations, drawn to the vibrant energy that seemed to dance across each piece. And so, in the cozy warmth of her little cottage, Maren discovered that true magic lay not in the tapestry itself, but in the heart of the weaver who dared to dream beyond the loom. The gentle crackle of the fireplace became her companion, a reminder of the night when she first learned to embrace the magic of transformation. And thus, Maren's story became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, shared by the fireside on crisp evenings, a testament to the power of growth and the beauty of finding one's own path in the world. As the village slumbered under the blanket of twilight, Maren's spirit danced in every whisper of the wind, a gentle reminder that change, like the seasons, is a natural and wondrous part of life. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young lad named Finn. With hair as dark as the night sky and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves, Finn was known for his curious nature and gentle heart. His days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of his beloved village, always seeking the next mystery that awaited him. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sun painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Finn set out on his daily wander. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant call of a lone bird greeting the dawn. He walked along the cobblestone path that led to the village square, where an old market was just beginning to stir to life. The market was a tapestry of vibrant colors and tantalizing aromas. Stalls brimmed with fresh produce, handmade crafts, and trinkets that glimmered in the soft morning light. Finn greeted each vendor with a warm smile, his pockets jingling with a few spare coins meant for his mother's shopping list. As he meandered through the crowd, Finn's attention was drawn to an unusual stall tucked away in a quiet corner. It was manned by an elderly gentleman with a long, white beard and twinkling eyes that seemed to hold secrets of their own. The stall was filled with an eclectic assortment of objects, dusty books, tarnished keys, and peculiar-looking stones. Among these curiosities, one item caught Finn's eye, a small, unassuming box made of polished wood, its surface intricately carved with swirling patterns. As if sensing Finn's curiosity, the old man beckoned him closer. "Ah, young Finn," the old man said in a voice that was both gentle and wise, "you have a knack for seeking the extraordinary in the ordinary, do you not?" Finn nodded, his gaze fixed on the box. "What is this, sir?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The old man chuckled softly. "This, my boy, is a box of whispers. It holds the power to reveal the hidden truths of the heart. But beware, for its magic can only be unlocked by those who are truly ready to listen." Intrigued and undeterred by the warning, Finn exchanged a few coins for the box, feeling a strange warmth as it settled into his hands. He thanked the old man and hurried home, eager to uncover the secrets it might hold. That evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Finn sat by the fireplace in his cozy home. The flames danced merrily, casting flickering shadows on the walls. He held the box in his hands, its surface warm and inviting. Taking a deep breath, he carefully opened the lid. To his astonishment, the room was suddenly filled with a gentle murmur, like the soft rustle of leaves in a breeze. The sound seemed to wrap around him, soothing and familiar. It was then that Finn realized the whispers were not just sounds, but words. Words that spoke to him in a language of the heart. The box shared stories of kindness and courage, tales of love and friendship. It spoke of things Finn had never dared to voice, fears and dreams he had kept locked away. And as he listened, Finn felt a change within himself, a growing understanding and acceptance of who he was. The days that followed were filled with wonder. Finn carried the box with him on his adventures, and each time he opened it, he learned something new. The whispers of the box guided him, helping him see the world through a lens of compassion and empathy. His newfound wisdom did not go unnoticed. The villagers soon recognized a change in Finn, a quiet strength and a gentle confidence that inspired those around him. He became a source of comfort and support, always ready to lend a listening ear or a helping hand. One day, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Finn encountered a challenge that would test the limits of his understanding. A terrible storm had swept through the village, leaving behind a path of destruction. Homes were damaged, and the villagers were filled with despair. Finn knew that the strength of the village lay in its unity, and he realized that the whispers of the box had prepared him for this moment. Gathering the villagers in the square, he spoke with a calm assurance that belied his years. "My friends," he began, "we have faced adversity before, and each time we have emerged stronger. Let us come together, share our skills and resources, and rebuild what has been lost. Together we can create something even more beautiful." Inspired by Finn's words, the villagers joined forces, working side by side to restore their beloved home. The whispers of the box, now a part of Finn's very being, guided him in bringing out the best in each person, fostering cooperation and understanding. Under Finn's gentle leadership, the village thrived. The storm's scars were transformed into opportunities for growth, and the bonds of friendship were strengthened in the process. The village became a shining example of resilience and community, a place where kindness and wisdom reigned. As the seasons passed and the village flourished, Finn continued to listen to the whispers of the box. He understood that the magic it held was not just in the words it spoke, but in the way it opened his heart to the world around him. And so, under the watchful gaze of the old man who had entrusted him with the box, Finn remained a beacon of hope and compassion. His journey had changed him, and in turn, he had changed his world, one whisper at a time. As night fell and the stars twinkled above, the village lay in peaceful slumber. The crackling fire in Finn's home cast a warm glow, and the box of whispers rested quietly on the mantel. Finn settled into his chair, a contented smile on his face, knowing that as long as he listened, the magic of the whispers would guide him always. And thus, in the gentle embrace of the night, the village and its people found comfort and resolution, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the wisdom of a young boy who had learned to hear the whispers of his own heart. Story 29. In the heart of an ancient woodland, where the trees whispered secrets older than time, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, there lay a hidden world unseen by most. This was a place where the natural and magical intertwined seamlessly, a delicate dance of harmony and balance that had been maintained for generations. The forest canopy was a cathedral of emerald leaves, filtering the sunlight into gentle beams that caressed the forest floor. Below, a carpet of moss spread like a plush, verdant quilt, and the air was alive with the soft hum of insects and the gentle rustling of critters going about their day. In this enchanted realm lived creatures whose lives were entwined with the rhythms of the earth. Among them were the lumina fairies, whose wings shimmered with the colors of dawn, and the elder tree owls, whose eyes held the wisdom of the ages. The lumina fairies were the caretakers of light, their laughter like tinkling bells as they flitted from flower to flower, spreading warmth and joy. The elder tree owls, on the other hand, were the keepers of knowledge, their deep hoots echoing through the night as they shared stories and secrets with those who would listen. Every creature in this forest had a role to play, their lives a testament to the delicate harmony of nature. The gentle deer, with coats like burnished copper, tended the underbrush, ensuring that the young saplings had space to grow. The industrious beavers crafted dams that slowed the river's flow, creating pools where fish could thrive and where dragonflies danced on iridescent wings. Yet, the most magical of all were the seasonal spirits, ethereal beings who guided the forest through the cycle of the year. In spring, the spirit of bloom awoke, her touch coaxing buds from the branches and painting the world in vibrant hues. Her laughter was like the tinkling of 1,000 tiny bells, and wherever she danced, life flourished. As summer took its turn, the spirit of warmth reigned, her presence a gentle embrace that made the air shimmer with heat and promise. She curled up in the sun-drenched glades, and her lullaby was the gentle hum of bees and the soft whisper of leaves in a warm breeze. Autumn brought the spirit of harvest, whose touch transformed the forest into a tapestry of gold and crimson. Her steps left trails of fallen leaves, and her voice was a soothing murmur, like the rustle of cornstalks in the wind. She taught the creatures of the forest to gather and prepare for the coming cold, sharing her wisdom with a gentle smile. Finally, in the quiet hush of winter, the spirit of frost arrived, her presence turning the world into a sparkling wonderland. Her breath was the crisp bite in the air, her cloak woven from snowflakes and starlight. She whispered secrets of rest and renewal, reminding all that even in the stillness, life continued to weave its magic beneath the surface. One year, as the whispers of winter began to fade and the first signs of spring appeared, a curious event unfolded. A young rabbit named Thistle, with fur as soft as the clouds and eyes as bright as the morning sky, noticed something amiss. The usual chorus of frogs at the pond was silent, and the air seemed heavy, as if holding its breath. Thistle, being of a curious and kind-hearted nature, decided to seek the wisdom of the elder tree owls. As she padded through the forest, the scent of damp earth and new growth filled her senses, and she marveled at the delicate lacework of fresh leaves against the sky. When she reached the ancient oak where the owls held council, she found them perched in solemn thought, their feathers ruffled by concern. The eldest owl, whose eyes were like pools of liquid amber, regarded Thistle with a gentle gaze. "Wise elders," Thistle began, her voice a soft whisper among the rustling leaves, "I come seeking your guidance. The air feels different, and the frogs do not sing. What has happened to our forest? The eldest owl blinked slowly, a gesture heavy with the weight of many years. Young Thistle, he responded in a voice as deep and soothing as the forest itself. There is a disturbance in the balance, a change in the winds that we must set right. The owls explained that a great storm had brewed far beyond the forest, stirred by the restless spirit of wind who had lost her way. The storm threatened to disrupt the delicate harmony of their home, casting shadows where there should be light and silence, where there should be song. Thistle listened intently, her heart swelling with a resolve as strong as the roots of the ancient trees. "What can I do to help?" she asked, her voice small but filled with determination. The owls conferred among themselves, their murmurs like the rustle of paper in the breeze. Finally, the eldest spoke again. "Seek the spirit of bloom," he advised, "for her wisdom and warmth can soothe the storm. She dwells near the heart of the forest, where the first flowers of spring unfurl." With a nod of gratitude, Thistle set off, the path ahead dappled with sunlight and shadow. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, she felt the power of life all around her, the soft thud of her paws on the earth, the cool brush of ferns against her fur, and the sweet scent of blossoms beginning to awaken. At last she reached a meadow, vibrant with the colors of spring. In its center, the spirit of bloom danced, her hair a cascade of blossoms and her gown woven from petals of every hue. She moved with a grace that made the flowers sway, her laughter a melody that filled the air with joy. "Dear spirit," Thistle called out, her voice carrying on the gentle breeze, "the balance of our forest is threatened. The storm grows stronger, and the harmony we cherish is at risk." The spirit of bloom paused in her dance, her eyes meeting Thistle's with a warmth that chased away the chill of worry. "Fear not, little one," she replied, her voice as soft as the petals of a rose. "Together, we shall restore the balance." With that, the spirit of bloom extended her hand, and a cascade of light spread from her fingertips, enveloping the meadow in a glow that banished shadows. Thistle felt the warmth seep into her very being, a reminder that even the smallest creatures could make a difference. Guided by the spirit of bloom, the two returned to the heart of the forest, where the storm's edge threatened to encroach. The spirit raised her arms, and from her touch, a wave of blossoms surged forth, their colors vivid against the gray sky. The storm hesitated, its fury tempered by the beauty and strength of the burgeoning spring. The Lumina fairies joined the effort, their wings a blur of color as they wove through the air, casting shimmering trails of light that danced among the trees. The elder tree owls took flight, their wings beating a steady rhythm that echoed through the canopy, a reminder of the wisdom and endurance of nature. As the creatures of the forest came together, each playing their part in the symphony of life, the storm began to relent. Its winds softened, its clouds parted, and the sun broke through, casting a golden glow over the world below. With the balance restored, the spirit of bloom turned to Thistle, a smile of gratitude upon her face. "You have shown great courage and kindness, little one," she said, her voice like the softest lullaby. "Remember, it is through unity and love that we maintain the harmony of our world." Thistle beamed with pride, her heart full of joy and peace. She had learned that even the smallest of creatures could have the greatest impact, and that together they could overcome any challenge. As the sun set over the tranquil forest, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, the creatures returned to their homes, the air alive with the gentle hum of life. The Lumina fairies twinkled among the flowers, the elder tree owls resumed their watch, and Thistle curled up in her burrow, the soft rustle of leaves lulling her to sleep. In the heart of the ancient woodland, harmony reigned once more, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, wisdom, and the magical balance of nature. And as night fell, the forest sighed a contented breath, knowing that its secrets were safe for another season. Story 30. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills and fields of golden daisies, there lived a young girl named Leora. Leora had a heart full of curiosity and eyes that sparkled with dreams of distant lands. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, she would sit by her window, gazing at the mysterious forest that bordered her village. This forest, with its towering trees and whispering leaves, promised secrets and stories untold. One gentle morning, after a night of vivid dreams, Leora felt an undeniable pull towards the forest. With the soft light of dawn dancing on her path, she set out, guided by the melodies of birds and the sweet scent of dew-kissed blossoms. Her footsteps were light and full of anticipation as she crossed the meadow, the grass brushing against her ankles like an affectionate cat. As Leora ventured deeper into the woods, a symphony of chirps and rustles greeted her. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy aroma of pine and moss. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. It was a world alive with wonder, and Leora's heart swelled with a joyous sense of discovery. Soon she came upon a glistening stream that babbled merrily over smooth stones. Here the water shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, as if the stream had captured the essence of a rainbow. Entranced, Leora knelt by the water's edge, her reflection mingling with the vibrant hues. As she dipped her fingers into the cool water, a gentle voice floated to her ears. "Welcome, traveler," said the voice, belonging to a delicate creature perched upon a nearby rock. It was a luminescent frog, its skin aglow with patterns of emerald and sapphire. "I am Azura, guardian of this stream. Few have ventured this far." Leora smiled warmly, her curiosity piqued. "Hello, Azura. Your stream is beautiful. I've never seen anything like it." Azura chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "The forest holds many wonders, young one. Would you care to see more?" With a nod of agreement, Leora followed Azura as the frog led her along the stream's winding path. They passed beneath arching branches where the air hummed with the gentle buzz of dragonflies, their wings like stained glass windows. A soft breeze carried the scent of wild mint, and Leora felt as though she were walking in a dream. As they journeyed onward, Leora encountered creatures she had only imagined in her wildest dreams. A family of silvery foxes danced playfully in the dappled sunlight, their eyes twinkling with mischief. A wise old turtle, its shell etched with ancient runes, nodded sagely as they passed, whispering tales of time long past. With each encounter, Leora felt her courage grow, fueled by the kindness and wisdom shared by the forest's inhabitants. The challenges she faced were gentle yet profound, learning the language of the leaves, deciphering the patterns of the stars that peeked through the canopy, and listening to the heartbeats of the trees. As dusk began to cloak the forest in shades of indigo, Azura led Leora to a hidden glade. Here, the ground was carpeted in soft moss, and fireflies danced in the air, their glow a soft, welcoming light. In the center of the glade stood an ancient, towering tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens, draped in delicate strands of luminescent ivy. "You have traveled far and learned much, Leora," Azura said, settling on a low-hanging branch. "This tree is the heart of the forest, where dreams are woven into the fabric of time." Leora gazed up in awe, a sense of peace and belonging enveloping her like a warm blanket. She understood now that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to embrace the unknown with an open heart and an inquisitive spirit. As the first stars began to twinkle above, Leora thanked Azura and all the creatures of the forest for their guidance and friendship. She knew it was time to return to her village, but her heart was forever changed, filled with stories and wisdom to share. With a gentle breeze at her back, Leora made her way home, her path illuminated by the soft glow of the moon. She carried with her the lessons of courage and exploration, knowing that the forest would always welcome her return. And so, as the night wrapped the world in its gentle embrace, Leora arrived at her little cottage, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound adventures and the comforting knowledge that the world was a wondrous place, ready to reveal its secrets to those brave enough to seek them. Story 31. In a quaint village, nestled among the rolling hills and winding streams, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though outwardly unremarkable, Willow possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with plants and trees. From the moment she could toddle, Willow would sit for hours among the wildflowers, listening intently as they whispered their secrets to her. The trees would share tales of seasons long past, and the bushes would recount the adventures of the creatures that dwelt within their tangled branches. While the other children played and frolicked, Willow found solace in the embrace of nature, her connection to the living world around her growing deeper with each passing day. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow sat cross-legged beneath her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint, unfamiliar voice carried on the breeze. It was the plea of a distant willow tree, its ancient boughs twisted in anguish. "Please help me," the voice implored. "My roots grow weak, and I fear I shall not survive the coming winter." Willow's heart ached at the tree's distress, and without a moment's hesitation, she set off to find the source of the plaintive cry. Deep within the heart of the forest, she discovered a magnificent willow, its once vibrant branches drooping sadly toward the ground. Kneeling beside the suffering tree, Willow placed her hands upon its weathered trunk and focused her thoughts, allowing the tree's essence to flow into her. She saw glimpses of its long life, the joy of unfurling its first leaves in the warm embrace of spring, the cool respite it offered to weary travelers on scorching summer days, the breathtaking beauty of its golden tresses swaying in the autumn breeze. But now, the tree's roots were withering, starved of the nutrients they so desperately needed. Willow knew what she had to do. Gathering her courage, she ventured deeper into the forest, following the whispers of the trees until she found what she sought, a hidden glade, where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. Kneeling beside the spring, Willow cupped her hands and drank deeply, feeling the pure, life-giving water course through her veins. Then she began to sing, an ancient melody passed down through generations, a song of renewal and rejuvenation. As her voice echoed through the trees, the world around her seemed to come alive. The grass beneath her feet grew lush and verdant, and the flowers bloomed in a vibrant array of colors. Even the air itself felt fresher, more invigorating. Empowered by the magic of the spring and her connection to nature, Willow returned to the willow tree and pressed her hands against its trunk once more. This time, she could feel the tree's roots stirring, reaching out hungrily to draw nourishment from the earth. Over the following days and weeks, Willow tended to the willow tree with unwavering devotion, singing her rejuvenating song and sharing the life-giving water from the spring. Slowly but surely, the tree regained its strength, its branches once again reaching toward the sky with renewed vigor. Word of Willow's gift spread throughout the forest, and soon, other trees and plants began seeking her aid. She became a guardian of the woodland realm, using her unique abilities to nurture and heal the very essence of nature itself. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her bond with the natural world deeper than any other. She learned the secrets of the ancient trees, the intricate dance of the seasons, and the delicate balance that sustained all life. And though she traversed the length and breadth of the forest, tending to the needs of her verdant charges, she always returned to the willow tree, the first she had saved, and a constant reminder of the power of perseverance and the resilience of life. For Willow understood that within every living thing there resided a spark of magic, a well of strength waiting to be tapped. And it was her sacred duty to tend to that spark, to nurture it and help it grow, so that the cycle of life could continue, unbroken and eternal. In the deepening twilight, as Willow sat beneath the willow tree's sheltering boughs, she would often gaze up at the stars twinkling in the velvety sky. And in their celestial dance, she saw reflected the ebb and flow of all existence, the endless cycle of growth, decay, and rebirth that bound all things together in nature's grand tapestry. With a contented smile, she would then lay her head upon the willow's roots and drift into slumber, secure in the knowledge that as long as she walked this earth, the forests would never want for a guardian, a healer, a friend. Story 32. In a land where the golden sun often played hide-and-seek behind cotton candy clouds, lay the vibrant village of Lollygag. The air was always sweet with the scent of sugar-plum flowers, and the soft rustle of peppermint leaves whispered secrets of magic to all who cared to listen. This was a place where whimsy was as common as the morning dew, and each day promised an adventure as fresh as a newly baked pie. At the heart of this delightful village lived a peculiar pair. A sprightly young girl named Pippa, whose hair was a cascade of blueberry curls, and her best friend Mortimer, a chubby little squirrel with a penchant for acrobatics and an unusually large collection of mismatched acorns. Pippa had a curious talent for crafting tiny sculptures from moonbeam clay, which glowed faintly at night, while Mortimer was known for his clever tricks and boundless energy. One particularly bright morning, as sunlight danced through the branches, Pippa and Mortimer decided to explore the glimmering woods, a magical forest just beyond the village. The forest was a place of perpetual twilight, where the leaves shimmered in hues of emerald and sapphire, and the air was filled with the tinkling laughter of invisible fairies. It was here that the pair stumbled upon their most unusual adventure yet. In the heart of the glimmering woods, they found a most curious sight. A giant, iridescent bubble floating just above the ground, pulsating softly with every color of the rainbow. It was as if the bubble had captured the essence of 1,000 sunsets and bottled it up for a rainy day. As Pippa and Mortimer approached, the bubble emitted a gentle hum, like the distant sound of a lullaby. Pippa's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mortimer, do you think it's safe to touch?" she asked, reaching out with a finger that tingled with anticipation. Mortimer chittered nervously, twitching his bushy tail, but his curiosity eventually got the better of him. He hopped onto Pippa's shoulder, nodding his agreement. As soon as Pippa's finger brushed the surface of the bubble, it shivered and then, with a soft pop, enveloped them both in a radiant glow. Suddenly, they found themselves floating above the forest, carried by the bubble as if they were leaves on a breeze. Below them, the world unfolded like a tapestry of wonders. Rivers of liquid gold, fields of lavender that sang when the wind caressed them, and mountains whose peaks were dusted with candy-floss snow. Their laughter echoed through the air as they drifted over the enchanting landscape, but soon they realized they were not alone in their airborne escapade. A flock of sky-blue butterflies, each with wings speckled like tiny stars, fluttered around them, forming a swirling dance of light and color. The butterflies seemed to guide the bubble, leading them toward a distant hill that sparkled under the sun like a crown of jewels. As they neared the hill, Pippa noticed something peculiar. Atop the hill stood an enormous clock tower, its hands spinning wildly in all directions. The tower was made of polished crystal, and its chimes were the gentle notes of a music box. Mortimer, with his keen squirrel instincts, sensed that the clock tower held the key to their magical journey. Upon landing, Pippa and Mortimer approached the clock tower with wide-eyed wonder. They discovered that the door was ajar, creaking softly as if inviting them in. Inside, the tower was filled with a symphony of ticking and talking, each gear and cog a work of art in perpetual motion. At the center of the room was a grand, ornate clock face, its numbers shimmering like little crescent moons. Pippa noticed a small inscription at the base of the clock. To return the world to its proper time, solve the riddle and unravel the chime. With a thoughtful expression, she pondered the meaning of the riddle. Mortimer, meanwhile, scurried around, examining the various levers and buttons that dotted the walls. As Pippa mused, she caught sight of a peculiar pattern in the spinning hands of the clock, a pattern that seemed to mimic the dance of the butterflies they had encountered. Suddenly, it dawned on her. "Mortimer, the butterflies!" she exclaimed. "They were showing us the way. We need to mimic their dance to solve the riddle." With renewed determination, Pippa and Mortimer began to reenact the swirling, graceful dance of the butterflies. Mortimer twirled and leaped with surprising agility, while Pippa moved with a fluid grace that belied her small stature. As they danced, the clock's hands began to slow, their erratic movements gradually synchronizing into a harmonious rhythm. Finally, with a melodious chime that resonated through the tower, the clock hands settled into their rightful place. The room filled with a warm, golden light, and Pippa and Mortimer found themselves back in the glimmering woods, the bubble gently lowering them to the ground. As they brushed themselves off, a soft voice echoed through the clearing, carried on the wings of the breeze. "Thank you, dear ones, for restoring the balance of time. Your cleverness and friendship have saved the day." Pippa and Mortimer beamed with pride, knowing they had played a part in preserving the magic of their beloved world. As they made their way back to Lollygag, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose. That evening, as Pippa and Mortimer sat by the fireplace, sharing tales of their adventure with their friends, They realized that the greatest magic of all was the bond they shared, a bond that could overcome any challenge and light up even the darkest of moments. And so, with hearts full of joy and heads brimming with dreams, they drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that tomorrow held new wonders to explore and new stories to tell. Story 33. Once upon a time, in the vastness of the universe, where stars blinked like distant fireflies, there existed a small, twinkling planet named Lumina. Known for its shimmering crystal forests and skies painted with auroras, Lumina was home to a gentle species called the Luminids. These beings, with their translucent, glowing skin and gentle hums of communication, lived in harmony with nature and each other. In a neighboring galaxy, there was a bustling planet known as Pharon. Its surface was a maze of towering metal structures and intricate networks inhabited by the Pharonians. These industrious beings, with metallic exoskeletons and eyes like polished onyx, thrived on innovation and technology. Our tale begins with the unlikely encounter between two young creatures from these worlds. From Lumina came Lys, a curious and adventurous Luminid, her heart aglow with the desire to explore beyond her crystal forests. From Pharon journeyed Pax, a Pharonian inventor with a mind buzzing with ideas, but a heart yearning for something he couldn't name. Their paths crossed at the Intergalactic Symposium, an annual gathering where beings from every corner of the cosmos shared knowledge and culture. Lys, with her luminescent grace, and Pax, with his mechanical charm, found themselves drawn to a presentation about ancient cosmic mysteries. As they listened, a peculiar artifact was unveiled, glowing with a strange energy that tugged at both their hearts. The artifact, a shimmering orb, was said to hold the key to unlocking new dimensions of understanding. However, when the presenter attempted to demonstrate its power, it suddenly flared with light, enveloping Lys and Pax in a blinding glow. When the light subsided, the two found themselves in a lush, unfamiliar landscape, the symposium nowhere in sight. Lys's heart fluttered with both fear and excitement. Pax's analytical mind raced with questions, yet he felt an unexpected calm in Lys's presence. As they surveyed their surroundings, the air heavy with the scent of blooming alien flora and the soft rustle of unknown creatures, they realized they were alone, but together. Their initial attempts at communication were riddled with misunderstandings. Lys's luminescent hums and Pax's mechanical clicks seemed incompatible, leading to moments of confusion and frustration. Yet, beneath it all, a silent understanding began to grow. They both longed for home, for familiarity, but more than that, they needed each other to navigate this strange world. As days turned into nights, beneath a sky filled with unfamiliar constellations, the duo confronted various challenges. There were rivers to cross, with waters that shimmered like liquid glass, and creatures to befriend, whose eyes glowed with curiosity. In each challenge, Pax's logical mind and Lys's intuitive nature complemented one another. When Pax devised a floating raft from fallen leaves and vines, it was Lys's gentle coaxing of the local fauna that guided them across safely. In the heart of this unexplored world, they stumbled upon a massive, ancient tree, its trunk wide enough to house entire families. Beneath its sprawling branches, they discovered a network of glowing roots that pulsed with a rhythm akin to a heartbeat. As they touched the roots, a vision unfolded. A vision of their home planets, side by side, with bridges of light connecting them. Realizing the significance of this vision, Lys and Pax understood that the orb had chosen them to forge a bond between their worlds. The orb, sensing their growing friendship, had transported them here to learn and grow together. With their newfound understanding, communication between them flowed more easily. Lys taught Pax the art of listening with the heart, while Pax shared the beauty of viewing the world through the lens of logic and reason. They laughed at their earlier misunderstandings, seeing them now as stepping stones to a deeper connection. Their journey back was filled with shared stories and dreams of a future where Lumina's natural beauty and Pharon's technological marvels coexisted in harmony. Upon returning to the symposium, they were greeted with astonishment and relief. The artifact had indeed unlocked a new dimension, not just of physical space, but of friendship and understanding. Lys and Pax shared their tale, inspiring others to look beyond differences and seek common ground. The vision of bridges between worlds became a reality as Luminids and Pharaonians began to collaborate, their combined strengths leading to innovations that benefited both planets. In time, Lys and Pax became ambassadors of peace and unity, their friendship a beacon for others. They often returned to the ancient tree, now a symbol of their bond, to reflect and renew their commitment to each other and their worlds. And so, under the gentle glow of luminous skies and Farron's metallic horizon, two unlikely companions discovered that true friendship transcends all boundaries, lighting the way for a brighter, more connected universe. As the stars danced above, Lys and Pax knew they had found not just a friend, but a kindred spirit, a reminder that even in the vastness of the cosmos, the heart always finds its way home. Story 34. In the heart of a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a small, unassuming cottage with a garden that seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. This was the home of young Matilda, a kind-hearted girl with eyes the color of the morning sky and hair that tumbled down her shoulders like cascading autumn leaves. Matilda loved tending to her garden, where flowers of every hue danced in the breeze and vegetables grew plump and sweet. Her favorite time of day was the early morning, when the world was draped in a gentle mist, and the dew-kissed petals glistened like tiny jewels in the first light of dawn. One morning, as Matilda was gently watering her beloved plants, she noticed something peculiar. Beneath an old rosemary bush, which had always seemed to have a mind of its own, there was a glint of something unusual. Curious, she knelt down, brushing aside the fragrant leaves to reveal a delicate, intricately carved wooden key. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, with tiny runes etched into its surface that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. With the key cradled in her palm, Matilda felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, as if the key was whispering promises of adventure. Her heart, usually so content with the simple pleasures of her garden, stirred with an unfamiliar yearning. She tucked the key safely into her pocket, feeling its comforting weight against her side. That afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the horizon with strokes of pink and gold, Matilda set out on a path that wound through the village and into the forest beyond. She walked with purpose, trusting that the key would guide her. The forest was a place of mystery and beauty, where ancient trees stretched their gnarled branches toward the heavens, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. As she ventured deeper, Matilda came upon a clearing where a gentle stream murmured over smooth stones. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. It was here she met the first of her helpers, a small wise owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a soft, mottled brown, and his eyes, large and golden, seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. "Greetings, young one," the owl hooted softly, tilting his head in a gesture of welcome. "I see you have found the key. It has been waiting for someone of pure heart and open mind." Matilda smiled warmly, feeling an immediate kinship with the owl. "I found it in my garden," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "Do you know where it leads?" The owl blinked slowly, as if considering his response. "It opens the way to a place where dreams take root and grow. But to find it, you must first help the forest and those who dwell within. There are challenges ahead, dear Matilda, but you will not face them alone." With a nod of understanding, Matilda continued on her journey, the owl flitting from tree to tree, guiding her path with gentle wisdom. As the light began to fade, she encountered a second helper, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and eyes that twinkled with mischief. "Hello there," chirped the squirrel, scampering up to her with boundless energy. "The forest tells me you're on a quest. How exciting! I'm here to help, of course. Name's Flick, at your service." Matilda laughed, her heart lightened by Flick's exuberance. "Thank you, Flick. I could use some company." Together, the trio made their way through the forest, their path illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies. Eventually, they arrived at a small, enchanted glade where the air was filled with the sound of tinkling bells and the scent of jasmine. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree with a door carved into its trunk. "This is it," the owl said, nodding toward the door. "The entrance to the grove of possibilities." Matilda took a deep breath and approached the door, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for the key. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a world of wonder beyond. The air was alive with magic, shimmering like 1,000 tiny stars. In this place, the impossible felt possible, and dreams seemed to hover just within reach. Inside the grove, Matilda discovered a community of woodland creatures, each with their own unique gifts and stories. They welcomed her with open arms, recognizing the purity of her heart and the strength of her spirit. Among them, Matilda learned of their struggles. A blight had begun to creep through the forest, threatening the harmony of their magical world. Determined to help, Matilda listened carefully to the stories of her new friends. It was through their tales that she discovered the source of the blight, a misunderstanding between the elemental spirits of the forest. Each spirit, representing earth, air, fire, and water, had become isolated in their own realms, forgetting the balance and unity that once connected them. With the guidance of the owl's wisdom and Flick's playful encouragement, Matilda embarked on a journey to reunite the spirits. She traveled to the heart of each elemental realm, her gentle presence and kind words bridging the divide that had grown between them. In the realm of earth, she sat with the spirit of the soil, a majestic stag with antlers entwined with vines and blossoms. They spoke of the importance of nurturing all life, of roots that connected beneath the surface. In the realm of air, Matilda danced with the spirit of the wind, a graceful heron whose wings painted the sky with hues of dawn and dusk. Together they sang songs of freedom and the breath of life that united all beings. In the realm of fire, she shared stories with the spirit of flame, a fiery fox whose eyes burned with passion and warmth. They spoke of the light that banished darkness and the comfort found in shared hearts. Finally, in the realm of water, Matilda swam with the spirit of the ocean, a wise turtle whose shell shimmered with the colors of the sea. They whispered of the currents that connected the world, carrying dreams and hopes across vast distances. With each visit, Matilda's gentle words and open heart reminded the spirits of their shared purpose, rekindling the bonds of friendship and cooperation. As the spirits once again embraced their unity, the blight began to recede, and the forest blossomed with renewed life. Returning to the grove, Matilda was greeted with joy and gratitude. The creatures of the forest, now thriving and harmonious, celebrated the return of balance. The owl and Flick stood by her side, their eyes shining with pride for their dear friend. As the sun rose on a new day, painting the sky with colors of hope, Matilda bid farewell to her enchanted friends. The key, having fulfilled its purpose, faded gently from her pocket, leaving behind a warmth in her heart and a memory that would last a lifetime. With a heart full of wonder and gratitude, Matilda returned to her cottage and her garden, where the flowers and vegetables seemed to bloom with newfound vigor. She knew that her journey had changed her, teaching her the value of wisdom, kindness, and the strength found in unity. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Matilda sat by her window, looking out into the world with a gentle smile. For she knew that the magic of the forest, the lessons of the spirits, and the friendships she had forged would always be with her, guiding her through life's many adventures. As the village settled into slumber, wrapped in the comforting embrace of night, Matilda drifted into dreams filled with possibilities, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its thanks, a lullaby of leaves and wind, carrying her softly into a peaceful rest. Story 35. The Whispering Forest and the Silver Locket. In the heart of a quiet village, nestled between rolling hills and lush meadows, there was a young girl named Lila. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage surrounded by vibrant flowers and towering trees. Lila was known for her boundless curiosity and her gentle heart, traits that endeared her to everyone she met. Her days were filled with exploring the fields, helping her grandmother in the gardens, and weaving stories with her imagination. One afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the hills, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lila's grandmother called her inside. "Come here, my dear," she beckoned, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves. "I have something to show you." Lila hurried inside, her eyes wide with anticipation. Her grandmother reached into a small wooden box and pulled out a delicate silver locket. It glimmered in the warm glow of the setting sun, its surface etched with intricate patterns of vines and leaves. "This has been in our family for generations," her grandmother explained. "They say it holds a special magic, one that reveals itself only to those with a pure heart." Lila's eyes sparkled with wonder as she carefully took the locket into her hands. It felt cool against her skin, and as she clasped it around her neck, a gentle warmth spread through her chest. "What kind of magic does it hold?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "That, my dear, is for you to discover," her grandmother replied with a knowing smile. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the locket resting against her heart, she drifted into a dreamlike state. She found herself standing at the edge of the forest that bordered their village, a place she often visited during her wanderings. But this time, the forest seemed different, more alive. The trees whispered softly to one another, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the moonlight. Compelled by an unseen force, Lila stepped into the forest. The path beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and pine. As she walked deeper into the woods, she began to hear a gentle song, a melody that seemed to weave itself through the trees and into her very soul. Guided by the song, Lila soon found herself in a clearing bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching high into the starlit sky. At its base, a small door was carved into the trunk, adorned with the same vine and leaf patterns as the locket. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Lila approached the door. As she reached out to touch it, the locket around her neck began to glow softly, casting a warm light upon the door. The wood creaked gently, and the door swung open, revealing a hidden world beyond. Lila stepped through, her senses overwhelmed by the beauty and wonder of the place she had entered. The air was alive with the hum of magic, and the colors around her were more vibrant than anything she had ever seen. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through the landscape. In this hidden world, creatures of all kinds thrived. Lila saw fairies flitting between the flowers, their wings catching the light like rainbows. A pair of rabbits, their fur as white as snow, bounded playfully through the grass. Every creature she encountered seemed to regard her with a friendly curiosity, as if recognizing the purity of her heart. As she wandered through this enchanted realm, Lila felt a sense of peace and belonging she had never known before. It was as if the world itself welcomed her, embracing her with open arms. It wasn't long before Lila encountered a curious creature, a small round creature with fluffy fur and bright twinkling eyes. It introduced itself as Nyx, a guardian of the forest. "Welcome, Lila," Nyx said, its voice as soft as a gentle breeze. "We have been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Lila asked, surprised. "But why?" "The forest has sensed the purity of your heart," Nyx explained, "and it needs your help. There is a darkness spreading in the farthest reaches of the forest, a shadow that threatens to consume all that is beautiful and good. Only someone with a pure heart can dispel it." Lila felt a flutter of fear in her chest, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "I'll do whatever I can to help," she promised, her voice steady and resolute. Nyx nodded, its eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Lila. Together, we can restore balance to the forest." With Nyx by her side, Lila set out on a journey through the enchanted realm. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, but she faced each one with courage and wisdom. She navigated through dense thickets, crossed rushing streams, and climbed steep hills, all the while guided by the gentle light of the locket around her neck. As they traveled, Lila and Nyx encountered many creatures of the forest, each offering their assistance in small but meaningful ways. A wise old owl shared its knowledge of the land, guiding them through the most treacherous parts of the forest. A family of deer offered them shelter for the night, their soft, warm bodies providing comfort and reassurance. With each step, Lila grew stronger and more confident, her heart swelling with the love and kindness of those around her. And as the journey continued, she began to understand the true magic of the locket, not a power to be wielded, but a light to guide and inspire. Finally, after many days of travel, Lila and Nyx reached the heart of the darkness, a place where the trees stood gnarled and twisted, their branches clawing at the sky. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, and the ground was cold and barren. Lila took a deep breath, summoning all the courage and strength she had gained during her journey. She clasped the locket tightly in her hand and whispered a silent prayer for guidance. The locket began to glow with a brilliant golden light, bathing the darkness in its warm embrace. As the light spread, the shadows began to recede, and the twisted trees slowly unfurled, their branches reaching upwards with renewed life. The ground beneath Lila's feet softened, and new shoots of grass emerged, vibrant and green. The creatures of the forest gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Nyx beamed with pride, its eyes shimmering with tears. "You did it, Lila," it said, its voice filled with awe. "You've restored balance to the forest." Lila smiled, her heart filled with a deep, abiding sense of peace. She knew that this journey had changed her, that she had become part of something greater than herself. And as she looked around at the friends she had made, she realized that the true magic of the locket lay in the connections it fostered, the bonds of friendship and love that transcended all boundaries. With the darkness dispelled and the forest restored, Lila returned to her village, her heart full of stories and memories. She shared her tale with her grandmother, who listened with pride and wonder in her eyes. And though Lila never forgot the hidden world she had discovered, she knew that the magic of the forest lived on in her heart, guiding her through life's many adventures. And so, as the village settled into the quiet embrace of night, Lila lay in her bed, the silver locket resting against her heart. She closed her eyes and dreamed of the whispering forest, the gentle creatures, and the journey that had changed her forever. And in the stillness of the night, the locket's gentle glow illuminated her dreams, a beacon of light and love in a world filled with endless possibilities. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, the story of Lila's journey spread through the village, inspiring others to explore the world with open hearts and minds. The villagers, touched by Lila's tale, began to see the world around them in new, vibrant colors, finding magic in the simple beauty of everyday life. Lila, now a young woman, continued to explore the world with the same curiosity and kindness that had led her to the enchanted forest. Her adventures took her to distant lands and introduced her to people from all walks of life. And wherever she went, she brought with her the lessons she had learned, lessons of friendship, courage, and the enduring power of love. Years later, Lila returned to her village, her heart filled with stories and experiences that had shaped her into the person she had become. She found her grandmother sitting by the fireplace, her eyes twinkling with wisdom and warmth. "Welcome home, my dear," her grandmother said, embracing Lila with a hug that felt like coming home. "I knew you would discover the true magic of the locket." Lila smiled, holding her grandmother's hands in her own. "It wasn't just the locket," she said softly. "It was the journey, the friends I made, and the love that surrounded me. That's where the true magic lies." Her grandmother nodded, her eyes misty with pride. "Indeed, my dear, magic is all around us, in the hearts of those we love and the world we share." As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Lila and her grandmother sat together, sharing stories and laughter. The silver locket, now a cherished family heirloom, lay on the mantelpiece, its gentle glow a reminder of the journey that had changed Lila's life forever. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky, Lila closed her eyes, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She knew that the world was filled with endless possibilities, and that the magic of the forest would always be with her, guiding her through life's many adventures. And in the quiet of the night, as the village lay in peaceful slumber, the forest whispered its secrets to the moon and stars, a gentle lullaby of hope and love that echoed through the ages, reminding all who listened that magic is real, and it lives in the hearts of those who believe. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into the realm of dreams, remember that the world is a wondrous place, filled with hidden treasures and endless possibilities. Let your heart be your guide, and may the magic of friendship and love light your path wherever it may lead. Story 36. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air hummed with secrets and the soil whispered tales of old, there existed a sanctuary known only to those who listened with their hearts. This was no ordinary place. It was a realm where the natural world danced in harmony. a delicate balance maintained by creatures both seen and unseen. As the first golden rays of dawn filtered through the dense canopy, painting the forest floor with a mosaic of light and shadow, a gentle rustling stirred among the leaves. The great oak, a venerable tree whose branches reached skyward like the arms of an ancient sage, stood at the forest's center. Its bark was etched with lines of wisdom, and its roots wove through the earth like stories intertwining through time. Nestled within the boughs of this mighty tree lived a wise old owl named Thistle. With feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that glimmered like twin pools of starlight, Thistle was the keeper of the forest's lore. He knew every secret tucked beneath the moss, every whisper carried by the wind, and every lesson etched into the rings of the trees. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned a cloak of amber and gold, a delicate creature appeared at the base of the great oak. It was a small field mouse named Willow, her fur the color of ripe wheat, and her eyes as bright as the harvest moon. Willow had come seeking Thistle's guidance, for she had sensed a change in the forest, a shift that unsettled her gentle heart. "Wise Thistle," Willow began, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I feel the forest stirring with an unease I cannot name. The streams sing a different tune, and the winds whisper of something amiss. Can you help me understand?" Thistle, perched on a low branch, regarded Willow with a gaze that held the weight of centuries. "Ah, dear Willow," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What you sense is a change in the balance, a reminder that we are all part of a greater tapestry. Come, and let us seek the counsel of the seasons." Together, Thistle and Willow ventured through the forest, their path dappled with sunlight and shadow. As they walked, the scent of pine mingled with the sweet aroma of fallen leaves, and the gentle crunch underfoot played a melody of its own. Their journey led them to a glade where the earth met the sky, and there they found the spirit of autumn, a figure as ephemeral as morning mist. Her cloak was woven from the colors of the season, and her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of the ages. "Greetings, Thistle, and welcome, Willow," the spirit of autumn intoned, her voice a melody of rustling leaves. "You come seeking answers, and answers you shall have." Willow stepped forward, her tiny paws trembling with curiosity. "Great Spirit," she began, "the forest feels different, as if it holds its breath. What is happening?" The spirit of autumn smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "What you sense, little one, is the turning of the wheel, the dance of life and change. As the days grow shorter and the nights longer, the forest prepares for rest. It is a time of reflection and renewal." Willow nodded, her eyes wide with understanding. "But how can we help maintain this balance?" Thistle, who had watched with quiet pride, now spoke. "By living in harmony with the rhythm of the forest, dear Willow. By listening, observing, and respecting the cycles that sustain us all." The spirit of autumn nodded in agreement. "And by sharing this wisdom, so that it may be passed down through the generations, ensuring that the forest thrives in harmony." With their hearts full of newfound understanding, Thistle and Willow returned to the great oak, their journey imprinted upon their souls like the lines on a leaf. As evening descended, casting a silvery glow over the forest, they shared their tale with the creatures who gathered beneath the tree's vast canopy. The foxes listened with pricked ears, the rabbits with twitching noses, and the birds with tilted heads, each one absorbing the lessons carried by the wind. And as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, a sense of peace settled over the forest, a gentle reminder that every creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest tree, played a part in the grand symphony of life. In the days that followed, Willow carried the wisdom she had learned like a precious seed, planting it wherever she went. And as the seasons turned, and the forest continued its eternal dance, the lessons of harmony and balance were passed from heart to heart, ensuring that the ancient forest remained a sanctuary for all who called it home. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the great oak and the eternal stars, the forest thrived, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of the natural world. Story 37. In the heart of the Mistywood forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the moonlight danced upon the dewy leaves, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. It was a place where magical creatures roamed freely, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming night jasmine. Willowbrook was a village of peace and laughter, where the inhabitants led simple, joyful lives, weaving baskets, tending to gardens, and sharing stories by the hearth. One cool autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, something peculiar began to happen. The village's beloved lanterns, which hung like glowing stars along the cobblestone streets, began to flicker and dim. It was as if an unseen hand was gently turning down their light, one by one, until the village was enveloped in an unusually deep, mysterious twilight. The villagers gathered in the town square, a place carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. They whispered to one another in hushed tones, their faces illuminated by the remaining gentle glows. Among them was a young girl named Sylphrena, known for her keen eyes and curious mind. Sylphrena had hair like spun gold and eyes that sparkled with the wonder of 1,000 fireflies. She had always been fascinated by the mysteries of Willowbrook, and this strange occurrence was no exception. "There must be an explanation," Sylphrena murmured to herself, her voice carrying the soft resolve of one determined to solve a puzzle. As she pondered, an idea took root in her mind. She decided to seek the counsel of the wisest creature she knew, the great owl, a venerable bird who dwelled in the highest branches of the ancient elderwood oak. The journey to the elderwood oak was a pleasant one, despite the deepening night. The forest was alive with the sounds of crickets serenading the stars, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Sylphrena walked with purpose, her feet finding familiar paths worn smooth by years of travel. Upon reaching the majestic oak, Sylphrena looked up to see the great owl perched gracefully on a thick branch. His feathers were a tapestry of silvery gray, and his eyes were like pools of liquid amber, wise and all-seeing. "Good evening, young Sylphrena," the great owl greeted, his voice resonant and soothing. "What brings you to my humble abode on this starlit night?" Sylphrena explained the strange dimming of the village lanterns, her words weaving a tapestry of curiosity and concern. The great owl listened intently, nodding slowly as he absorbed her tale. "Ah," he said at last, "I have heard of such occurrences before. It is said that when the spirit of the forest is troubled, the lights of the village dim in sympathy. But worry not, for this is not a malady without remedy." The great owl paused, his eyes twinkling with knowing. "To restore the light, one must first understand what ails the forest. Seek out the whispering brook, where the water speaks in hushed tones. Listen with an open heart, and you may find the answers you seek." Thanking the great owl, Sylphrena made her way to the whispering brook, a serene stream that wound its way through the heart of the forest. The moonlight danced upon its surface, and the water sang softly as it flowed over smooth stones. Sylphrena knelt by the brook, closing her eyes to better hear the gentle murmur of the water. As she listened, she began to discern a pattern in the babbling, a series of soft, rhythmic sounds that formed a language only the heart could understand. "The forest weeps for the missing," the brook seemed to say, its voice a tender caress upon the night air. "A cherished creature has lost its way, and the light cannot return until it is found." With newfound understanding, Sylphrena thanked the brook and set off once more, her heart guided by the whispers of the forest. She wandered deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and the shadows danced with an ancient grace. As she walked, Sylphrena noticed something curious, a trail of shimmering silver dust, like the trail of a shooting star, leading into a grove of moonlit ferns. Following the trail, she soon discovered a small, trembling creature nestled among the fronds. It was a luna moth, its wings a delicate tapestry of emerald and pearl. The poor creature seemed lost and alone, its luminescent glow dimmed with worry. Sylphrena approached gently, extending a hand in friendship and comfort. "Fear not, little one," she whispered, her voice as soft as the night breeze. "I will help you find your way home." The luna moth, sensing her kindness, fluttered onto Sylphrena's hand, its wings brushing her skin like the whisper of a dream. Together, they made their way back through the forest, guided by the glinting stardust trail. As they emerged from the woods and neared the village, the luna moth's wings began to glow brighter, casting a gentle light upon the path. The villagers, who had gathered once more in the square, watched in awe as the pair approached. With a graceful flutter, the luna moth lifted into the air, circling above the village and spreading its radiant light. One by one, the lanterns flickered back to life, their warm glow embracing the village in a comforting embrace. The villagers cheered, their hearts lifted by the return of the light. Sylphrena stood among them, her heart aglow with the joy of a mystery solved and a friend found. From that day forward, the Luna Moth became a cherished guardian of Willowbrook, its soft glow a reminder of the gentle magic that lay within the heart of the forest. And Sylphrena, with her keen eyes and kind heart, became a beloved figure in the village, known for her wisdom and her unwavering belief in the power of friendship and understanding. As the night drew to a close and the stars twinkled softly in the velvet sky, Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the gentle embrace of the forest and the comforting glow of its lanterns. And in the heart of the Mistywood forest, the creatures and trees whispered their gratitude, their voices a soft symphony that lulled the village into dreams of wonder and delight. And thus, in the warm embrace of the night, the mystery of the dimming lights was laid to rest, leaving behind a tale of friendship, courage, and the gentle magic that binds us all. Story 38. In the quaint cobblestone village of Willowbend, where the morning mist lingered like a gentle embrace, and the laughter of children mingled with the songs of the sparrows, there existed a peculiar little shop at the edge of the square. This shop, with its weathered sign that read Whimsy and Wonders, was run by an elderly woman named Greta, who always wore a shawl as colorful as a summer meadow. Greta's shop was unlike any other, filled with peculiar items and trinkets that seemed to whisper stories of distant lands and forgotten times. Shelves brimmed with delicate teacups that clinked in greeting, clocks that ticked backward to reveal cherished memories, and mirrors that reflected dreams yet to come. But the most curious of all was a small, unassuming box, nestled in the corner behind a velvet curtain. The box, made of simple pine wood, appeared plain at first glance, yet, if one were to look closely, they might notice subtle carvings of swirls and stars that caught the light in a dance of shadows. It was known as the Box of Beginnings, a name whispered among those who visited the shop, though few dared to inquire further. One crisp autumn afternoon, a young girl named Lily stumbled upon the shop. Lily was a gentle soul, with eyes that mirrored the deep blue of the twilight sky and hair the color of fallen leaves. She had come to Willowbend to visit her grandmother, but was drawn to the mysterious shop by an inexplicable pull, like a gentle breeze guiding her steps. As she entered, the jingle of the bell above the door seemed to hum a welcoming tune. Greta, with her warm smile, greeted Lily and beckoned her to explore. The girl wandered through the aisles, her fingers grazing over the enchanting items, until she found herself before the velvet curtain. Curiosity twinkled in her eyes as she pulled back the curtain to reveal the Box of Beginnings. Intrigued, she reached out, and the moment her fingers brushed the wood, a soft glow emanated from within, as if the box were waking from a deep slumber. Greta appeared beside her, her eyes twinkling with knowing kindness. "Ah, the Box of Beginnings," she murmured, her voice a gentle melody. "It chooses those with open hearts and curious minds. Would you like to see what secrets it holds?" Lily nodded, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and wonder. Greta carefully opened the lid, and a soft, golden light spilled out, wrapping around Lily like a warm hug. Within the light, she glimpsed a vision of a path, winding through a lush forest filled with the songs of hidden creatures and the rustling of leaves. "This is your journey, dear one," Greta explained. "The box reveals what lies within, guiding you towards the discoveries you seek." With Greta's gentle encouragement, Lily understood that her journey was about more than just the path ahead. It was about uncovering the magic within herself and the world around her. Determined and filled with newfound purpose, Lily thanked Greta and set off on her adventure, the vision from the box guiding her steps. As she ventured into the forest, the air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. Every step she took seemed to awaken the woods, as if the trees whispered secrets just for her ears. Along the way, Lily encountered a wise old owl named Ollie, perched on a branch with his feathers as soft as the night sky. His eyes, large and knowing, blinked slowly as he regarded her with gentle curiosity. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Ollie asked in a voice as soft as a lullaby. Lily explained her journey, and Ollie hooted thoughtfully. "Remember, the greatest discoveries are not always those we seek. Sometimes it is the unexpected that reveals the most profound truths." With Ollie's words nestled in her heart, Lily continued, her path now winding beside a babbling brook. The water sang a cheerful tune, and she paused to dip her fingers into the cool, clear stream. As she did, a tiny fish leapt out, shimmering like a jewel in the sunlight. "Hello, little one," the fish greeted in a voice like tinkling bells. "What brings you to our waters?" Lily shared her tale, and the fish twirled with delight. Water flows and adapts, finding its way through even the toughest stones. So too must you be fluid and open to change. Thanking the fish for its wisdom, Lily journeyed on, her heart lighter and her spirit brighter. The forest seemed to embrace her, each step a dance with nature itself. She soon came upon a clearing where a gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant sound of laughter. There she met a family of rabbits, their fur as soft as clouds and eyes twinkling with mirth. The youngest, a curious little bunny named Thistle, hopped forward to greet her. "Join us, won't you?" Thistle invited, his voice a gentle giggle. "We're gathering stories and laughter to share with the world." As Lily sat with the rabbits, she realized the importance of friendship and the simple joys that make life beautiful. They shared tales of adventure and wonder, laughter echoing through the clearing like a joyful melody. When it was time to continue, Lily felt a sense of gratitude for the kindness and wisdom she had encountered. Her heart was full, and she knew that every step, every encounter had taught her something precious. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lily found herself back at the edge of the forest. The path had led her in a circle, bringing her back to the beginning, but she knew she was not the same girl who had stepped into the woods. With the vision from the box of beginnings fulfilled, Lily returned to Greta's shop. The elderly woman welcomed her with open arms, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Did you find what you were seeking?" Greta asked, her voice a soft caress. Lily nodded, her eyes shining with gratitude. "I found more than I ever imagined. I discovered the magic within myself and the beauty of friendship and wisdom." Greta nodded, her heart warmed by Lily's words. "Remember, dear one, the journey never truly ends. There are always new paths to explore and new wonders to discover." With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit as light as the autumn breeze, Lily left the shop. As she walked through the village, the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the magic that existed in every corner of the world. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbend, where the gentle hum of life wove a tapestry of warmth and wonder, Lily's journey of discovery and friendship became a cherished story, whispered among the villagers and carried on the wings of the evening breeze. And though her adventure had ended, the lessons she learned would continue to guide her, lighting her path like the stars that danced in the night sky. Story 39. In the gentle glow of a distant sun, two planets orbited in harmonious dance. One was covered in lush emerald forests, the other a shimmering expanse of sapphire seas. It was rare for inhabitants of these worlds to meet, for the vastness of space often kept them as distant as the stars above. Yet, in the quiet corners of the cosmos, fate had spun a different tale. On the verdant planet of Navara, where trees whispered secrets and rivers sang songs of old, lived a young seraph named Aethne. Her kind were known for their ethereal wings, which shimmered like moonlight on still water. Aethne had always been curious about the stars that dotted the night sky, wondering what stories they held. Meanwhile, across the celestial sea on the oceanic planet of Thalor, dwelled a Gillian named Dorian. The Gillians were creatures of the deep, their scales reflecting the colors of the ocean they called home. Dorian spent his days exploring the coral gardens and listening to the symphony of the sea, ever curious about the world beyond the waves. One fateful day, a cosmic event known as the Aurora Convergence aligned the planets of Navara and Thalor more closely than ever before. It was during this rare occurrence that Aethne, driven by her unyielding curiosity, took flight upon a beam of starlight, her wings carrying her across the void to Thalor. At the same time, Dorian, captivated by a melody that seemed to call his name, rode the current of a celestial tide towards Navara. As the two ventured into each other's worlds, their paths intertwined in a way neither had anticipated. Aethne, with her wings now dampened by the ocean's mist, found herself tangled in a kelp forest, her heart racing with both fear and wonder. It was here that Dorian discovered her, his scales glinting with the hues of concern and curiosity. "Are you lost, traveler?" Dorian asked, his voice a gentle ripple in the water. Aethne, startled by the unexpected presence, fluttered her wings in surprise, sending a cascade of droplets into the air. I have never seen such a world," she admitted, her voice as soft as the breeze. Dorian's eyes softened. "And I have never seen wings like yours. Perhaps we can help each other." Their initial meeting was tinged with misunderstanding. Aethne struggled with the heaviness of water that clung to her wings, while Dorian found himself disoriented by the vastness of the sky when he attempted to follow her to the surface. Yet, as they spent time together, learning each other's worlds, they found common ground in their shared wonder and curiosity. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of colors unseen on either world, they encountered a challenge that would test their budding friendship. A storm, fierce and unrelenting, approached Thalor, threatening to disrupt the delicate balance of life both above and below the waves. "We must warn the others," Aethne urged, her voice carried by the wind. Dorian nodded, his scales shimmering with determination. "Together, we can guide them to safety." In the heart of the storm, Aethne soared above the tumultuous waves, her wings cutting through the wind, while Dorian navigated the depths, his presence a beacon for those who followed. Through their combined efforts, they led their friends and family to the safety of a sheltered cove, where the storm's fury could not reach. As the storm subsided, leaving the sea calm and the air fragrant with the scent of rain, Aethne and Dorian found themselves side by side, gazing at the twin moons that now illuminated the night. "Thank you, Dorian," Aethne said, her voice filled with warmth. "I could not have done this without you." Dorian smiled, his eyes reflecting the gentle light of the moons. "Nor I without you, Aethne. We are stronger together." In that moment, they understood the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged not through similarity, but through shared challenges and the willingness to see the world through each other's eyes. As the nights passed and the planets slowly drifted back into their usual orbits, Aethne and Dorian knew that their friendship would endure, a thread of starlight woven into the fabric of their lives. And though they returned to their respective worlds, their hearts remained intertwined, a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of unlikely companionship. And so, beneath the twinkling tapestry of the universe, the Seraph and the Gillian continued to meet. Their friendship a beacon of light in the vast expanse, reminding all who looked upon them that even the smallest of connections can bridge the greatest of distances. Story 40. Once upon a time in a distant corner of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered gems on a velvet tapestry of midnight, two unlikely companions were drawn together by fate's gentle hand. The first was Lyra, a serene being from the water-laden planet of Aquara. Her skin shimmered like liquid silver, and her eyes held the depth of 1,000 oceans. She could communicate with the gentle pulse of her bioluminescent patterns, sharing her thoughts without uttering a single word. Her heart was as vast as the seas she came from, yet she often felt adrift in the universe's vastness. Her counterpart was Zephyr, a vibrant entity from the wind-swept planet of Galeon. Zephyr was a creature of air and energy, his presence marked by a soft, perpetual breeze. His laughter was like the rustle of leaves, and his words danced like dandelion seeds caught in a playful gust. Though he was always on the move, darting between places and ideas, there was a part of him that longed for something more grounded, something he couldn't quite define. Their paths crossed one fateful day aboard the starship Serendipity, a vessel known for its diverse crew drawn from the farthest reaches of the galaxy. The ship itself was a marvel, its corridors lined with the soft hum of life support systems and the gentle glow of starlight spilling through wide windows. The Serendipity was a tapestry of life, woven from the threads of countless cultures and stories. Lyra and Zephyr were assigned to the same team, tasked with exploring the floating gardens of the Nebula Oasis, a celestial haven where planets converged in a dance of colors and life. Their mission was to study the rare flora that thrived in this unique environment, each bloom a testament to nature's resilience and beauty. At first, their differences seemed insurmountable. Lyra's quiet contemplation often clashed with Zephyr's exuberant curiosity. She found his whirlwind nature overwhelming, while he mistook her silence for aloofness. Their misunderstandings were like stones in a stream, creating ripples that disrupted the harmony of their work. One evening, as they hovered above the lush canopy of the nebula oasis, a sudden storm swept through the gardens. Rain fell in sheets, and winds howled through the trees, turning their world into a tempest of chaos. As the storm raged, Lyra found herself separated from the group, her communications drowned out by the storm's roar. Zephyr, sensing her absence, paused his own frantic search for shelter. His heart, that ungrounded thing, tugged him back toward where he last saw her. His instincts told him she was nearby, yet he knew she was lost in the storm's fury. Guided by an unseen force, Zephyr reached out with his senses, feeling the storm's rhythm, listening for the soft whisper of Lyra's presence. He found her huddled beneath an ancient tree, her bioluminescent glow dimmed by fear and cold. In that moment, Zephyr understood that his wind could be more than a force of change. It could be a shield, a comfort. He wrapped his energy around her, creating a cocoon of calm amidst the chaos. The storm's fury lessened, and the rain became a gentle patter against their shelter. Lyra, warmed by his presence, reached out with her light, painting patterns of gratitude and relief in the air between them. It was the first time Zephyr truly understood her language, the first time he felt the depth of her emotions. As the storm subsided, they sat together beneath the tree, their differences forgotten in the warmth of newfound understanding. They shared stories of their worlds, their hopes and their fears, each word a thread that wove them closer together. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, Lyra and Zephyr discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned that the universe, vast and diverse, was a place where differences could become strengths, where misunderstandings could lead to growth, and where unlikely companions could become kindred spirits. Together, they returned to the starship Serendipity, their bond a beacon of light in the galaxy's endless night. And as they continued their journeys, exploring the wonders of the universe, they carried with them the knowledge that true friendship was a gift as rare and beautiful as the stars themselves. And so, beneath the twinkling canopy of the cosmos, Lyra and Zephyr found peace in their friendship, a gentle reminder that they were never truly alone, no matter how far they roamed. Story 41. In a quaint village cradled by lush, whispering woods and nestled beside a gently flowing river named the Silver Thread, there lived a young girl named Nia. The village was known as Willowbrook, named so for the ancient willow trees that swayed like graceful dancers along the brook's edge. These trees were said to be imbued with the wisdom of centuries, their roots whispering secrets to the earth below. Nia was a kind-hearted soul, with eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves, and a curiosity as boundless as the sky. She lived in a charming cottage with her grandmother, Maeve, who was known throughout Willowbrook for her tales of enchantment and her knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled within the forest. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of amber and violet, Nia noticed something peculiar. The villagers were gathered in the town square, murmuring in hushed tones and pointing toward the woods. Every night, as the village lay under a blanket of stars, a soft, melodic hum echoed through the air. It was a sound both beautiful and mysterious, as if the forest itself were singing. But now the melody had changed. It had become a series of strange, discordant notes that left an uneasy feeling in the hearts of those who heard it. Determined to solve this gentle mystery, Nia decided to seek the counsel of her grandmother. Maeve, seated by the hearth, the fire casting a warm glow upon her wise, weathered face, listened intently to Nia's description of the peculiar melody. "Ah, my dear," Maeve said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "the forest speaks to those who listen, but when its song is troubled, it is often a sign that something is amiss." Intrigued and slightly concerned, Nia resolved to venture into the forest at dawn, when the world was still wrapped in the soft embrace of twilight. Her grandmother handed her a small satchel filled with essentials, a flask of herbal tea for warmth, a loaf of fresh bread for sustenance, and a tiny charm shaped like a leaf, said to offer protection from unseen harm. As the first light of dawn caressed the village, Nia set out toward the woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. The leaves crunched softly beneath her boots, and the forest seemed to awaken around her, the gentle rustle of creatures stirring from their slumber. Nia followed the sound of the discordant melody, which seemed to weave through the trees like a playful breeze. As she ventured deeper, she came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. There she found a gathering of woodland creatures, foxes with their fiery coats, rabbits with fur as soft as clouds, and even a pair of owls perched solemnly on a low branch, their eyes wide and watchful. In the heart of the clearing stood a peculiar sight, a willow tree, smaller than the others, with branches that drooped low to the ground. It was from this tree that the strange melody emanated, as if the very soul of the tree was trying to communicate. "Hello," Nia called softly, approaching the tree with gentle footsteps. "I am Nia of Willowbrook, and I wish to understand your song." To her astonishment, a soft voice replied, carried on the wind like a whisper. "Greetings, kind-hearted one. I am Weeping Willow, and I sing to share my sorrow." Nia listened intently as Weeping Willow explained that its roots were tangled around a cluster of magical stones, each pulsing with a gentle light. These stones were meant to harmonize with the forest's song, but one of them had lost its glow, throwing the melody into disarray. Determined to help, Nia examined the stones closely. They were smooth and cool to the touch, each a unique shade of the forest's many greens. She noticed that the dim stone was covered in a thin film of moss, obscuring its light. Recalling her grandmother's wisdom, Nia gently cleaned the stone with the edge of her cloak, revealing its vibrant hue beneath. As the stone began to glow once more, the discordant notes faded, replaced by a harmonious melody that filled the clearing with a sense of peace and tranquility. The woodland creatures perked up, their ears twitching with delight, and Weeping Willow's branches swayed in gratitude. "Thank you, dear Nia," the tree whispered, its voice now as clear and harmonious as a gentle stream. "You have restored balance to our song." With the mystery resolved, Nia bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart light with the joy of having helped the forest. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, the sun rose higher, casting a warm glow upon the village. When Nia returned to her grandmother's cottage, Maeve welcomed her with a steaming cup of tea and a knowing smile. "You have done well, my dear," she said, her voice filled with pride. "The forest will remember your kindness." That night, as the village settled into slumber beneath a blanket of stars, the melody of the forest returned to its gentle, soothing song. And as Nia drifted off to sleep, she knew that the forest would always sing its secrets to those who dared to listen with an open heart. In the days that followed, the villagers spoke of Nia's adventure and the harmony she had brought to their beloved woods. They understood that sometimes the smallest acts of kindness could have the greatest impact, a lesson whispered through the leaves and carried on the wind. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, cradled by the embrace of the ancient trees, the people and the forest lived in harmony, their lives intertwined like the roots of the mighty willows, their hearts forever open to the melodies of the magical world around them. Story 42. In the heart of a tranquil valley, where gentle breezes whispered through the leaves of ancient oak trees, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. This village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched cottages, was cradled by hills that seemed to hug it protectively. The villagers, kind-hearted and wise, shared a deep connection with the land and its magic, a magic that was subtle yet powerful, weaving through their lives like an unseen tapestry. Among the villagers was a young woman named Marin, whose spirit was as restless as a river eager to meet the sea. Marin had always felt a tug within her, a yearning for something beyond the rolling hills of Willowbrook. Yet change frightened her, like shadows that lingered just beyond the flickering light of a candle. She often found herself torn between the comfort of the familiar and the allure of the unknown. Marin spent her days tending to her garden, where a symphony of colors bloomed in the form of wild flowers and herbs. Her fingers were often stained with the deep green of mint leaves and the vibrant yellow of marigold petals. It was here, amidst the fragrant whispers of lavender and rosemary, that she found solace. Yet, even within this sanctuary, her heart pounded with a restless beat, echoing the rhythm of distant adventures she dared not embark upon. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Maren sat by the edge of the forest that bordered Willowbrook. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle hoot of an owl punctuated the silence. It was here that Maren encountered a most curious sight, a fox with fur like the setting sun, eyes twinkling with the mysteries of the night. The fox approached with a graceful, almost ethereal gait. It paused before Maren, its gaze meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of ancient wisdom. Without a word, the fox beckoned her to follow, and though trepidation tugged at her heart, curiosity led her feet. As Maren followed the fox deeper into the forest, the world around her began to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. Trees stretched taller, their leaves rustling with secrets, and the path beneath her feet seemed to hum with a melody only she could hear. It was as if the forest itself was alive, breathing in sync with her own hesitant steps. In the heart of this enchanted forest stood a grand tree, its branches reaching skyward like arms embracing the heavens. The fox paused at its base, and Maren felt a gentle warmth envelop her, as if the tree were welcoming her into its embrace. She leaned against the ancient trunk, feeling its steady heartbeat resonate through her being. It was here, in this sacred space, that Maren began to understand the forest was a mirror of her own spirit, wild and untamed, yet rooted in strength and wisdom. The fox, with its knowing eyes, was a guide, leading her on a journey of self-discovery. Days turned to nights, and nights to days, as Maren spent time in the forest, learning the language of the wind and the songs of the birds. She discovered that within her lay a reservoir of strength and courage, waiting to be tapped. The fox was ever by her side, a silent companion, offering comfort and encouragement without uttering a single word. Through the gentle guidance of the fox and the nurturing embrace of the forest, Maren learned to embrace change, to dance with it as one dances with a partner in a waltz. She understood that change was not a force to be feared, but a catalyst for growth, a path to becoming who she was meant to be. One morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the forest, Maren stood before the grand tree once more. The fox, with a nod of understanding, touched its nose to her hand, a gesture of farewell and blessing. Maren felt a surge of gratitude and love, both for the fox and for the journey that had brought her here. With a heart full of newfound courage, Maren returned to Willowbrook, her steps lighter, her spirit unburdened. The villagers noticed the change in her, a quiet strength that shone from within. She shared her story, her eyes sparkling with the light of discovery, and in doing so, she inspired others to embrace their own transformations. Maren's tale became a legend in Willowbrook, a reminder of the beauty and magic that lay within the heart of change. The fox, though seen only by Maren, became a symbol of guidance and wisdom, a beacon for those seeking their own paths of transformation. And so, in the gentle cradle of Willowbrook, where the air was sweet with the scent of flowers and the nights were filled with the soft glow of fireflies, Maren's story lived on, a tale of courage, friendship, and the wondrous journey of personal growth. As the village drifted into slumber each night, warmed by the glow of their hearths, they knew that change, like the turning of the seasons, was a natural and beautiful part of life. Story 43. Once, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as warm as the summer sun and eyes the color of honey, always sparkling with curiosity. In her village, children often spent their days playing by the river or gathering wildflowers in the meadows, but Lila had a different kind of adventure in mind. She was captivated by the stories her grandmother told, tales of magic hidden in everyday things. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the world in hues of gold and amber, Lila wandered into her grandmother's attic. It was a place of wonder, filled with forgotten treasures and memories wrapped in dust. As sunlight filtered through a small window, it landed on an ornate wooden box intricately carved with scenes of dancing trees and swirling clouds. The box seemed to hum ever so softly, as if it held a secret longing to be opened. With gentle hands, Lila lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of satin, was an old brass key. It was heavy and cool to the touch, with engravings that glinted mysteriously in the light. Lila felt a peculiar warmth spread through her fingertips, and in that moment she knew this key was no ordinary object. Curious and determined, Lila tucked the key into her pocket and decided to visit her favorite spot, a quiet nook by the edge of the forest where the river sang its gentle song. As she sat on a moss-covered rock, she turned the key over in her hands, wondering what door it might unlock. Suddenly, a soft rustling in the bushes caught her attention. Out stepped a small plump hedgehog with quills that shimmered like silver. He introduced himself with a courteous bow. "Good day, dear Lila," he said in a voice as smooth as the babbling brook. "I am Thistle, the forest keeper of secrets. I see you found the key of whimsy." Lila's eyes widened in surprise. "The key of whimsy? What does it do?" Thistle chuckled, his tiny eyes twinkling. "This key is special. It opens a door to another realm, a place where imagination and reality entwine. But remember, it is not the key that holds the magic, but the heart that uses it." Intrigued and excited, Lila asked Thistle to guide her. Together they ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their leaves whispering secrets as the wind passed through. Soon they reached a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its trunk wide and gnarled, with a door carved into its side. Lila hesitated for a moment, then fitted the brass key into the lock. The door swung open with a soft creak, revealing a shimmering portal of swirling colors. Taking a deep breath and holding Thistle's paw, Lila stepped through. On the other side, they found themselves in a land unlike any Lila had ever seen. The sky was a tapestry of pastel hues, and the ground was soft as a cloud. Flowers sang gentle lullabies, and the air was sweet with the scent of honey and lavender. This was the realm of whimsy, where dreams danced and stories came alive. As they explored, they met a host of delightful creatures. A wise old owl named Orion, who offered sage advice from his perch in a towering tree, and a mischievous sprite called Flicker, who flitted about like a spark of joy, leaving trails of laughter in her wake. But not all was serene in this magical land. The heart of whimsy was dimming, its vibrancy waning under a shadow of forgetfulness. The creatures of whimsy had begun to lose their stories, and with them their colors faded like distant memories. Lila knew at once that she must help, but how? It was then that Orion, with his eyes like pools of midnight, spoke gently. "Only a heart filled with wonder and kindness can restore the light. You must gather the lost stories, breathe life back into them with your own imagination." With Thistle, Orion, and Flicker by her side, Lila embarked on a quest to rekindle the stories of whimsy. They visited villages where lanterns flickered with faint echoes of tales, and in each one, Lila listened with her heart. She spun new endings, wove new beginnings, and painted vivid pictures with her words. Slowly, the realm began to glow once more, each story a spark that lit the world anew. The journey was not without its challenges. At times, doubt crept in like a chill, but Lila learned to draw strength from her companions. Thistle's steadfast presence, Orion's wise counsel, and Flicker's infectious laughter buoyed her spirits. Together, they found that friendship and imagination were the true keys to unlocking any door. At last, when every story had been rekindled, and the realm of whimsy shone brighter than ever, Lila knew it was time to return home. With a heart full of gratitude and a pocket brimming with tales, she bid farewell to her friends, promising to carry their stories with her always. Back in her village, Lila shared her adventures by the fireside, her voice weaving magic into the air. Her words warmed the hearts of all who listened, and soon the village too began to glow with the light of wonder and possibility. And so, as the stars blanketed the night sky, Lila lay in her bed, the brass key resting under her pillow, a reminder that the greatest magic of all lies not in the objects we find, but in the stories we share and the love we hold for one another. Story 44. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between the whispering trees and babbling brooks, there lay a quaint little village known as Luna Springs. This village was home to a collection of charming cottages, each with thatched roofs and stone chimneys that puffed gentle tendrils of smoke into the crisp, cool air. The villagers were a close-knit community, known for their warmth and kindness, and for the curious happenings that often unfolded around them. One late autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and violet, a peculiar event began to unfold. As if by some unseen hand, the leaves of the whispering woods began to glow with a soft, silvery light. The villagers, who were accustomed to the magical quirks of their home, gathered in the village square, murmuring and pointing at the luminous spectacle. Among them was a young girl named Mabel, who was known for her inquisitive nature and her remarkable ability to notice the tiniest details. Mabel's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she watched the leaves shimmer and sway in the gentle breeze. Beside her stood her fox companion, Rusty, whose keen senses and playful spirit made him an excellent partner in adventure. The villagers exchanged whispers, each with their own theories about the cause of the glowing leaves. Some speculated that it was the work of mischievous forest sprites, while others believed it was a sign from the wise old owl who lived in the ancient oak at the forest's edge. Determined to solve the mystery, Mabel set off towards the woods with Rusty trotting eagerly beside her. The path through the whispering woods was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a soothing symphony. As they delved deeper into the woods, Mabel and Rusty came across a group of fireflies, their tiny lanterns flickering like stars in the twilight. "Hello, little ones," Mabel greeted them warmly. "Do you know why the leaves are glowing tonight?" The fireflies danced around her, their light twinkling in response. One particularly bold firefly fluttered closer, its glow brightening as it settled on Mabel's outstretched hand. In a voice as soft as a whisper it said, "The glow comes from the moon-petal flowers, which only bloom once every 100 years. They have awoken to share their light with the forest." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "Moon-petal flowers," she repeated, her voice laced with awe. "But why now? What has caused them to awaken?" The firefly flickered thoughtfully. "The moon petals are drawn to kindness and harmony. Recently, the forest has felt the warmth of your village's friendship and care. It is this goodness that has stirred the flowers from their long slumber." Mabel felt a sense of pride swell within her. The villagers' kindness had not gone unnoticed, even by the very heart of the forest. As she and Rusty continued their journey, they marveled at the beauty that surrounded them, each glowing leaf a testament to the love and unity that bound their village together. Soon they arrived at a clearing bathed in the silvery light of the moon-petal flowers. The blossoms were delicate and ethereal, their petals shimmering like moonlight on water. Mabel and Rusty stood in silent reverence, absorbing the gentle magic that filled the air. As they turned to leave, Mabel noticed a faint trail of footprints leading away from the clearing. Curiosity piqued. She followed the trail, which wound through the forest and eventually led to the wise old owl's oak tree. Perched upon a low branch, the owl regarded them with knowing eyes. "Ah, young Mabel and Rusty," the owl hooted softly, his voice deep and resonant. "I see you have discovered the moon-petal's secret." "Yes," Mabel replied, her voice a blend of respect and excitement. "But we found these footprints. Do they belong to you, wise owl?" The owl chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "No, dear child, those belong to our forest guardian, the glimmering stag. He visits the moon petals each night, ensuring they are safe and their light remains pure." Mabel's eyes widened with wonder. "The glimmering stag, I've heard stories, but I never imagined he was real." "Oh, he is very real," the owl assured her. "His presence is a gift to those who cherish the forest and its inhabitants. His light guides lost travelers and soothes troubled hearts." With a grateful heart, Mabel thanked the wise owl and made her way back to the village, her mind filled with the night's discoveries. As she and Rusty emerged from the woods, the villagers gathered around, eager to hear what she had learned. With a gentle smile, Mabel shared the tale of the moon-petal flowers and the glimmering stag, weaving a story of wonder and magic that captivated her audience. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that their kindness had awakened such beauty in the forest. As the evening turned to night, the villagers returned to their homes, each carrying a piece of the moon petal's light in their hearts. Mabel and Rusty, too, retired to their cozy cottage, where a crackling fire awaited them. Snuggled under a soft quilt, Mabel gazed out the window at the glowing leaves, her heart content and her mind at peace. And so, the village of Luna Springs fell into a gentle slumber, the whispering woods cradling them in a blanket of shimmering light. The mystery of the glowing leaves had been solved, not through force or cunning, but through the simple power of kindness and friendship. And with that, the villagers learned a lesson more precious than any treasure, that in a world filled with magic and wonder, the greatest magic of all lies within the warmth of a caring heart. Story 45. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like old friends sharing secrets, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. A misty river meandered through the landscape, its gentle babble a lullaby for the creatures that called this place home. The air was always tinged with the scent of pine and fresh earth, creating a haven of serenity. It was a village known for its warm hearths and even warmer hearts, where neighbors exchanged smiles as easily as they did freshly baked bread. Yet one crisp autumn evening, a curious occurrence began to unsettle the otherwise tranquil village. Every night, just as the moonlight kissed the tops of the hills, a peculiar sound echoed through the village. It was a soft, melodic tinkling, like the sound of 1,000 tiny bells being stirred by an invisible hand. The villagers, with their faces aglow from the fireplaces, all heard it but could not discern its source. Among those intrigued by this mystery was a young girl named Lyra, whose curiosity was as boundless as the starry sky. With chestnut hair that danced in the wind and eyes the color of the forest canopy, Lyra was known for her sharp observations and gentle spirit. Her best friend, a wise old barn owl named Quill, often accompanied her on her explorations. One evening, as the villagers murmured about the strange music, Lyra decided it was time to unravel the mystery. Clad in a thick woolen cloak, she set out with Quill perched on her shoulder, his feathers soft and comforting against her cheek. The night air was crisp, and as Lyra walked, the leaves beneath her boots crunched like whispers of autumn. She followed the sound of the tinkling bells, which seemed to dance on the breeze, leading her deeper into the woods. "Perhaps it's the work of fairies," mused Quill, his voice a soothing coo in the night. "They do love their music." "Perhaps," Lyra replied, "but I think there's more to it." As they ventured further, the sound grew clearer, weaving through the branches like a silver thread. They soon arrived at an ancient willow tree, its trunk gnarled and wise. The air around it shimmered with a gentle glow, like moonbeams caught in a net. Lyra approached the tree, her heart fluttering with a sense of discovery. It was then that she noticed the tiniest of creatures nestled among the roots. Tiny beings no larger than Lyra's thumb, with wings that glimmered like stained glass. "Pixies," Lyra whispered in awe. The pixies were indeed the source of the enchanting music. They clutched delicate silver bells, and their laughter chimed along with their play. But there was something else, a sadness in their eyes that belied their mirth. "Hello there," Lyra said softly, crouching down to their level. "Why do you play such lovely, yet melancholy music?" A pixie with sapphire wings fluttered forward. "Our music calls for help," it explained, its voice as light as a breeze. "Our queen's crown, which holds the magic of our realm, has been stolen." Lyra's heart ached for the pixies. A missing crown could upset the balance of their world, and she knew she had to help. "We will find it," she promised, her voice steady with determination. Quill nodded sagely. "Let us start by observing what we know." Lyra and Quill spent the following days visiting the village and the surrounding woods, asking gentle questions and noticing the smallest details. They observed the patterns of the wind, the trails of the animals, and the subtle shifts in the forest's song. One afternoon, Lyra noticed a peculiar trail of glittering feathers leading away from the willow tree. They shimmered with an unusual hue, different from any bird she knew. She followed the trail, Quill flying overhead, his keen eyes scanning the ground. The trail led them to a hidden grove where sunlight danced through the leaves, creating a mosaic of light. There, amidst the ferns, they found a magpie, its feathers shimmering with the same strange hue. It was the culprit, having been drawn to the crown's beauty. The magpie looked at Lyra and Quill with wary eyes but did not flee. Instead, it pecked at something shiny nestled in the grass, the pixie queen's crown, its gems twinkling like stars. "Hello, friend," Lyra said gently, kneeling down. "That crown belongs to the pixies. They need it to keep their magic alive." The magpie cocked its head, considering her words. Lyra reached into her pocket and pulled out a silver button that glinted in the sunlight. "Perhaps you'd like this instead." With a curious chirp, the magpie hopped closer, eyeing the button. It picked it up in its beak, letting the crown fall softly to the ground. "Thank you," Lyra said, her voice filled with warmth. With the crown safely retrieved, Lyra and Quill returned to the willow tree. The pixies greeted them with joyous music, their bells ringing out in a melody of gratitude and relief. "Your kindness and wisdom have restored our realm," the sapphire-winged pixie said, as the crown was placed back upon their queen's head. The air shimmered with renewed magic, and the pixies danced with joy. That night, as Lyra and Quill made their way back to the village, the moon smiled down upon them, and the wind carried the sweet notes of pixie music through the trees. The mystery of the tinkling bells had been solved, and Willowbrook returned to its peaceful slumber. Lyra knew that whenever she heard the gentle chime of bells, it would remind her of the magical world that lay just beyond the edge of her village, where kindness and curiosity could solve even the most enchanting of mysteries. And so, with hearts full of peace and friendship, Lyra and Quill drifted off to sleep, the stars keeping watch over the whispering woods. Story 46. Once upon a time, in a village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her vibrant red hair seemed to glow like embers, and her eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the woods she called home. One crisp autumn morning, as Lily was exploring the familiar trails near her cottage, she noticed something peculiar, a shimmering path of golden sunlight filtering through the trees. It seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest, towards a place she had never ventured before. With a heart full of wonder, Lily followed the glimmering trail, her feet crunching on the fallen leaves with every step. The forest grew denser and more mystical with each passing moment, the trees twisting into fanciful shapes and the air carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers. As she rounded a mossy boulder, Lily gasped in awe. Before her lay a hidden meadow unlike anything she had ever seen. Towering mushrooms in hues of ruby and sapphire dotted the lush grass, their caps stretching taller than Lily herself. Tiny, glowing sprites danced among the toadstools, leaving trails of shimmering dust in their wake. Lily approached cautiously, her eyes wide with amazement. One of the sprites noticed her and flitted over, its delicate wings humming like a gentle melody. With a tinkling laugh, it circled Lily's head before leading her further into the enchanted glade. As she wandered deeper, Lily encountered more wondrous sights. A babbling brook that seemed to be made of liquid diamonds, a weeping willow whose trailing branches contained entire miniature worlds within their leaves, and a family of friendly, round-eared creatures who welcomed her with warm smiles and offered her strange but delicious fruits to taste. With each new discovery, Lily's heart swelled with courage and a thirst for adventure. She climbed to the top of a mossy knoll, gazing out over the ethereal landscape with a sense of pure joy and freedom. Yet as the sun began to dip below the trees, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lily realized she needed to find her way back home. A pang of worry tugged at her heart. How would she ever find her way out of this magical place? Just then, one of the round-eared creatures approached, holding a glowing acorn in its tiny paws. It motioned for Lily to take the acorn, and as she did, a warm, reassuring feeling washed over her. The creature smiled knowingly, as if to say, "Trust this, and it will guide you home." With a grateful smile, Lily tucked the acorn into her pocket and began retracing her steps, her heart filled with the warmth of her newfound friends and the wondrous memories she had made. As she emerged from the forest and caught sight of her cozy cottage, Lily felt a sense of accomplishment and gratitude. She had ventured into the unknown, faced her fears with courage, and discovered a world of beauty and magic beyond her wildest dreams. From that day on, Lily carried the glowing acorn with her wherever she went, a constant reminder of the enchanting meadow and the importance of embracing curiosity, facing challenges with bravery, and cherishing the wonders that lie just beyond the beaten path. Story 47. The Whispering Woods, a tale of hidden worlds and unlikely friendships. In the quiet, sleepy village of Fir Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and ancient forests, there existed an air of mystery and magic that the villagers had long come to accept as part of their everyday lives. The village was surrounded by the Whispering Woods, a vast expanse of towering trees whose leaves seemed to sing with the wind. Legends spoke of a hidden world within these woods, a place where time flowed differently, and where those who entered and returned often spoke of strange, wondrous things. On the edge of the village lived a young boy named Finn. With curious eyes, the color of the twilight sky, and a mind always eager for adventure, Finn was known among the villagers for his boundless imagination and unyielding curiosity. His days were spent exploring the edges of the woods, collecting peculiar stones and listening to the tales the wind seemed to carry from deep within the forest. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of gold and crimson, Finn set off on his usual expedition. The air was cool, tinged with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustling of leaves underfoot made a comforting rhythm as he walked. Today, however, was different. There was something in the air, a subtle whisper that tugged at his heart, urging him to venture deeper into the woods than he had ever dared before. As he wandered further into the forest, the light began to change. The sun filtered through the canopy in shafts of golden light, casting shadows that danced like ethereal spirits. Finn's heart quickened with excitement and a touch of trepidation. He knew the stories of the hidden world, of its wonders and its dangers, but something compelled him to continue. After walking for what felt like hours, Finn stumbled upon a small clearing surrounded by towering oaks. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone archway, covered in twisting vines and vibrant moss. It was unlike anything Finn had ever seen, and as he stepped closer, he could feel a gentle hum of energy emanating from it. The whispers were louder here, a soft chorus that seemed to beckon him forward. With a deep breath, Finn stepped through the archway. The world around him shimmered like a mirage, and he felt a tingling sensation wash over him. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a place both familiar and strange. The trees were taller, their leaves a luminous shade of emerald, and the air was filled with a melody that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Here, in this hidden world, time seemed to flow like a gentle stream, slow and dreamlike. As Finn marveled at his surroundings, he heard a gentle rustle nearby. Turning toward the sound, he found himself face to face with a curious creature. It was unlike any animal he had ever seen, with fur that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and warmth. "Hello," the creature said in a voice as soft as the breeze. "I am Leora, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our hidden realm?" Finn, though surprised by the creature's ability to speak, felt an immediate sense of kinship and trust. "I didn't mean to intrude," he replied, his voice a mix of awe and apology. "I was drawn here by the whispers. I've always been curious about the stories of this place." Leora nodded, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "Many are drawn by the whispers, but not all can see what you see. You have a gift, young one, a heart open to the magic of the world." Together, Finn and Leora wandered through the hidden world, each step revealing new wonders. They passed through fields of flowers that glowed with an inner light, and streams that sang as they flowed over smooth stones. Finn felt a profound sense of peace here, as if he had found a part of himself he never knew was missing. As they walked, Leora shared stories of the forest, of the creatures that dwelled within, and the ancient magic that sustained them. In turn, Finn spoke of his life in Fir Hollow, of the village's simple joys, and the yearning he felt for something more. Days seemed to pass as they explored, though Finn couldn't be sure how long he had truly been in the hidden world. Time, in this place, was different, a gentle, flowing thing that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. But as much as he loved this magical realm, he knew he couldn't stay forever. One evening, as the sky turned a deep indigo and stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds, Finn and Leora sat by a shimmering pond. The water reflected the night sky, creating a mirror of the heavens. "I must return home," Finn said softly. a note of reluctance in his voice. "But I don't want to forget what I've seen here, or the friendship we've found." Leora nodded, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "You will carry a piece of this place with you, Finn. The magic of the Whispering Woods is bound to your heart now, and as for our friendship, it will endure, no matter the distance." With a gentle smile, Leora gifted Finn a small, luminescent stone. "This will remind you of our time together and the wonders of this world. Whenever you hold it, remember the magic within you." With a heavy heart, Finn bid farewell to Leora and the hidden world. As he stepped back through the stone archway, he felt the familiar tingle and watched as the vibrant colors of the hidden world faded into the gentle hues of his own. Back in Fir Hollow, life continued as it always had, yet something had changed within Finn. He carried the magic of the Whispering Woods in his heart, a quiet strength and wonder that guided him through his days. The luminescent stone rested on his bedside table, a constant reminder of the hidden world and the friendship that defied expectations. And though he never forgot the wonders he had seen, Finn knew that the true magic was not just in the hidden world, but in the friendships and adventures that awaited him, both in his village and beyond. As he drifted to sleep each night, the whispers of the woods sang softly in his dreams, a lullaby of magic and possibility. And so, beneath the starlit sky, with the gentle croon of the wind through the trees, Finn's story continued, a tale of friendship, courage, and the boundless magic of an open heart. Story 48. In the heart of the tranquil Vale of Whispers, nestled between rolling hills blanketed in lavender and dotted with wildflowers, there lay a small village known as Eldergrove. Eldergrove was a quaint and quiet place, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honey and fresh bread, and the laughter of children echoed down cobblestone streets. The village was surrounded by an ancient forest, thick with towering oaks and whispering pines, which the villagers believed was imbued with magic. This forest, known as the Sylvan Vale, was said to be home to creatures of lore and mystery, a place where time danced differently and the ordinary became extraordinary. Living in Eldergrove was a young girl named Anwen. She was a gentle soul with a heart full of dreams and a mind brimming with curiosity. Anwen had a knack for wandering off into the Sylvan Vale, much to the chagrin of her doting grandmother, who would scold her with affection, warning her of the mischief that lay within the woods. But Anwen was undeterred, for she felt a kinship with the forest, as if it called to her in a language only she could understand. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Anwen set off on her usual wanderings. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature's symphony, rustling leaves, chirping crickets, and the soft cooing of doves. Anwen's feet patted softly on the mossy ground as she ventured deeper into the woods, her heart light with the promise of adventure. As she meandered along a sun-dappled path, Anwen's attention was caught by a gleam of light peeking through a thicket of ferns. Curiosity piqued, she pushed aside the verdant curtain to reveal a small hidden glade. In the center of this secluded sanctuary stood an ancient stone pedestal, upon which rested a delicate, shimmering object. It was a small, translucent orb, pulsating gently with a soft, ethereal glow that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the forest itself. Anwen approached the pedestal cautiously, her eyes wide with wonder. As she reached out to touch the orb, a warm sensation enveloped her hand, sending a gentle tingling through her fingers. The orb was cool and smooth, its surface reflecting the colors of the forest in a kaleidoscope of light. Suddenly, the air around her shimmered like a mirage, and the forest seemed to shift, revealing a hidden realm beyond the veil of the ordinary. In this hidden world, the trees were taller, their leaves a vibrant emerald, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. As Anwen marveled at the transformation, she noticed a pair of eyes watching her from the shadows. They belonged to a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, furry being with eyes as bright as the moon and a tail that flickered like a flame. "Hello," the creature said in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I am Leora, guardian of the Sylvan Vale." Anwen, though startled, felt no fear in Leora's presence. Instead, she sensed a deep-seated kindness in the creature's eyes. "I'm Anwen," she replied, her voice filled with awe. "Is this your world?" Leora nodded, her tail swaying gently. It is a world unseen by most, hidden within the folds of the forest. And you, dear Anwen, have been chosen by the Orb of Echoes to see it. Anwen's heart leapt with excitement. Why me? Because you have the heart of a dreamer, Leora explained, and the world needs dreamers to keep its magic alive. Over the days that followed, Anwen returned to the hidden glade again and again, each time stepping through the veil into the magical realm. With Leora as her guide, she explored the wonders of this enchanted world, a place where rivers sang and flowers danced, where creatures of legend roamed freely beneath a sky that sparkled with endless stars. As Anwen and Leora's friendship blossomed, so too did Anwen's understanding of the Sylvan Vale's secrets. She learned that the Orb of Echoes was a powerful relic, capable of revealing the true nature of things and bridging the gap between worlds. It was a gift, but also a responsibility, for those who wielded it had to protect the balance between the realms. One evening, as twilight draped the forest in shades of twilight blue, Anwen and Leora sat by a babbling brook, its waters reflecting the rising moon like liquid silver. Anwen had grown quiet, her thoughts heavy with unspoken questions. Leora, she began hesitantly, what happens if the two worlds become unbalanced? Leora's eyes softened with understanding. Then chaos would ensue, dear one. The magic that sustains life would falter, and both worlds would suffer. But how can I protect something so vast? Anwen asked, her voice tinged with doubt. By believing in yourself and the power of friendship, Leora replied. For it is through our connections, through love and understanding, that we find the strength to overcome any challenge. Anwen pondered Leora's words, feeling their truth resonate within her. She realized that the journey she had embarked upon was not just one of discovery, but also of growth and transformation. The magic of the Sylvan Vale was not simply in its wonders, but in the bonds it forged and the lessons it imparted. As the weeks turned into months, Anwen became a guardian of sorts, watching over the Sylvan Vale with Leora by her side. Together, they ensured that the balance between the realms was maintained, that the magic continued to flourish. Then, one fateful day, a shadow fell upon the forest. Anwen sensed it first, a disquieting chill that crept through the trees, dimming the vibrant colors of the hidden world. Leora, too, felt the change, her fur bristling with unease. A storm is coming, Leora warned, her voice tinged with urgency. A force that seeks to disrupt the harmony we've worked so hard to protect. Anwen's heart clenched with determination. Then we must stop it, whatever it takes. The two friends set off through the forest, their path illuminated by the glow of the Orb of Echoes. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the Sylvan Vale, the air grew thick with a sense of foreboding. Trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. Finally, they reached a clearing where the source of the disturbance lay, a swirling vortex of darkness, pulsating with malevolent energy. Anwen felt a shiver run down her spine as she faced the ominous force. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is a tear in the fabric of the worlds," Leora explained, her eyes fixed on the vortex, a rift that threatens to unravel everything. As Anwen gazed into the heart of the darkness, she felt a stirring within her, a courage she hadn't known she possessed. She understood that this was her moment, the culmination of her journey, and that she was not alone. "Leora," she said, her voice steady and strong, "we can heal this rift together. The Orb of Echoes has shown us the way." Leora nodded, her eyes shining with trust and friendship. "We must weave the rift closed with the threads of our bond, with love and hope." Holding the Orb of Echoes aloft, Anwen closed her eyes and focused on the connection she shared with Leora, on the magic that flowed between them. She felt the warmth of their friendship, the strength of their shared purpose, and let it guide her. As the orb pulsed with radiant light, Anwen and Leora began to weave a tapestry of magic, their hearts united in their task. The rift trembled as the threads of their bond encircled it, knitting the fabric of the worlds back together. Slowly, the darkness began to recede, the vortex shrinking until it was no more than a wisp of shadow. The clearing was bathed in a gentle glow, the air filled with the sweet scent of renewal. Anwen and Leora stood side by side, their hearts full with the knowledge of what they had achieved. They had not only protected the Sylvan Vale, but had also discovered the true power of friendship and the magic that dwells within. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, painting the world in gold and green, Anwen knew that her journey was far from over. There would be more challenges ahead, more mysteries to unravel, but she was ready to face them, for she had learned the greatest lesson of all, that the heart of a dreamer, when guided by love and friendship, could change the world. And so, with the promise of new adventures on the horizon, Anwen and Leora returned to the heart of the Sylvan Vale, their spirits alight with the magic of possibilities, the forest around them whispering its secrets to the wind. Story 49. In a quaint little village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. Her days were filled with the gentle rhythms of village life, yet she often found herself gazing at the mountains, wondering what lay beyond the familiar peaks. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden rays of dawn danced across the rooftops, Clara decided that today was the day she would venture beyond the mountain's misty veil. She packed a small satchel with a few essentials, a book of maps, a flask of sweet honey tea, and a piece of her grandmother's famous apple pie. With a final wave to her family, she set off, her footsteps crunching through the carpet of fallen leaves. The path to the mountains was a winding trail that meandered through fields of wildflowers and past bubbling brooks. As Clara climbed higher, the air grew cooler and the scent of pine and earth enveloped her like a cozy blanket. The sun peeked through the trees, casting playful shadows that danced around her feet. As Clara reached a clearing near the mountain's base, she stumbled upon a sight that took her breath away. Before her lay a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The trees were a vivid shade of turquoise, their leaves shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. This was the Enchanted Forest, a place spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime stories. With a heart full of wonder, Clara stepped into the forest, her senses alive with the vibrant colors and sounds. The air was filled with a melody, a gentle symphony of rustling leaves and the soft hum of unseen creatures. As she walked deeper, she noticed tiny lights flickering in the underbrush. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were fireflies, glowing with an emerald hue, guiding her path. It wasn't long before Clara met her first whimsical companion, an endearing creature known as a whiffle. The whiffle was no larger than a kitten, with fur as fluffy as dandelion fluff and eyes that twinkled like stars. It chirped a cheerful greeting and perched itself on Clara's shoulder, clearly eager to join her on her journey. Together they wandered through the forest, encountering wonders at every turn. They passed by a brook whose waters sang a gentle lullaby, and fields where flowers bloomed in every color of the rainbow. Clara marveled at trees that whispered secrets when the wind blew through their branches, and mushrooms that glowed softly in the twilight. As they continued, Clara faced a gentle challenge, a riddle posed by the keeper of the forest, an ancient owl with feathers like moonlight. To pass through to the heart of the forest, she had to solve the owl's riddle. What is it that you can keep after giving it to someone? Clara paused, pondering the owl's question. The answer came to her in a moment of clarity, as she remembered the way her village's storyteller often shared tales and wisdom. A promise, she replied with a smile. The owl nodded sagely, allowing Clara and the whiffle to continue their journey. They soon arrived at a serene glade where a gentle stream wound its way through lush greenery. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide enough for Clara and the whiffle to sit comfortably on its roots. As they rested beneath the tree, Clara felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She realized that the courage to explore had led her to this magical place, and the friendships she'd formed along the way had enriched her journey. The Enchanted Forest had shown her the beauty of the unknown and the joy of discovering new paths. With the sun setting behind the mountains, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to the whiffle and the other creatures of the forest, promising to return one day. As she made her way back through the forest, the path seemed to glow with the light of the fireflies, guiding her safely back to her village. Clara's heart was full of stories to share, and her spirit was bright with the courage she had discovered within herself. When she arrived home, her family greeted her with warm embraces and eager ears. As the night settled over the village, Clara recounted her adventures by the crackling fireplace, her tales weaving a tapestry of wonder and friendship. And so the night passed peacefully, with dreams of the enchanted forest dancing in Clara's mind. A reminder that sometimes the most magical journeys begin with a single step into the unknown. Story 50. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the rustle of leaves sang lullabies to the wind, there lay a quaint little village named Everbrook. Everbrook was a special place, where the trees whispered secrets to the stars, and the brook that ran through it shimmered with an otherworldly glow. At the edge of this enchanted village, in a small cozy cottage with ivy-covered walls, lived a girl named Lila. Lila was known throughout Everbrook for her radiant smile and her wondrous tales of adventure and mystery. She had a peculiar gift, the ability to hear the songs of the forest. When Lila listened closely, the trees would tell her stories of old, the brook would murmur tales of travelers, and the wind would carry secrets from lands far beyond. Her favorite spot was a moss-covered stone by the brook, where the water chuckled over pebbles, a sound that always seemed to lift her spirits. One crisp autumn morning, as the fog wrapped the forest in a gentle embrace, Lila set out on her usual walk to hear the forest's tales. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the promise of adventure. As she approached her mossy stone, she noticed something curious. A glimmer of silver caught her eye, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, Lila knelt down and brushed away the leaves, revealing a delicate silver key, intricately carved with patterns of swirling vines and tiny stars. The key felt warm in her hand, as if it held a life of its own. She could sense that this key was special, perhaps even magical. As Lila held the key, a soft voice, like the gentle rustle of leaves, whispered in her ear, "Seek the hidden door, where the moonlight meets the forest floor." The message was clear, yet mysterious, sparking a flame of curiosity in Lila's heart. She wondered what door the key might unlock and what secrets lay beyond. Determined to uncover the mystery, Lila decided to embark on a journey through the whispering woods. She prepared a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a small journal to record her discoveries. With the silver key safely tucked in her pocket, she set off, guided by the whispers of the forest. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming archways that led her further along her path. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and wildflowers. Lila's journey was not without its challenges. The forest was vast and filled with hidden paths and tangled undergrowth, but Lila's heart was steadfast. She remembered the words of the forest, guiding her to where the moonlight met the forest floor. Each step she took was accompanied by the gentle encouragement of the woodland creatures, who seemed to understand her quest. As the day wore on, Lila found herself at the edge of a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The moon had risen, casting a silvery light that danced across the ground. In the center of the clearing stood a grand oak, its trunk wide and twisted with age. Beneath its branches, the moonlight illuminated a small, ornate door, nearly hidden by the gnarled roots. With a heart full of anticipation, Lila approached the door. It was adorned with carvings similar to those on the key, and as she drew closer, she felt a gentle hum of energy. She carefully inserted the key into the lock, and with a soft click, the door swung open to reveal a staircase spiraling down into the earth. Taking a deep breath, Lila stepped through the doorway, descending into the hidden world beneath the whispering woods. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and moss. Her footsteps echoed softly as she made her way down the stone steps, guided by the faint glow of phosphorescent mushrooms that lined the walls. At the bottom of the staircase, Lila found herself in a vast underground chamber, illuminated by a gentle, bluish light. The chamber was filled with wonders: crystalline formations that glimmered like stars, bioluminescent plants that cast a soft glow, and a tranquil pool of water that reflected the beauty of the cavern. In the center of the chamber stood a figure unlike any Lila had ever seen. It was a creature of pure light, its form shifting and shimmering like the auroras that danced in the northern skies. The creature's eyes were deep and wise, filled with a kindness that put Lila at ease. "Welcome, Lila," the creature said, its voice like a melody that resonated in the air. "I am the keeper of secrets, and you have been chosen to hear the stories of the world beneath the world." Lila listened in awe as the keeper of secrets shared tales of forgotten lands and ancient magic, of friendships that transcended time and boundaries, and of the power of hope and kindness. Each story was a thread in the tapestry of the world, woven together by the bonds of love and understanding. As the stories unfolded, Lila felt a sense of peace and clarity. She realized that the true magic lay not in the key or the hidden world, but in the connections she made and the wisdom she gained. The journey had changed her, deepening her understanding and appreciation for the wonders of the world. When the last story was told, the Keeper of Secrets bestowed upon Lila a gift, a pendant shaped like a crescent moon, imbued with the light of the cavern. "This will remind you of the hidden beauty and magic that lies within and around you," the Keeper said. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila bade farewell to the Keeper of Secrets and made her way back up the staircase, returning to the world above. The door closed gently behind her, the key now a part of her memories. As Lila emerged from the forest, the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. The village of Everbrook lay ahead, its chimneys puffing gentle wisps of smoke into the morning air. Lila felt a renewed sense of belonging and purpose, knowing that she carried the magic of the hidden world within her heart. From that day on, Lila shared the stories she had heard, weaving them into her own tales of adventure and friendship. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts touched by the magic and wisdom of the Whispering Woods. And so the stories lived on, carried by the winds and whispered by the trees, reminding all who heard them of the beauty and wonder that lay just beyond the edge of what they knew. Lila's journey had transformed her, but it had also enriched the lives of those around her, leaving a legacy of love and understanding that would endure for generations to come. As the sun set each evening, casting a warm glow over the village, the people of Everbrook would gather by the fireside, listening to Lila's tales. And in the quiet moments when the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, they would close their eyes and dream of hidden worlds and the magic that lived within them, comforted by the knowledge that they too were part of a greater story, woven together by the threads of friendship, wisdom, and love. The end. Story 51. In the serene village of Eldergrove, nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, a young girl named Leora lived with her grandmother. The village, enveloped by the aroma of wildflowers and the gentle melody of babbling brooks, was a place where time seemed to flow as sweetly and slowly as honey. Eldergrove was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, surrounded by the gentle embrace of towering oaks that swayed with the secrets of the wind. Leora, with her curious eyes and heart as open as the sky, spent her days wandering through the meadows and listening to the stories her grandmother told by the fireside each evening. Her grandmother, a woman with laughter lines etched deep into her skin and wisdom twinkling in her eyes, spoke of realms unseen and mysteries untold. Among her favorite tales was that of the Moonstone, a magical gem said to hold the power to reveal hidden worlds and unlock hearts' deepest desires. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced down from the trees, Leora set out on an adventure that would change her life forever. In her hand, she clutched a letter her grandmother had given her, sealed with wax and stamped with the image of an owl. "For when you need guidance beyond what my words can offer," her grandmother had said with a knowing smile. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hum of creatures unseen. The path under Leora's feet was a tapestry of roots and fallen leaves, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in beams of liquid gold. She could feel the forest breathing around her, a living entity whispering secrets through the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a cuckoo. As Leora ventured further, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of sunlight. At its center stood a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering with hues of silver and emerald. This was the Silverheart Tree, a legendary guardian of secrets and a keeper of the Moonstone. Leora approached with a mixture of awe and reverence, feeling the air around her grow still and expectant. The tree's branches stretched wide like welcoming arms, and at its base lay a small, hollowed nook. Inside, nestled among moss and dappled sunlight, was the moonstone. Its surface was smooth and cool to the touch, pulsating gently with a silvery light that seemed to echo the rhythm of Leora's heart. As she cradled the stone in her hands, she felt a warmth spread through her, as if the stone recognized her kind spirit. Suddenly, the forest around her seemed to shift, the colors becoming more vivid, the sounds more harmonious. Leora realized she could understand the whispers of the trees and the chatter of the woodland creatures. Holding the moonstone had awakened something within her, a connection to the hidden world that thrived alongside her own. With the moonstone in her possession, Leora's journey into the hidden world had truly begun. The forest beckoned her onward, each step revealing wonders that had been just beyond her grasp. She met creatures of all kinds, a fox with eyes like amber who spoke in riddles, a family of rabbits who shared tales of the forest's history, and a wise old owl who offered guidance with a gentle hoot. The owl, with feathers as soft as moonlight, perched on a low branch and gazed at Leora with eyes that seemed to hold the knowledge of ages. "The moonstone has chosen you, young one," the owl said, its voice a soft murmur in the stillness. "It will guide you, but remember, true magic lies not in the stone, but in the heart." Emboldened by the owl's words, Leora continued her journey, her senses attuned to the wonders around her. She discovered hidden groves where flowers bloomed in colors unseen, and streams that sang with the voices of the water sprites. Each discovery filled her heart with joy and a sense of belonging she had never known. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Leora found herself at the edge of a vast meadow. Here, the grass swayed gently in the evening breeze, and fireflies began to dance in the growing twilight. In the center of the meadow stood a figure, cloaked in a robe of starlight, their presence both mysterious and comforting. The figure turned, revealing a face that was neither young nor old, with eyes that sparkled with wisdom and kindness. "Welcome, Leora," the figure said, their voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Eliana, keeper of the meadow. You have journeyed far and learned much, but the greatest lesson is yet to come." Leora listened intently as Eliana spoke of the balance between the seen and unseen worlds, of the harmony that must be maintained to ensure the well-being of all. "The moonstone has shown you wonders," Eliana said, "but it is your heart that will guide you to true understanding." With these words, Eliana raised their hand, and the meadow transformed into a vision of breathtaking beauty. The stars above seemed to dance, their light mingling with the fireflies to create a tapestry of shimmering patterns. The air was filled with a symphony of night sounds, a lullaby that lulled the world into gentle slumber. As Leora stood in awe, she felt the weight of the moonstone in her hand, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken. She realized that the stone's true power lay not in its magic, but in the connections it had helped her forge, the beauty it had revealed in the world around her. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora returned the moonstone to its resting place at the base of the Silverheart tree. The forest seemed to sigh in contentment, the leaves rustling in a gentle chorus of approval. She knew now that the hidden world would always be a part of her, a place she could visit in her heart whenever she needed solace or inspiration. As she made her way back to the village, the path illuminated by the soft glow of the rising moon, Leora felt a profound sense of peace. The journey had changed her, opened her eyes to the magic that existed in the everyday and the extraordinary. She had learned that true magic was not in objects or places, but in the love and wonder that resided within her own heart. When Leora finally returned to her grandmother's cottage, the old woman was waiting by the fireside, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "You have discovered much, my dear," her grandmother said, pulling Leora into a warm embrace. "Remember that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves." As Leora settled by the hearth, the fire crackling softly and casting a warm glow over the room, she knew that her adventures were just beginning. The hidden world was now a part of her story, a thread woven into the tapestry of her life. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of silver trees and starlit meadows, of friendships forged in enchanted forests, and of the gentle wisdom that guided her home. Story 52. In a quaint little village nestled amidst rolling emerald hills and bordered by a forest that sang with the whispers of ancient trees, there lived a young girl named Amara. Her hair was the color of ripened chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. The village, though small, was a tapestry of vibrant gardens and cobblestone paths that wound like stories waiting to be told. It was a place where the sky always seemed painted in hues of gentle blue, and the air carried the sweet scent of lavender and honey. The villagers were accustomed to peculiar happenings, for magic danced like the breeze through their lives. But one crisp autumn evening, just as the first golden leaves began to fall, something truly puzzling began to unfold. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their beloved items rearranged in the most curious ways. Mrs. Willow's knitting basket, usually nestled by her favorite armchair, was discovered atop the kitchen table, knitting needles perfectly aligned like soldiers standing to attention. Mr. Thistle's collection of antique clocks, usually ticking in harmonious rhythm on the mantel, found themselves scattered across his garden, their hands frozen at peculiar times. Amara, with her keen sense of wonder, decided to uncover the mystery behind these nightly rearrangements. She donned her woolen cloak, its fabric soft as a cloud, and set off at twilight when the village was bathed in the amber glow of lanterns. Her first stop was the wise old librarian, Mr. Finch, whose spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose. "Ah, Amara," he greeted her with a voice like the rustling of parchment. "I've heard of the odd occurrences. Perhaps it's the work of the night sprites. They're known for their mischievous antics." "But why would they do such things?" Amara asked, her brow furrowing in thought. "Perhaps they're trying to communicate something," Mr. Finch suggested, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 untold stories. With this new insight, Amara ventured into the heart of the forest, where the trees stood like wise old giants, their leaves whispering secrets. She knew of a magical creature who might help her, Thistle, the gentle deer whose antlers shimmered with stardust. She found him grazing in a moonlit clearing, his eyes deep pools of wisdom. "Thistle," Amara called softly, "I seek your guidance." The deer lifted his head, acknowledging her presence. "The night sprites are playful, but they mean no harm," Thistle said, his voice a soothing melody that seemed to resonate with the forest itself. "They often leave clues hidden in their mischief." Encouraged by Thistle's words, Amara decided to observe the village by night. She wrapped herself in her cloak and perched by her window, watching as the moon cast silver beams upon the rooftops. Hours passed, and just as the clock struck midnight, she caught sight of tiny figures flitting through the air, their wings iridescent in the moonlight. The night sprites! They were indeed rearranging items, but as she watched closely, Amara noticed they left behind trails of glittering dust that formed words. The next morning, Amara gathered the villagers in the square, her excitement almost tangible. "The night sprites are leaving us messages," she explained. "We just need to look closer." Together, they followed the trails of dust, piecing together the words like a jigsaw puzzle. It spelled out a simple yet profound message: seek joy in the unexpected. The villagers, inspired by the sprite's wisdom, began to see their rearranged belongings in a new light. Mrs. Willow embraced the idea of knitting in different spots, finding inspiration in change. Mr. Thistle realized the beauty of his clocks scattered in the garden, each one capturing a moment of time in nature's embrace. The mystery, though solved, left the village with a newfound appreciation for the whimsical nature of life. Amara, with her heart full of wonder and gratitude, thanked the night sprites for their gentle lesson. As she returned home, the forest seemed to hum with approval, and the night sky twinkled with a constellation of possibilities. From that day forward, the village embraced the unexpected with open arms, their lives enriched by the magic of change and the gentle guidance of their magical friends. And each night, as Amara lay in bed, the world outside her window seemed to whisper a lullaby, a promise of new adventures and mysteries waiting to be discovered. And so, in the warm embrace of her dreams, the village slept, cradled by the enchanting stories that danced like fireflies in the night. Story 53. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between soft, rolling hills, and the whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Anwen. Her home was a quaint cottage, its walls wrapped in the embrace of climbing roses, their petals a soft, blushing pink. She was known among the villagers for her gentle smile and her knack for weaving tapestries that told the stories of the stars. Yet, within her heart, Anwen felt a quiet discontent, a yearning for something she could not quite name. Anwen's life was filled with the comforting routines of village life, the rhythmic hum of the loom, and the soothing patterns of threads passing through her fingers. But as the seasons turned, she found herself restless, gazing out her window at the vast, mysterious woods that lay just beyond the edge of the village. The woods were a place of vibrant life and whispered secrets, where sunlight danced through the canopy and painted the forest floor with dapples of gold. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist curled like a cat around the roots of the great oaks, Anwen decided to venture into the woods. She hoped to find the source of her restlessness, the elusive something that pulled at her spirit. As she stepped into the forest, the air was filled with the scent of pine and the sound of leaves crunching underfoot. The woods felt alive, as if they were waiting for her. As she wandered deeper, Anwen came upon a clearing where the sunlight pooled like warm honey. In the center stood an ancient tree, its bark etched with countless rings that told stories older than time. Beneath the tree, a small, shimmering pool of water mirrored the sky and the branches above. Drawn to the pool, Anwen knelt beside it, her reflection rippling gently on the surface. From the shadows of the clearing stepped a fox, its fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes bright with a knowing light. The fox was not startled by her presence. Instead, it seemed to welcome her, its tail curling around its paws as it sat beside her. Anwen felt an unusual comfort, as if she had found a friend in this enigmatic creature. "You seek change, little weaver," the fox spoke, its voice a soft rustle, like leaves in the wind. "But change is not a thing to be feared. It is like the weaving of your loom, where every thread, though different, is essential to the whole." Anwen listened, her heart opening to the fox's wisdom. "But how do I find what I seek? How do I understand this longing?" The fox tilted its head, considering. "Step into the pool, let it show you what you need to see. It will reflect not just the sky and trees, but the truth within you." Trusting the fox, Anwen stepped into the cool water, feeling it lap around her ankles. As she stood within the pool, a gentle light began to swirl around her, lifting her heart with its warmth. She closed her eyes, and in the darkness behind her lids, visions unfurled like the petals of a flower. She saw herself as a child, carefree and curious, chasing butterflies in the meadow. Then the vision shifted to her as she was now, standing at the loom, her fingers weaving stories of stars. She felt the tug of new threads, unseen but present, urging her to weave them into her tapestry of life. When she opened her eyes, the pool was still, reflecting the serene sky above. Anwen stepped out, feeling lighter, as if a weight she hadn't known she carried had been lifted. The fox watched her with a gentle gaze, its presence a quiet assurance. "Thank you," Anwen whispered, understanding that change was not a destination but a journey, woven from threads of the past, present, and future. As she made her way back to the village, the woods seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying in a silent dance. Anwen returned to her cottage, her heart full of new possibilities. That evening, as she sat by the hearth, her loom before her, she began to weave a new tapestry, one that told the story of transformation and growth, of seeking and finding. The villagers noticed the change in Anwen. She seemed to glow with an inner light, a quiet confidence that came from understanding her place in the world. Her tapestries became more vibrant, each one a testament to her journey and the magic she had found within herself. And so Anwen learned that the beauty of personal discovery lay not in the answers found, but in the courage to seek them. The village thrived under the gentle guidance of her stories, each thread a reminder that change, like the seasons, was a natural and essential part of life. As the years passed, the fox would occasionally visit the edge of the village, watching over Anwen and her friends, a silent guardian in the shadows. And though the world around her continued to turn, Anwen knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace, her heart woven into the very fabric of her world. Story 54. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there existed a cozy little cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed wisps of smoke like a contented old man. This was the home of young Lila, a spirited girl with a heart full of dreams and a mind brimming with curiosity. Lila loved nothing more than to explore the lush meadows and sun-dappled groves surrounding her home. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila discovered something remarkable. Half buried beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a tarnished brass key. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Lila slipped the key into her pocket and continued her wanderings. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of pink and orange, she sat by the crackling fireplace in her cozy cottage. She absent-mindedly turned the key in her fingers, feeling its weight and wondering what secrets it might unlock. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft voice, gentle as the rustling leaves. "A key to wonders untold, you hold," it whispered. Startled, Lila looked around the room, her eyes settling on the ancient grandfather clock that stood in the corner. To her amazement, the clock's face seemed to twinkle with a knowing smile. Gathering her courage, Lila approached the clock. "Do you speak, dear clock?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and disbelief. "Indeed I do," the clock replied, its voice deep and resonant. "Long have I waited for one who would find the key. It unlocks not just doors, but the heart's true desires." With a sense of wonder and anticipation, Lila placed the brass key into a hidden keyhole beneath the clock's face. As she turned it, the room filled with a soft golden glow. The air shimmered with magic, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. Suddenly, Lila found herself standing in a verdant garden, the air fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers. The garden was bathed in the silvery light of a full moon, and the stars above twinkled like scattered diamonds. As Lila wandered through the garden, she encountered a cast of delightful characters. There was Finn, a wise old tortoise who moved with a deliberate grace, and Merryweather, a mischievous squirrel with eyes that sparkled with laughter. Together they guided Lila through this enchanted realm, sharing their wisdom and stories of old. "Each of us has a gift," Finn explained, his voice like the rustling of leaves. "The key you found is the key to understanding yourself and the world around you." "But how do I use it?" Lila asked, her brow furrowed with thought. Merryweather chattered excitedly, his bushy tail flicking with enthusiasm. "By listening, dear Lila. By seeing the world with open eyes and an open heart. The journey is as important as the destination." As Lila traveled through the garden, she faced various challenges. There was an ancient riddle to solve, posed by a wise old owl perched high in a gnarled tree. With the help of her new friends, Lila pondered the riddle, and through patience and collaboration, they found the answer hidden in the patterns of the stars. With each challenge overcome, Lila felt herself growing wiser and more confident. She learned to trust her instincts and to value the power of friendship and compassion. The garden, with its ever-changing beauty and gentle magic, became a place of discovery and growth. Finally, as the dawn began to paint the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila found herself back in her cozy cottage, the brass key warm in her hand. The grandfather clock ticked softly, its face serene and knowing. Though her journey had ended, Lila knew that the lessons she had learned would stay with her always. The key had opened more than just a magical garden. It had unlocked the door to her own heart and mind. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Lila curled up in her favorite armchair, feeling a deep sense of peace and contentment. The world outside was filled with wonders yet to be discovered, and she knew that she would meet each new day with an open heart and a curious mind. And so, in the warmth and safety of her home, Lila drifted into a gentle sleep, dreaming of magical gardens, wise friends, and the quiet strength found in understanding. The brass key lay on the table beside her, a reminder of the journey that had changed her life forever. Story 55. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep in the heart of an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. With her inquisitive eyes and a heart full of wonder, she spent her days exploring the winding trails and whispering streams that surrounded her home. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow skipped through the golden-leafed woods, she stumbled upon a most peculiar sight, a tiny acorn, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Entranced, she reached down to pick it up, and as her fingers brushed its smooth surface, a warm tingle coursed through her body. From that moment on, Willow realized she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants around her. Their gentle whispers filled her ears, sharing secrets of the forest that had been hidden from human eyes for centuries. At first, Willow was overwhelmed by this newfound magic, but her curiosity soon led her on an extraordinary journey of discovery. She befriended a wise old oak named Oakley, whose branches creaked with ancient tales, and a mischievous squirrel named Chitter, who became her loyal companion on her adventures. Together they explored the deepest corners of the forest, marveling at the intricate tapestry of life that thrived beneath the canopy. Willow learned about the delicate balance of nature, the symbiotic relationships between creatures great and small, and the importance of respecting the land that sustained them all. One day, as they ventured deeper into the heart of the woods, they encountered a troubling sight. A once vibrant meadow lay withered and parched, its flowers drooping and its grasses scorched by an unseen force. Willow turned to her friends, seeking their wisdom, and they revealed that a powerful drought had gripped the forest, threatening the very essence of life itself. The trees and plants, weakened and fading, pleaded for Willow's help. With determination burning in her heart, Willow set out on a quest to unravel the mystery of the drought. Guided by the gentle whispers of the forest, she journeyed to a hidden spring, where the waters flowed pure and clear. There, she encountered a wizened old turtle named Sage, whose ancient eyes held the secrets of the land. Sage revealed that the drought was not a natural occurrence, but rather the work of a mischievous spirit who had grown resentful of the forest's abundance. Willow listened intently as Sage shared the tale of how this spirit, once a guardian of the woods, had become corrupted by envy and greed, stealing the precious waters that nourished the land. With Sage's guidance, Willow embarked on a perilous journey to the spirit's lair, deep within the twisted roots of an ancient willow tree. Along the way, she faced obstacles that tested her courage and resolve, but her unwavering determination and the support of her friends saw her through. Finally, standing before the brooding spirit, Willow did not meet force with force. Instead, she opened her heart and spoke with the gentle wisdom she had learned from the forest itself. She reminded the spirit of the beauty and interconnectedness of all living things, and how true abundance comes not from hoarding, but from sharing and nurturing the world around us. Slowly, the spirit's hardened heart began to soften, and as Willow's words sank in, it realized the error of its ways. With a remorseful sigh, the spirit released the stolen waters, allowing them to flow freely once more, nourishing the parched meadows and restoring vibrant life to the forest. From that day forward, Willow became a cherished guardian of the woods, her extraordinary gift allowing her to maintain the delicate balance between all living creatures. And whenever she felt the gentle caress of the wind through the trees, she knew it was the whispers of her friends, thanking her for her wisdom and her unwavering love for the natural world. As the embers of the fire crackled and danced, casting flickering shadows across the room, Willow's tale came to a peaceful close. The children snuggled deeper into their quilts, their eyes heavy with sleep, but their hearts filled with the magic and wonder of the enchanted forest. For in that cozy cottage, surrounded by the gentle sounds of nature, they had embarked on a journey of their own, one that reminded them of the profound beauty in the world around us, and the importance of protecting it with kindness, wisdom, and an open heart. Story 56. Once upon a time, in a land where twilight lingered just a little longer, there existed a village nestled at the foot of the moonlit mountains. The village was named Luminara, known for its enchanting glows at dusk when the sun bid farewell and the moon began its ascent. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, tending to their fields and sharing stories by the fireside as stars twinkled overhead. In this village, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as open as the sky above, and a curiosity that knew no bounds. She was known for her gentle spirit and her penchant for wandering into the woods that fringed the village, losing herself in the symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong. But what Clara loved most was the brook that babbled just beyond the village's edge, its waters sparkling like liquid crystals under the moon's gaze. One day, as Clara sat by the brook, humming a soft tune to the rhythm of the water, her eyes caught something peculiar. Nestled among the pebbles on the brook's bed was a stone unlike any she had seen. It shimmered with a soft, silvery light, as though it captured the essence of moonlight itself. Entranced, Clara reached into the water, her fingers brushing against the cool surface before she lifted the stone into her palm. As she held it, a warmth spread through her fingers, traveling up her arm and wrapping around her heart like an embrace. Clara knew at that moment that this was no ordinary stone. It was something magical, something that had found its way to her for a reason. Clara decided to keep the stone close, tucking it safely into a pouch she wore around her neck. That night, as she lay in bed, the stone resting against her chest, she felt a peculiar sensation. It was as if the stone was whispering to her, sharing secrets of the world beyond her own. And in her dreams, Clara saw visions of a hidden world, a place where trees reached towards the heavens and rivers sang with the voices of the ancients. The following morning, Clara awoke with a sense of purpose. She realized that the stone was a key, a guide to a journey she was meant to undertake. She mustered her courage and decided to confide in her closest friend, Leo, who was as kind-hearted as he was adventurous. Leo had a spirit that danced with life, and his laughter was a melody that could brighten the darkest day. Leo, Clara began as they sat beneath their favorite tree, its branches casting dappled shadows on the ground. I found something extraordinary. With wide eyes, Leo listened as Clara recounted the tale of the stone and the visions that had danced in her dreams. He nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the horizon as if seeing the hidden world himself. "We must go, Clara," he said with determined excitement. "We have to find this place. It could be the adventure of a lifetime." And so, with the stone as their guide, Clara and Leo set out on their journey. They walked through the woods, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the stone, which seemed to pulse with anticipation. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, each step a new note in the symphony of their adventure. As they ventured deeper, the landscape began to change. The air grew cooler, and the foliage thickened. The trees here were ancient, their trunks twisted and gnarled with the wisdom of ages. And then, just as Clara and Leo began to wonder if they had lost their way, they stumbled upon a hidden grove. In the heart of the grove stood a tree unlike any other. It towered above them, its branches stretching out like the arms of an old friend. Its leaves shimmered with a luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that bathed the grove in an ethereal glow. At the base of the tree, a small door was carved into the trunk, intricate patterns spiraling outwards. "This must be it," Leo whispered, awestruck. With a deep breath, Clara reached out and touched the door. The stone around her neck warmed, and the door swung open silently, revealing a spiral staircase that descended into the earth. Hand in hand, Clara and Leo stepped inside, the air around them humming with magic. As they descended, they discovered a world hidden beneath the roots of the tree. It was a place where dreams seemed to take form, a hidden world within their own. The underground realm was a tapestry of wonders. Crystals jutted from the walls, casting rainbows that danced across the floor. Underground rivers wound their way through the cavern, their waters teeming with glowing fish that darted playfully. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed here, their eyes alight with curiosity as they watched Clara and Leo with gentle interest. As they wandered through this hidden world, Clara and Leo marveled at the beauty around them. The creatures here were kind-hearted, welcoming them with open arms and sharing stories of times long past. It was a world untouched by the troubles of the surface, a sanctuary where friendship and wisdom reigned supreme. The more time Clara and Leo spent in this hidden realm, the more they realized the true magic lay not in the stone, but in the connections they forged. They learned from the creatures, understanding the harmony of nature and the importance of balance. It was a lesson in patience and kindness, in the power of gentle hearts to overcome any challenge. But as days turned into weeks, Clara felt a tug at her heart. She knew that her journey was nearing its end, that it was time to return to the world above. The stone had guided her to this hidden realm, but it was up to her to carry its lessons back to Luminara. With heavy hearts, Clara and Leo bid farewell to their new friends. Promises were made to return, to keep the bonds they had formed alive. And as they climbed the spiral staircase back to the surface, the stone shimmered one last time, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within and around them. Back in Luminara, Clara and Leo shared their tale with the villagers. They spoke of the hidden world and the wisdom they had gained. And though some were skeptical, many were inspired by their journey, by the idea that magic could be found in the most unexpected places. As Clara lay in her bed that night, the stone resting on her bedside table, she felt a sense of peace. The warmth of the stone lingered, a comforting presence that reminded her of the adventures yet to come. She knew that the hidden world would always be there, a sanctuary of friendship and wisdom waiting just beyond the veil of dreams. And so, beneath the starlit sky of Luminara, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart full of the magic of the world and the gentle promise of new beginnings. Story 57. In the tranquil village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there was an unassuming cobblestone shop known to the villagers as the Emporium of Everyday Enchantment. Its owner, a gentle soul named Mr. Whitaker, was known for his collection of peculiar items that seemed to brim with quiet magic. One breezy autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the crisp air, a curious girl named Lucy wandered into the shop. Her eyes sparkled with the kind of wonder only a child could possess. The shop was filled with an array of objects, each with its own story, but one item in particular caught her eye, a seemingly ordinary wooden box with ornate carvings of ivy and stars. "Ah, I see you found something special," Mr. Whitaker said, his voice as warm as the crackling fire in the hearth. He approached Lucy, his eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "What is it?" Lucy asked, tracing the delicate patterns with her fingertips. "This, my dear, is a box of whispers," Mr. Whitaker explained. "It's said to hold the voices of all those who have ever opened it. Each whisper tells a story, a secret, or a journey untold." Lucy was captivated. "May I listen?" she inquired, her voice a soft echo in the cozy shop. Mr. Whitaker nodded. "You must promise to listen with your heart, for these whispers are meant for those who seek more than just sound." With a gentle touch, Lucy opened the box. A soft hum filled the air like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Out floated a whisper, curling like smoke, and it began to weave a tale. The whisper spoke of a land far beyond the horizon, where the sun kissed the sea and the air was scented with jasmine and salt. There lived a wise and gentle turtle named Tiberius, who carried the ocean's secrets upon his back. Tiberius was the guardian of the coral garden, a place of unmatched beauty and harmony, hidden deep beneath the waves. One day, a great shadow fell over the coral garden. A looming storm, dark and menacing, threatened to disrupt the peace. The creatures of the sea looked to Tiberius for guidance, for he was known for his wisdom and calm demeanor. Lucy listened intently, her heart swelling with the story of Tiberius and the coral garden. She could almost feel the cool water and hear the gentle songs of the ocean. The whisper continued, revealing how Tiberius, instead of confronting the storm with force, chose to seek the counsel of the wise old whale, Marilla, who lived in the depths where sunlight dared not reach. Marilla, with her gentle eyes and deep, melodic voice, offered advice not in words, but in a song, a lullaby that echoed the rhythm of the sea. It was a song of patience, of understanding, and of change. Tiberius listened, absorbing the melody into his very being. With newfound insight, Tiberius returned to the coral garden. He gathered the creatures of the sea, fish, seahorses, and even the smallest plankton, and together they sang the lullaby of Marilla. As their voices rose, the storm began to listen, its fury softening with each note. The waves, once turbulent, began to sway in harmony with their song, and the storm gradually dissipated, leaving the coral garden untouched. Lucy closed the box, her mind swirling with the tale she had heard. "Did Tiberius save the garden with a song?" she asked, more to herself than to Mr. Whitaker. "Indeed," replied Mr. Whitaker. "Sometimes the gentlest of actions can bring the greatest change. Wisdom and harmony can often achieve what strength cannot." Lucy nodded, the lesson settling in her heart like a gentle snowfall. She thanked Mr. Whitaker and left the shop, the whisper of the box still lingering in her ears. As she walked through Elderglen, the village seemed different somehow. More alive, more filled with possibility. The trees whispered their own secrets, and the brook sang its own tune. Lucy realized that magic was not just in the box, but everywhere, waiting to be heard by those who listen with their hearts. That night, as she lay in bed, the stars twinkling through her window like 1,000 tiny guardians, Lucy felt a warm glow within her. She knew that the world was filled with whispers and wonders, and all she had to do was listen. With that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with coral gardens and lullabies of the sea. Story 58. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming flowers and the gentle murmur of the river sang a lullaby to the moon, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curious heart and kind spirit, always eager to explore the world beyond her little cottage where she lived with her grandmother. They shared a home that seemed to smile at the world with its cheerful yellow paint and window boxes brimming with marigolds. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped behind the hills and painted the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Lila wandered into the attic, a treasure trove of forgotten memories and dusty secrets. The attic was a place of wonders for Lila, filled with old trunks, faded photographs, and a peculiar assortment of odds and ends. As she carefully lifted the lid of an ancient chest, she discovered a peculiar object nestled among lace doilies and yellowed letters, a brass key intricately carved with swirling patterns that shone even in the dim light. Lila felt a tingle of excitement. This was no ordinary key. It seemed alive, almost humming in her palm, and she felt it was meant for her to find. Her grandmother, a wise woman with a gentle smile and eyes that twinkled like the stars, found Lila staring at the key. "Ah, you found the key of whispers," she said softly, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind. "It is said to unlock the door to your heart's greatest desire, but only if used with kindness and sincerity." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. She had heard tales of magic and whispered legends told by the fire, but never had she imagined holding such magic in her own hands. She tucked the key into her pocket, feeling a warmth spread through her as though she carried a piece of the sun. The next day, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Lila set out to discover what the key might unlock. She walked through the village, where cobblestone paths were lined with vibrant tulips, and the gentle chatter of townsfolk filled the air like a comforting melody. As she passed the bakery, the scent of freshly baked bread enveloped her, and she waved to Mr. Timmons, the baker, with flour-dusted hands and a kind grin. Lila's journey took her to the edge of the village, where the forest began, a place where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the sunlight danced in playful patterns on the forest floor. It was here she met her first helper, a wise old owl named Oswin, perched atop an ancient oak tree. Oswin's feathers were a patchwork of silver and chestnut, and his eyes gleamed with the wisdom of ages. "Ah, young seeker," Oswin hooted softly, his voice as smooth as velvet. "The key you carry is indeed special, but remember, it is not the key that holds the power, but the heart that wields it." Lila nodded, grateful for Oswin's guidance, and continued deeper into the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight and shadow, and the earthy scent of moss and pine filled the air. As she walked, she encountered a lively squirrel named Pip, who bounced along the branches overhead. Pip was full of mischief and laughter, his eyes like sparkling chestnuts. "Oh, you're looking for a lock, are you?" he chattered, his voice as bright as a spring morning. "Sometimes the lock isn't what you think it is. Sometimes it's about finding the courage to turn the key." Encouraged by Pip's words, Lila pressed on, her heart light and hopeful. As dusk began to settle like a soft blanket, she arrived at a small, secluded glade bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center stood a solitary stone archway, entwined with ivy and wildflowers, and shimmering with a gentle, ethereal light. Lila's heart skipped a beat. She knew instinctively that this was the place. With reverence, she took out the key of whispers, feeling its warmth seep into her fingertips. As she approached the archway, she noticed an inscription etched into the stone. one that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. To open the door to your greatest desire, you must first listen to your heart's true choir. Taking a deep breath, Lila closed her eyes, letting the world around her fade into a gentle silence. She listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. In that silence, she heard the soft murmurs of her deepest hopes and dreams, the things that truly mattered: love, kindness, friendship, and the joy of discovery. With newfound clarity, she inserted the key into the archway's invisible lock and turned it gently. The air shimmered as if touched by magic, and a door appeared, opening slowly to reveal a garden unlike any Lila had ever seen. It was a place of serene beauty, where flowers of every color bloomed in perfect harmony, and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and jasmine. In the center of the garden stood a fountain, its waters sparkling under the moonlight. Lila approached, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. It was here she realized that the garden was not just a place, but a reflection of her heart, a sanctuary of all that she cherished and loved. As she sat by the fountain, her heart swelled with gratitude. She understood now that the journey had been about more than finding a magical place. It had been about discovering the magic within herself, the magic of kindness, courage, and the ability to see beauty in the world around her. With a gentle smile, Lila knew she would return to Willowbrook with more than tales of wonder. She would return with a heart full of wisdom and a soul enriched by the journey. And as she made her way back through the forest, accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of fireflies, she knew she was not alone. For in the shadows, Oswin the owl watched over her with fond eyes, and Pip the squirrel scampered beside her, filling the night with his cheerful chatter. Together they journeyed home, under a sky sprinkled with stars, where the village of Willowbrook awaited with open arms and a warm hearth. And as Lila drifted into dreams that night, nestled in the comfort of her grandmother's home, she held the key of whispers close, knowing that its true magic lay not in the wonders it unlocked, but in the heart that had learned to listen and the courage to follow its song. Story 59. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang lullabies and the air was perfumed with the scent of wild honeysuckle, there nestled a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, seemed to sprout naturally from the earth, as if the forest itself had gently cradled them into being. The village was a haven of peace and harmony, where every resident knew one another, and the days passed in a gentle, rhythmic flow. But one morning, as the sun painted the sky with shades of soft pink and gold, an unusual hush fell over Willowbrook. The villagers awoke to find peculiar happenings afoot. The morning dew, typically clear and glistening, had turned an iridescent blue, shimmering like liquid sapphires. The songbirds, whose melodies usually heralded the break of day, were singing in an unfamiliar, haunting tune. And most curiously, the great oak tree in the village square, ancient and wise, had begun to hum softly, its deep voice resonating through the earth. The villagers, though puzzled, were not frightened. They knew that their world was woven with threads of magic, and that sometimes magic simply needed to stretch and yawn like a contented cat. Nonetheless, they decided to seek the guidance of the wisest being in all the Whispering Woods, an elder named Finian, who lived in a cozy burrow just beyond the village. Finian was a fox of many years, his fur silvered with age and his eyes bright with the light of countless stars. He welcomed the villagers into his home, where the scent of herbs and honey tea swirled in the air, and listened carefully to their tales of the strange occurrences. Murmured Finian, his voice as smooth as velvet. The forest is whispering, my friends. When such mysteries arise, there is always a reason, a story waiting to be understood. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lyra, curious and bright-eyed, with a heart as open as the sky. She loved the forest dearly and often spent her days exploring its hidden nooks and crannies. Lyra listened intently to Finian, her mind whirring with possibilities. "How do we discover the story, Finian?" she asked, her voice as light as the breeze. Finian smiled, his eyes twinkling. "Ah, Lyra, you must become a listener of the forest, a seeker of patterns. Observe the world around you and let the magic guide you." With newfound purpose, Lyra set out into the woods, her senses attuned to every rustle of leaves, every ripple of wind. She noticed how the blue dew pooled in odd patterns on the leaves, like secret messages written in nature's script. She heard the bird's unusual melody and realized it was not random, but a song with an unfamiliar rhythm. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Lyra came upon a glade bathed in dappled sunlight. There, nestled among the wildflowers, was a gathering of the forest's magical creatures, sprites with wings like stained glass, gentle deer with antlers woven with vines, and a wise old owl perched silently on a low branch. The owl, named Eldor, was known for his vast wisdom and gentle counsel. He regarded Lyra with a kindly gaze. "Welcome, young Lyra. The forest speaks, and you have come to listen." Lyra nodded eagerly. "Yes, Eldor, the village is puzzled by the changes. Can you help us understand?" Eldor fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "The forest is alive with stories, and sometimes those stories shift and change. But fear not, for the answer lies in the harmony of all beings." Inspired by Eldor's words, Lyra spent the rest of the day observing the creatures of the glade. She noticed how they moved in harmony, their actions guided by an invisible thread of unity. The sprites flitted from flower to flower, their wings brushing the petals in a gentle dance. The deer grazed quietly, their presence a calming influence on all around them. As dusk descended, painting the woods in hues of lavender and silver, Lyra returned to the village. She gathered the villagers in the square beneath the humming oak and shared her observations. "The dew, the birds, the tree, they're all part of a story unfolding," she explained. "The forest is reminding us of our connection, of the harmony that binds us all together." Finian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Lyra. The magic is a gentle reminder to listen, to be still, and to cherish the bonds we share with each other and the world around us." The villagers, comforted by this understanding, decided to hold a gathering to celebrate their unity with the forest. They adorned the square with garlands of flowers and hung lanterns from the branches of the great oak. As night fell, they lit the lanterns, and their soft glow mingled with the twinkling stars above. Together, they sang songs of gratitude and friendship, their voices blending with the hum of the oak, the melody of the birds, and the soft rustle of leaves. The blue dew shimmered under the moonlight, a testament to the magic that wove them all together. And so, the mystery of the strange occurrences was gently unraveled, not through force or fear, but through observation, understanding, and the warmth of togetherness. As the night deepened and the villagers drifted back to their homes, the forest sighed in contentment, its stories gently settling back into place. Lyra, tucked snugly into her bed, smiled as she listened to the soft lullaby of the whispering woods. She knew that the magic would always be there, a constant, comforting presence, a reminder of the beauty and harmony that could be found when one paused to listen and embrace the world with an open heart. Story 60. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the ancient trees seemed to lean towards one another in a secretive embrace, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora had always been content in her small, ivy-clad cottage, its windows framed by climbing roses and the scent of lavender wafting through the air. Yet as the seasons turned and the world around her blossomed and faded, Leora felt a stirring within her, a gentle tug of something she could not quite name. Every morning, she would walk the forest paths, her feet padding softly on the moss-covered ground, the air filled with the symphony of birdsong and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. But lately, a peculiar restlessness accompanied her, like the soft murmur of a brook eager to join the river. It was as if the forest itself sensed her unease, the trees whispering words of encouragement only she could hear. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora decided to seek counsel from the wise old owl, Eldrick, who resided in the hollow of an ancient oak. Eldrick was known for his wisdom, his eyes shimmering like twin moons in the twilight. As Leora approached, Eldrick opened one eye lazily, his feathers ruffling in a gentle breeze. "Ah, Leora," he hooted softly, "what brings you to my nook at this hour?" "I feel a change within me, Eldrick," Leora confessed, her voice barely a whisper above the rustling leaves. "I'm afraid of what it might mean." Eldrick regarded her with a kindly gaze. "Change is the forest's way, dear one. Just as the trees shed their leaves and the flowers open to the sun, we too must embrace transformation. It is not something to fear, but to welcome with open arms." But how? Leora asked, her eyes wide with uncertainty. Eldrick fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. There is a place, deep within the forest, where the moonlight dances upon a hidden pond. It is said that those who seek answers may find them there. Go, and you may discover more than you expect. With a nod of gratitude, Leora set off, her heart a fluttering bird within her chest. The forest, in its twilight splendor, guided her with gentle nudges and whispers. The path twisted and turned, each step echoing with the quiet anticipation of discovery. Eventually, Leora arrived at the pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the glowing moon. As she knelt by the water's edge, she noticed something peculiar, a small, delicate flower, unlike any she had seen before. Its petals shimmered like starlight, and as she touched it, a warm glow emanated, enveloping her in a cocoon of light. In that moment, Leora felt a shift within her, a gentle unfolding of her spirit. The fears that had once shadowed her heart began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of peace and acceptance. She realized that the change she had feared was not something to resist, but to embrace, for it was a part of her journey, a path to becoming more than she was before. As she sat by the pond, bathed in moonlight and magic, the gentle creatures of the forest gathered around her. The wise Eldrick perched nearby, a comforting presence, while playful foxes and curious rabbits watched with bright eyes, their presence a reminder of the friendship and support she had all along. Days turned into weeks, and Leora returned to her cottage, her heart lighter and her spirit renewed. She embraced the changes within her, finding joy in the growth and transformation that life offered. The forest, with its endless cycle of renewal, became her teacher, its lessons woven into the very fabric of her being. In the gentle embrace of the forest and the warmth of newfound understanding, Leora discovered that change was not something to be feared, but a beautiful part of life's tapestry. And as she lay in her cozy bed each night, the scent of roses and lavender surrounding her, she drifted into dreams of moonlit ponds and starlit flowers, her heart at peace with the magic of her own transformation. And so, the forest continued to whisper its secrets, guiding all who wandered its paths towards their own journeys of discovery and growth, where every ending was but a new beginning. Story 61. In a corner of the world where the whispering winds play symphonies among the treetops, there lay a forest so old that its roots seemed to cradle the very stories of the earth. This was the forest of Elderglow, a place where the sun poured its golden light through a canopy of verdant green, and the moon wove silver threads across a tapestry of shadow and leaf. In this forest, nestled between the trunks of ancient oaks and under the watchful gaze of towering pines, lived a community of creatures unlike any other. There were the gentle deer whose coats shimmered like the morning mist, the wise owls whose eyes mirrored the depths of the star-filled sky, and the sprightly squirrels whose antics brought laughter to the leaves. But among them lived a creature both mysterious and kind, known as the Leaf Keeper. The Leaf Keeper was a small, fox-like being with fur, the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that glowed with the warmth of 1,000 sunsets. It was said that the Leaf Keeper could speak the language of the forest, understanding the rustle of each branch and the sigh of every breeze. As the seasons turned, the forest witnessed a magical phenomenon tied to the passage of time, the dance of the seasons. This was a time when the balance of nature was celebrated, and the creatures of Elderglow gathered to witness the moment when the forest would transition from the warmth of summer to the cool embrace of autumn. The dance of the seasons was a symphony of change, orchestrated by the Leaf Keeper, who would guide the forest through its transformation. As the time for the dance approached, a gentle anticipation filled the air. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the Leaf Keeper to signal the beginning of this wondrous event. On the eve of the dance, the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of ripe berries and blooming wildflowers. The Leaf Keeper stood at the heart of the forest, beneath the ancient oak of ages, a tree whose branches spanned the sky and whose roots delved deep into the earth's wisdom. As the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the Leaf Keeper lifted its voice in a melodic chant that echoed through the forest. The leaves rustled in response, and the creatures of Elderglow gathered silently, their eyes reflecting the starlight. The leaf keeper's chant was a song of harmony, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. As the notes floated through the forest, the summer leaves began to shimmer and gently detach themselves from the branches, swirling in a graceful dance. The deer watched with serene eyes, their breath visible in the cooling air. The owls hooted softly, lending their voices to the melody, while the squirrels twitched their noses, enchanted by the spectacle. With each note, the forest shifted, its colors transforming from the lush greens of summer to the fiery reds and golds of autumn. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled with the fading warmth of the day. It was a moment of perfect balance, a reminder that change, though inevitable, was also beautiful. As the dance reached its crescendo, the leaf keeper paused and looked around at the gathered creatures. "Remember," it spoke, its voice as soft as the falling leaves, "that each season has its own wisdom. In the warmth of summer, we find growth and abundance. In the chill of autumn, we are reminded to prepare and cherish what we have. Balance is the key to harmony." The creatures nodded, understanding the wisdom of these words, for they had been passed down through countless generations. The forest thrived on balance, on the harmonious coexistence of all its inhabitants, and on the respect for the cycles of nature. As the dance of the seasons came to a gentle close, the leaf keeper's chant faded into the night. The stars twinkled approvingly from above, and the moon cast its gentle glow over the now slumbering forest. The creatures slowly dispersed, each carrying with them the peace of the evening and the promise of the new season. In the days that followed, the forest settled into its autumnal rhythm. The leaves, now a carpet of color beneath the trees, whispered stories of the dance to the winds that passed by. The creatures busied themselves with preparations for the coming winter, guided by the wisdom they had witnessed. And so, the forest of Elderglow continued to thrive, a testament to the beauty of balance and the magic of nature's cycles. The leaf keeper watched over its beloved forest, content in the knowledge that the wisdom of the ages was alive in each rustling leaf and every creature's heart. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the dance of the seasons remained a cherished tradition, a celebration of life's ever-changing beauty. And the leaf keeper, with its gentle heart and ancient wisdom, remained a guardian of harmony, ensuring that the forest would always be a place where magic and reality danced hand in hand. Story 62. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, there was a village unlike any other. This village was known as Lumina Glade, named for the way the sun's rays danced through the emerald canopy above, casting a dappled light that seemed to shimmer with every gentle breeze. The air was always sweet with the fragrance of blooming wildflowers, and the sound of trickling streams offered a soothing symphony to all who listened. It was a place of simple joys and quiet wonders, where the villagers lived in harmony with nature and each other. In this village lived a young girl named Kala. Kala had a heart as gentle as the summer rain and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars in the midnight sky. She was known for her bright, inquisitive eyes and the laugh that tinkled like chimes in the wind. Kala spent her days exploring the woods, befriending every creature she met, from the smallest beetle to the most majestic deer. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Soren, who had wings speckled with silver and eyes that held the secrets of the ages. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the forest in hues of gold and scarlet, Kala set out on her usual wanderings. Wrapped in a cloak the color of twilight, she followed a path less traveled, guided by the playful rustle of leaves and the soft call of distant birds. Soren perched on her shoulder, his feathers brushing her cheek like the softest of whispers. "Where are we heading today, Kala?" Soren inquired, his voice a gentle murmur that blended seamlessly with the rustling leaves. "I feel there's something special waiting for us," Kala replied, her eyes alight with anticipation. "Let's see where the forest leads us." As they meandered deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and a light mist began to dance among the trees. It was then that Kala noticed a faint glimmer in the underbrush, a twinkle that seemed to beckon her closer. She approached cautiously, parting the ferns with delicate fingers to reveal an object nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. It was a small, intricately carved box, no larger than her palm, and it shimmered with an iridescent glow. The box was adorned with symbols that seemed to shift and change as the light caught them, and at its center was a single, brilliant gemstone that pulsed with a soft inner light. "What do you think it is, Soren?" Kala asked, her voice barely a whisper, as she carefully lifted the box from its resting place. Soren tilted his head, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "It is a treasure of great magic, I believe, but what sort, I cannot say. You must open it to discover its secrets." With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Kala gingerly opened the box. As she did, a gentle warmth spread through her hands, and a soft, melodic hum filled the air. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its chain spun from silver as fine as moonlight, and at its heart hung a pendant carved from the same gemstone that adorned the box. The moment Kala touched the pendant, she felt a tingling sensation spread from her fingertips, a feeling of connection and understanding that was both strange and wondrous. It was as if the forest itself had reached out to greet her, welcoming her into its hidden heart. Soren watched with wise, knowing eyes. "This is no ordinary trinket, Kala. It holds a power that is both ancient and kind. Wear it, and perhaps it will reveal its purpose in time." With careful hands, Kala slipped the necklace around her neck. She felt a gentle pulse beneath her skin, like the rhythm of a distant drum, steady and reassuring. As they continued their journey, the world around her seemed to come alive in new and vibrant ways. She could hear the whisper of the trees, the laughter of the brook, and the songs of the birds with a clarity she had never known before. The days that followed were filled with wonder. Kala discovered she could understand the language of the forest creatures, their words as clear as those of any human tongue. She spoke with squirrels who shared tales of their acorn hunts, and with foxes who recounted their moonlit adventures. Each encounter was a new story, a new friendship, and Kala's heart swelled with joy at the bonds she was forming. But as with all tales of magic, there was a mystery to unravel. The necklace, it seemed, was not meant to be hers alone. It was a gift of connection, a bridge between worlds, and it was calling her to a place she had never been, a hidden realm within the forest that lay beyond the reach of ordinary eyes. It was Soren who first sensed the change in the air, a subtle shift that hinted at something extraordinary. "There is a path we have yet to find, Kala," he said one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and indigo. "A path that leads to the heart of the forest. Perhaps it is time we sought it out." Kala nodded, her mind alight with images of what might await them. Together they ventured deeper into the woods, guided by the necklace's gentle glow. The air grew thicker with magic, and the trees stood taller, their leaves whispering secrets only Kala could hear. After a time, they came upon a glen bathed in moonlight, where the trees parted like a curtain to reveal a hidden world. Here the grass was soft as velvet, and the flowers glowed with an ethereal light, their petals shimmering like stars. In the center stood a great tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching high into the night sky. At the base of the tree sat a figure, cloaked in robes that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake. As Kala approached, the figure looked up and she saw a face both ancient and ageless, eyes twinkling like the night sky. "Welcome, Kala," the figure said, their voice a melody of wisdom and warmth. "I have been waiting for you." Kala felt a sense of recognition, as if she had known this being all her life. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. "I am the keeper of the forest," the figure replied, "guardian of its secrets and its magic. You have been chosen, dear child, to carry the heart of the forest with you, to share its gifts and to protect it from harm." Kala's eyes widened with understanding. The necklace, she realized, was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest, a promise to cherish and protect. "What must I do?" she asked, her heart swelling with the weight of her new responsibility. "Listen to the forest, and it will guide you," the keeper said. "Share its beauty with others, and let them see the world through your eyes. And when darkness threatens, let your light shine bright, for it is a light that can never be dimmed." With those words, the keeper reached out, touching the pendant with a gentle hand. A warmth spread through Kala, filling her with a sense of peace and purpose. She understood now that her journey was just beginning, a path filled with discovery and joy, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the strength of her heart. As Kala and Soren made their way back to the village, the forest seemed to hum with life, a song of hope and renewal. Kala knew she would never be alone, for the forest was with her, a constant companion and a source of endless wonder. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle embrace of the moon, Kala's story began anew, a tale of friendship and magic, of courage and love, unfolding with each step she took along the path of her life. And as she walked, the forest whispered its secrets, weaving a tapestry of dreams that would never fade, a story that would live on in the hearts of those who listened. In the days and weeks that followed, Kala's life was one of quiet adventure and meaningful connection. The villagers of Lumina Glade began to notice the change in her, a glow that seemed to emanate from within, a peace that touched everyone she encountered. She shared her stories, weaving tales of the hidden world within the forest, of the creatures she had befriended and the wisdom she had gained. The children of the village, captivated by her tales, began to follow her into the woods, eager to see the wonders Kala spoke of. Together, they learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to find joy in the simple beauty of a butterfly's dance or a dewdrop's sparkle. Kala taught them to respect the forest, to tread lightly, and to cherish the gifts it offered. As the seasons turned, Kala's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to recognize the subtle signs of change, the way the leaves rustled in warning, or the way the air shifted with the promise of rain. With Soren by her side, she became a guardian of the woods, ensuring its safety and protecting it from harm. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Kala sat by the edge of a sparkling stream, her reflection shimmering in the water. Soren perched nearby, his eyes reflecting the colors of the setting sun. "Do you ever wonder what lies beyond the forest?" Kala asked, her voice a gentle murmur as she traced patterns in the sand with a slender twig. Soren nodded, his gaze following a flock of birds as they soared across the sky. "There is always more to discover, Kala, but the forest is our home, and it holds more wonders than we can ever imagine." Kala smiled, comforted by the familiar warmth of Soren's presence and the steady rhythm of the forest around her. "I know," she said softly, "and I am grateful for every moment we share." As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, the villagers prepared for the winter months ahead. Kala continued her explorations, her heart filled with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. She knew that the forest would always be a part of her, a source of strength and inspiration that would guide her through life's challenges. One chilly morning, as frost painted the ground in delicate patterns, Kala awoke to find a new path had opened before her. It was a trail she had never seen, leading deeper into the heart of the woods. With Soren by her side, she followed it eagerly, her breath misting in the crisp air. The path led them to a hidden glen where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches interwoven to form a natural cathedral. In the center of the glen stood a great stone, its surface smooth and shining in the morning light. As Kala approached, she felt a familiar warmth spread through her chest, the necklace pulsing gently against her skin. Soren landed softly on her shoulder, his eyes bright with understanding. "This is a place of great power, Kala," he said, "a place where the magic of the forest is strongest. It is here that your journey truly begins." Kala reached out to touch the stone, her fingers tracing the patterns etched into its surface. As she did, a vision unfolded before her eyes, images of the forest in all its glory, of creatures great and small, of the cycle of life and renewal that never ceased. She saw herself, standing at the center of it all, a bridge between worlds, a guardian of the forest's secrets. And she understood that her purpose was not just to protect, but to share the beauty and wisdom of the forest with all who would listen. With a heart full of gratitude and determination, Kala turned to Soren, her eyes shining with resolve. "I promise to honor the forest and its magic, to share its wonders with others, and to protect it with all my heart." Soren nodded, his gaze warm and approving. "And in doing so, you will find your own path, one that is filled with love and light, guided by the wisdom of the ages." As the sun rose higher in the sky, Kala and Soren made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the promise of new beginnings. Kala knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, confident in the knowledge that the forest would always be there to guide her. And so, under the bright, watchful eyes of the stars, Kala's story continued, a tale of friendship and magic, of courage and love, unfolding with each step she took along the path of her life. And as she walked, the forest whispered its secrets, weaving a tapestry of dreams that would never fade, a story that would live on in the hearts of those who listened. In the years that followed, Kala grew into a wise and gentle leader, a beacon of hope and inspiration for the villagers of Lumina Glade. Her connection with the forest deepened, and she became known as the Forest Keeper, a guardian of the woods and a protector of its magic. Under her guidance, the village flourished. The children learned to respect the forest, to cherish its gifts, and to care for its creatures. They grew up with a sense of wonder and responsibility, their hearts filled with the beauty of the natural world. Kala's bond with Soren grew stronger with each passing day, their friendship a testament to the power of love and understanding. Together, they explored the hidden corners of the forest, uncovering its secrets and sharing its wonders with all who would listen. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Kala's story became a part of the village's history, a tale of magic and adventure, of friendship and courage, that was told around firesides on cold winter nights and under the stars on warm summer evenings. It was a story that inspired generations, a reminder of the power of kindness and the importance of protecting the world we call home. And as the villagers of Lumina Glade looked to the future, they did so with hope and gratitude, knowing that the forest would always be there to guide them, a source of strength and inspiration for all who listened to its whispers. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Kala's story came to a close, a tale of friendship and magic, of courage and love, woven into the fabric of the forest itself. And as the forest whispered its secrets, it carried her story forward, a legacy of light and hope that would never fade, a story that would live on in the hearts of those who listened. Story 63. Once upon a time, in a serene and enchanted village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Leora. Leora had chestnut curls that danced in the breeze and eyes as bright as the morning sky. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and she was known throughout the village for her curiosity and kindness. The village of Amberwood was a place where magic lingered in the air like the soft scent of blooming jasmine. It was a haven where mythical creatures roamed freely and the trees hummed gentle lullabies. The villagers lived in harmony with the magic around them, tending to their gardens and animals with care. Yet recently, a peculiar occurrence had begun to stir curiosity and concern alike. Every morning, just as dawn's first light kissed the rooftops, the villagers found their beloved gardens in a state of delightful disarray. Flowers were rearranged into intricate patterns, vegetables were sorted by size and color, and the fruit trees bore garlands woven from their own leaves. Though beautiful, it left everyone puzzled and a tad bit worried. Leora, with her ever-curious nature, decided to uncover the mystery behind these enchanting rearrangements. She set out on a crisp morning, the sky a soft canvas of pinks and oranges, carrying a small satchel filled with her favorite biscuits and a notebook for observations. As she wandered through the village, she met an old friend, Mr. Whiskers, a wise tabby cat with fur like spun gold and eyes that held the depths of countless stories. Mr. Whiskers had long been a guardian of the village secrets, and was always ready with sage advice. "Good morning, Mr. Whiskers," Leora greeted, offering a biscuit which he accepted with a dignified nod. "Do you know what magic could be at work in our gardens?" Mr. Whiskers purred thoughtfully, his tail twitching in rhythm with his contemplation. "Ah, young Leora," he began, his voice a melodic purr, "the world is full of wonders, and not all are revealed in daylight. Perhaps you should seek the wisdom of the Whispering Woods." Intrigued by his suggestion, Leora thanked Mr. Whiskers and set off towards the edge of the village where the woods began. The Whispering Woods were a place of gentle magic, where the leaves murmured secrets and the streams sang ancient songs. It was a place where those who listened closely could find answers to questions yet unasked. As she stepped into the woods, the air felt cool and refreshing against her skin. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Leora walked with purpose, her feet crunching softly on the path of leaves, guided by the whispers that seemed to call her name. Soon, she came upon a clearing where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones. There, perched on a moss-covered log, was an old owl with feathers as soft as down and eyes like glistening amber. This was Elder Orion, the wisest creature in the woods, known for his boundless knowledge and kind heart. Elder Orion, Leora called softly, not wanting to disturb the tranquility more than necessary. I seek your wisdom to uncover the mystery of our gardens. The owl blinked slowly. Then in a voice that was both deep and soothing, he replied, "Ah, the dances of nature's hands. What you witness is the artistry of the garden sprites, dear child. They mean no harm, only to beautify and bring joy." Leora's eyes widened with wonder. "Garden sprites? I've heard tales, but never have I seen them." Elder Orion nodded, his gaze gentle and knowing. "Sprites are shy and swift, moving under the veil of night. They reveal themselves only to those who see with their hearts, not just their eyes." Encouraged by Elder Orion's words, Leora decided to return to the village and watch the gardens that night. She thanked the wise owl and made her way back, her steps light with newfound purpose. That evening, as the stars began to sprinkle the sky, Leora settled quietly among the flowers, her heart open and her mind at peace. She watched as the silvery moon cast its glow over the village, bathing everything in a soft, magical light. As midnight approached, a gentle rustling broke the stillness. Leora held her breath, her eyes scanning the garden, and then she saw them. Tiny figures flitting among the blooms, their wings shimmering like rainbows in the moonlight. The garden sprites were indeed real, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. The sprites danced and twirled, arranging flowers and leaves with delicate precision. Leora watched in awe, understanding now that their intentions were pure and joyful. She smiled softly, feeling the warmth of the sprite's magic touch her heart. The next morning, Leora shared her discovery with the villagers, reassuring them that the garden sprites meant only to spread beauty. The villagers, relieved and charmed by the tale, decided to welcome the sprites with open hearts, leaving out small offerings of honey and sweet bread to show their gratitude. As the days turned into weeks, the village of Amberwood became even more vibrant and harmonious, the bond between humans and magic deepening with every sunrise. And Leora, with her kind spirit and open heart, continued to explore the wonders around her, guided by the whispers of the woods and the wisdom of her friends. And so, the mystery of the gardens was solved, leaving the village wrapped in a comforting embrace of magic and friendship, where dreams were sweet and mornings were bright. And as the stars twinkled above, the village lay peacefully asleep, knowing that all was well in their enchanted little world. Story 64. The Whispering Grove. In the quiet village of Elderglen, where mornings began with the gentle rustle of leaves and evenings closed with the lullaby of crickets, lived a young girl named Anwen. She had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that caught the light like two curious stars. Elderglen was nestled at the edge of the Whispering Grove, a forest so named because its trees were said to share secrets with the wind. Anwen loved the grove, often wandering its paths with a basket in hand, collecting wildflowers and listening to the stories the trees seemed to hum. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, always said the forest was magical. "It holds more than just the songs of leaves," she would say, her eyes twinkling with secrets of their own. "Listen closely, Anwen, and you'll hear the whispers of wisdom." One crisp autumn morning, Anwen set out for the grove. The sky was a tapestry of soft blues and golds, and the air carried the scent of damp earth mixed with the sweet tang of fallen apples. She wore her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest's shadowy depths, and set her feet upon the familiar path. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to lean closer together, their branches knitting a canopy overhead. Sunlight dappled the ground in a dance of light and shadow. Anwen's steps were muffled by the thick carpet of leaves, and the forest's hushed symphony filled her ears. Today, however, was no ordinary visit. As she walked, Anwen noticed a shimmering light flickering between the trunks of the ancient oaks. It pulsed like a heartbeat, drawing her nearer. She followed the light, curiosity pulling her forward until she reached a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted, its bark etched with patterns that seemed to shift and change. At its base lay a small, luminescent stone, glowing softly like a captured moonbeam. Anwen knelt beside the stone, her hand hovering above it. She felt a warmth emanating from the stone, a gentle invitation to pick it up. As her fingers closed around it, a sudden breeze whispered through the grove, and she heard a voice, soft and melodic, within her mind. "Anwen," it said, "you hold the heart of the forest." Startled, Anwen glanced around, but she was alone save for the trees and the stone cradled in her palm. The voice continued, "This stone is a gift, a token of the grove's trust. It holds the power to see the unseen and hear the unheard. Use it wisely, for with it comes the responsibility to protect the balance of this world." Anwen felt a thrill of wonder and a twinge of apprehension. She tucked the stone into her pocket, the warmth of it seeping through her cloak, and made her way back home, her mind buzzing with possibilities. Days passed, and Anwen discovered that the heart of the forest indeed allowed her to see things hidden from ordinary sight. She watched as the grove unveiled its hidden wonders. Tiny creatures made of light danced in the moonbeams, and the trees seemed to hum with a language she was just beginning to understand. But the stone also revealed something else. Shadows lurking at the edges of the grove, creeping closer with each passing day. They were dark and formless, threatening the harmony of the forest. Anwen knew she must act, but she felt small and unsure of how to proceed. Seeking guidance, she visited her grandmother, who listened intently as Anwen recounted her discovery of the stone and the encroaching shadows. Her grandmother's face was grave, but her voice was steady. "The grove chose you, dear one," she said, "and you have the strength to protect it. Remember, true power lies not in force, but in understanding and connection." Bolstered by her grandmother's words, Anwen returned to the grove. She spent her days learning the language of the trees, listening to their stories and the wisdom they imparted. She befriended the creatures of the forest, who offered their help and companionship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with twilight, Anwen gathered her newfound friends, a wise old owl, a daring squirrel, and a gentle deer. Together, they formed a plan to confront the shadows. As night fell, they set out into the heart of the forest. The shadows were thicker now, swirling like a storm at the edge of the clearing where Anwen had first found the heart of the forest. She stood firm, her friends at her side, and raised the stone high. A soft glow emanated from the stone, illuminating the clearing. The shadows recoiled, and Anwen spoke, her voice clear and strong. "We are the guardians of this forest," she declared. "Your time here is over. Leave this place and restore the balance you have disturbed." The shadows wavered, shifting uncertainly at the edges of the light. Anwen felt a surge of courage and understanding flow through her. She realized that the shadows were not evil, but lost, drawn to the grove's magic without knowing how to live in harmony with it. With this insight, she lowered the stone and spoke again, her tone gentle. "If you seek a place here, you must learn to respect the balance of the forest. We can guide you, but you must choose to change." The shadows paused, as if considering her offer. Slowly they began to shrink and fade, their darkness dissolving into the night air. In their place, tiny motes of light emerged, flickering like fireflies, joining the dance of the grove's magic. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with relief and joy. The forest had found its balance once more, and she knew she had played a part in its restoration. Her friends gathered around her, their eyes bright with pride and gratitude. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Anwen returned home, the heart of the forest resting warmly in her pocket. She felt changed, her spirit intertwined with the grove's ancient magic and wisdom. The village of Elderglen continued to thrive, its people living in harmony with the Whispering Grove. Anwen remained its gentle guardian, always listening for the whispers of the trees and the stories they shared. And so, with the forest's balance restored and its secret safe, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close. She understood now that the true magic lay not in power, but in friendship, understanding, and the courage to protect the things she loved. The fires of the hearth crackled softly, casting a warm glow in her grandmother's cozy cottage, as Anwen recounted her adventures. Her grandmother listened with a smile, her heart full of pride and love for her granddaughter, who had learned the forest's most important lesson, that in unity and kindness, even the smallest of us can make a difference. The end. Story 65. In the gentle hush of a quaint village nestled at the edge of a lush, whispering forest, lived a kind-hearted young girl named Leora. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart brimmed with the tender warmth of 1,000 suns. She loved nothing more than to explore the world around her, venturing as far as she dared, always returning home with tales of the wonders she had seen. One serene afternoon, as the sun dipped lazily behind the emerald canopy of trees, painting the sky in hues of sleepy amber and rose, Leora decided to wander further than she ever had before. There was a particular path, overgrown with wild flowers and lined with ancient, gnarled trees, that she had often admired. It beckoned to her with a mysterious allure, whispering secrets of places unknown. With a deep breath, filled with the scent of dew-kissed earth and blooming lilacs, Leora stepped onto the path. The leaves danced gently in the breeze, casting playful shadows that flickered across her skin like a delicate, dappled quilt. As she walked, the forest seemed to hum with a melody all its own, a symphony of rustling leaves, chirping crickets, and the soft, distant trickle of a hidden stream. The path wound deeper into the forest, and soon the trees grew taller, their branches arching overhead to form a magnificent leafy cathedral. The air was cool and fresh, carrying with it a hint of sweet honeysuckle. Leora's heart beat a joyful rhythm, matching the gentle pulse of the forest itself. As she rounded a bend, Leora found herself in a glade bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and adorned with delicate, glimmering flowers that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light. It was a place out of dreams, both enchanting and inviting, and Leora felt a thrill of wonder at the sight. With a sense of reverence, she stepped through the archway, entering a world that felt both familiar and fantastical. The ground beneath her feet was carpeted with soft moss that cushioned her steps, and the air was filled with the gentle, melodic hum of unseen creatures. It was a place where magic was woven into the very fabric of the world. As she explored, Leora encountered creatures unlike any she had ever imagined. There were tiny, luminescent fireflies that danced in intricate patterns, weaving trails of light through the air. She saw a family of gentle, silver-furred deer with eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself, and a chattering fox with a coat of shimmering hues that shifted with the colors of the sunset. But it was the small, feathered creature that truly captured Leora's heart. It appeared from behind a cluster of ferns, its plumage a brilliant azure that glowed softly in the fading light. The creature had a gentle, curious gaze, and as it hopped closer, Leora felt a connection that transcended words. "Hello, little one," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. The creature chirped in response, a sound like tinkling chimes that filled the glade with warmth. As the evening deepened and the first stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Leora and her new friend wandered through this enchanted realm. Together, they discovered hidden groves filled with flowers that sang in harmony with the wind, and ponds where the water mirrored the moon like a silver jewel. In this magical place, Leora faced gentle challenges that tested her courage and kindness. When the path was blocked by fallen branches, she used her ingenuity to clear a way through. When a sudden rain shower caught them by surprise, she found shelter beneath the broad leaves of a giant fern, sharing its protection with a family of grateful rabbits. Through each trial, Leora learned the value of patience and the strength that lay within her heart. She discovered that courage was not the absence of fear, but the quiet determination to continue forward, step by step, even when the way was uncertain. As the night wore on, Leora knew it was time to return home. With a tender farewell to her feathered friend, she retraced her steps through the forest, the path now illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon. The creatures she had met watched her go, their eyes reflecting the light with a knowing gleam. When Leora finally emerged from the forest, the village was bathed in the soft glow of lantern light, and the air was filled with the comforting scent of wood smoke. Her heart was full of the wonders she had seen. and she carried with her the gentle wisdom of the forest. That night, as she lay in her cozy bed, wrapped in a quilt that felt like the embrace of a dear friend, Leora closed her eyes and drifted into a peaceful, dream-filled sleep. The forest's magic lingered in her dreams, a reminder of the courage and wonder that lay within every journey. And so, in the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Leora's heart soared with the knowledge that the world was a place of infinite beauty and possibility, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to explore. 66. In a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle girl named Mara. The village was a tapestry of thatched cottages, cobblestone paths, and gardens bursting with wildflowers that danced in the breeze. A river, as clear as crystal, meandered through the heart of the village, its waters singing a serene lullaby that carried the essence of peace. Mara was known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Her days were filled with the vibrant life of the village, but her evenings were spent by the hearth, her mind wandering to the edges of dreams where magic whispered through the leaves of ancient trees. She often found herself gazing into the distance, longing for something more, something unknown that her heart yearned to discover. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped towards the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Mara decided to wander a little further than usual. She followed the river upstream, the water's gentle murmur guiding her steps. The path wound through the woods, where the air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she walked, the forest seemed to embrace her, its ancient trees sheltering her in their shadowed arms. After a time, she stumbled upon a place she had never seen before, a glade hidden deep within the woods. It was a place of ethereal beauty, where the sunlight filtered through a canopy of leaves, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. In the center of the glade stood an ancient well, its stones covered in emerald moss, and beside it, a tree unlike any she had ever seen, its branches twisted into fantastical shapes. Drawn to the well, Mara approached with a mixture of awe and curiosity. As she peered into its depths, she saw not darkness, but a shimmering pool of water that seemed to pulse with a gentle, luminescent glow. It was then that she noticed something extraordinary, a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled among the stones. The box was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shift and change, as if alive. With a sense of reverence, Mara reached out and took the box in her hands. It was surprisingly warm to the touch, and as she cradled it, she felt a wave of calm wash over her, as if the box was whispering secrets of old. Holding it close, she made her way back to the village, her heart filled with a newfound wonder. That night, as the moon bathed the world in its gentle glow, Mara sat by the fireplace, the box resting on her lap. She traced the patterns with her fingers, feeling a connection to something ancient and powerful. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal light spilled forth, casting a warm glow around her. Inside the box lay a small, shimmering stone, its surface smooth and cool. With the stone in hand, Mara felt a sudden rush of energy, and in that moment she knew that this was no ordinary stone. It was a key, a gateway to something beyond the ordinary world. As she held it, she felt her mind opening, her thoughts expanding beyond the confines of her small village. Over the next few days, Mara discovered that the stone held a unique power. When she closed her eyes and focused on her heart's desires, the stone would guide her, showing her visions of places and wonders she had never imagined. It was as if the stone was alive, a companion on a journey she was only beginning to understand. One evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Mara felt a pull stronger than ever before. The stone seemed to hum with anticipation, and she knew it was time to follow its call. Gathering a few belongings, she set off into the night, her heart filled with a quiet determination. The journey led her beyond the familiar woods and fields, across rivers and mountains bathed in moonlight. The stone guided her through landscapes of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the songs of unseen creatures. Along the way she met others drawn by the stone's magic, kindred spirits who shared their wisdom and stories, their laughter echoing through the night. Among them was a wise old owl named Bramble, whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. He spoke of the hidden world, a realm of magic intertwined with their own, where dreams and reality danced a delicate waltz. Bramble became Mara's guide, teaching her to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stars. As their journey continued, Mara found herself transformed. She discovered strength and courage she never knew she possessed, her heart expanding to embrace the wonders of the world. She learned to see with new eyes, to hear the music in silence and the stories in the stones. One day, as the sun rose over a field of golden wheat, Bramble led Mara to the edge of a vast, shimmering lake. The water mirrored the sky, a tapestry of azure and gold, and in its depths lay the entrance to the hidden world. It was a place of infinite possibilities, where the boundaries between the seen and unseen blurred into a tapestry of dreams. With Bramble by her side, Mara stepped into the lake, the water cool and inviting. As she submerged, she felt herself enveloped in a cocoon of light, the stone in her hand guiding her through the depths. When she emerged on the other side, she found herself in a realm of wonder. The hidden world was a landscape of vibrant colors and enchanting sounds, where the air sparkled with magic. Creatures of every shape and size roamed the land, their eyes alight with curiosity and kindness. The trees whispered secrets of old, their branches swaying to the rhythm of an ancient song. In this world, Mara discovered a deeper connection to herself and the universe. She learned to weave magic with her thoughts, to create beauty and harmony in all she touched. She became a guardian of the hidden world, a beacon of light and hope. Through her journey, Mara realized that the true magic lay not in the stone, but within herself. The stone had been a guide, a catalyst for her transformation, but the power had always been hers. She had found her place in the world, her heart a part of the great tapestry of life. As the seasons turned and years passed, Mara returned to her village, her heart full of stories and wisdom. The village had changed, but the river still sang its gentle lullaby. The hills still embraced the sky. She shared her tales with the villagers, her words a balm to their souls, a reminder of the magic that lay within. And so Mara's story became a part of the village lore, a tale of wonder and transformation that inspired generations. Her journey had taught her that the world was a place of infinite beauty and possibility, that kindness and wisdom were the true magic. On quiet nights, when the moon bathed the world in its gentle glow, Mara would sit by the river, the stone resting in her hand. She would listen to the water's song, her heart at peace, knowing that she was a part of something greater, something eternal. And in the hidden world, the creatures danced and sang, their voices a symphony of joy and light. For they knew that Mara's journey was but one of many, a thread in the great tapestry of life, woven with love and wonder. Story 67. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the morning mist whispered secrets and the trees stood as towering sentinels, there existed a world teeming with life and mystery. This forest, known to the few who ventured near as the Verdant Vale, was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and where the natural creatures thrived in hidden harmony. As the sun began its gentle ascent, casting dappled light through the canopy of leaves, a soft rustling echoed through the underbrush. This was the home of the forest folk, beings not quite seen by human eyes, but felt in the rustle of leaves and the cool breeze that danced between the trees. Here the gentle foxes with their russet coats glided silently over the mossy ground, while the wise old owls perched high above, their eyes like pools of amber. In this enchanted realm, the creatures lived by the rhythm of the seasons, each bringing its own magic and challenges. Spring painted the forest with a palette of greens and blossoms, as the air filled with the scent of fresh rain and the gentle hum of awakening life. Summer followed with golden warmth, the sunlight filtering through the leaves like liquid gold, and the forest resonating with the chorus of chattering squirrels and buzzing bees. Autumn, however, was a time of transformation. The trees donned cloaks of crimson and amber, and a crispness filled the air. It was during this season that the forest folk gathered for the Harmonia Festival, a celebration of balance and gratitude. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oaks, they shared stories and wisdom passed down through generations, each tale woven with lessons of humility and respect for the natural world. Among these creatures was a young hare named Bramble, whose heart held a curious spark that often led him to the edges of the forest, where the whisper of the unknown stirred his spirit. Bramble was known for his gentle nature and keen ears, always listening to the tales spun by the elder creatures. One day, as the leaves began to fall and the air carried a hint of winter's chill, Bramble ventured further than ever before, drawn by a mysterious melody that seemed to rise from the earth itself. It was a song unlike any he had heard, a harmonious blend of wind and water, echoing with the wisdom of ages past. Guided by the melody, Bramble found himself at the heart of the verdant vale, where an ancient willow tree stood, its branches draping like a flowing gown over a mirror-like pond. Here, he met the guardian of seasons, a wise turtle named Elder Moss, whose shell seemed to hold the colors of every season. Elder Moss greeted Bramble with a knowing smile, his eyes twinkling with the light of countless dawns. "Welcome, young Bramble," he said, his voice as soothing as the gentle stream that flowed nearby. "You have come seeking the secret of our harmony, have you not?" Bramble nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as he settled beside Elder Moss, feeling the warmth of the earth beneath him. "Yes, Elder Moss," he replied softly. "I wish to understand the balance that binds our forest together." Elder Moss chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "Ah, the balance is a dance of give and take, a weaving of life and season," he explained. "Each creature, each tree, every drop of rain and ray of sunlight plays its part. To live in harmony is to understand that we are all threads in the same tapestry." As the day waned and the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft glow over the forest, Elder Moss shared with Bramble the ancient tales of the forest's creation, stories of how the wind learned to sing and the rivers to laugh. Bramble listened intently, his heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things. With each tale, he learned that true wisdom lay not in the loudest voice, but in the quiet understanding of nature's gentle rhythms. He discovered that harmony was not a state to be achieved, but a continuous journey, a commitment to nurture and protect the delicate balance of life. As the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Bramble thanked Elder Moss for his guidance. The guardian of seasons nodded, his presence as steadfast as the ancient trees around them. "Remember, young Bramble," he said, "the heart that listens is one that grows." With these words echoing in his mind, Bramble made his way back to his family, the path illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies. He felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that he carried with him the wisdom of the forest, a gift to be shared with all who would listen. And so, in the ancient forest of the verdant vale, life continued its eternal dance, the creatures living in harmony with the seasons, their hearts bound by friendship and the timeless wisdom of the earth. The gentle song of the forest echoed through the ages, a reminder that in every leaf and whispering breeze lay the secret of balance, waiting to be discovered by those willing to listen. Story 68. In a quaint village nestled within the embrace of ancient, whispering woods, where every dawn was painted in hues of gold and lavender, stood a collection of charming cottages with thatched roofs. Each house was adorned with climbing roses that released their sweet perfume into the air, mingling with the scent of freshly baked bread from the village bakery. It was a place where time seemed to weave itself into a comforting tapestry, and life unfolded with a gentle rhythm. The villagers were a close-knit community, living harmoniously under the watchful gaze of the towering silver oak, a tree as old as time itself. At the heart of this village, a peculiar mystery had begun to unfold. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their possessions rearranged in odd and whimsical ways. Shoes were lined up in the garden, forming perfect circles, while teacups were stacked in delicate spirals on the kitchen tables. The gentle folk of the village were perplexed but not alarmed, for nothing was ever taken, only playfully misplaced. Among the villagers was a curious young girl named Lila, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 fireflies. Lila adored the village and its stories, especially those whispered by the wise old owl, Ollivander, who resided in the branches of the silver oak. Ollivander had been a steadfast guardian and storyteller for as long as anyone could remember, his deep, resonant voice weaving tales of times past and future possibilities. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of indigo and rose, Lila sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage, pondering the mysterious occurrences. The gentle crackle of the flames and the soft glow of lantern light created a cocoon of warmth and safety around her. She was determined to solve the enigma and restore the village's peace of mind. As Lila sat deep in thought, a gentle tapping came at her window. She opened it to find a tiny luminescent creature hovering just outside. It was a Evernight, a small magical creature known for its shimmering wings and penchant for mischief. The Evernight's name was Fen, and he had a reputation for being particularly clever. "Good evening, dear Lila," Fen chimed in, a voice like tinkling bells. "I hear you're looking to solve a mystery." Lila smiled, her heart warmed by Fen's presence. "Yes, Fen. Do you happen to know anything about the strange goings-on in the village?" Fen fluttered closer, his wings casting delicate patterns of light upon the walls. "I've noticed the oddities too, and I suspect it's the work of the night sprites. They're playful creatures, invisible to most, who love to rearrange things just for fun." Lila's eyes widened with intrigue. But why would they do such a thing? Fen alighted upon her shoulder, his tiny form as light as a feather. "The night sprites are drawn to joy and laughter. They've been visiting because they sense the happiness here, but they don't mean any harm. I believe if we can show them a better way to join in the village's delight, they'll stop their mischief." Together, Lila and Fen devised a plan. They would host a gathering under the silver oak, inviting the villagers to share their stories and songs, and leaving an offering of sweets and shiny trinkets for the night sprites. The idea was to invite the sprites to join the fun in a more harmonious way. The following evening, with Ollivander's blessing, the villagers gathered beneath the moonlit canopy of the silver oak. Lanterns hung from its branches, casting a soft, golden glow over the gathering. The air was filled with the aroma of cinnamon and honey cakes, and the sound of laughter mingled with the gentle rustle of leaves. As the villagers shared tales of old and new, Lila placed a small basket filled with sparkling stones and sugar crystals at the foot of the silver oak, an offering for the unseen guests. Fen fluttered above, his wings shimmering like 1,000 tiny stars, guiding the night sprites to their invitation. As the night wore on, the villagers noticed a change. The playful rearrangements ceased, replaced by a gentle breeze that carried a sense of peace and contentment. It was as if the night sprites had joined them in spirit, their laughter now a part of the village's melody. With the mystery resolved and the village once more at ease, Lila returned home, her heart full of warmth and her mind alight with the knowledge that sometimes understanding and kindness were all it took to bridge the gap between worlds. As she drifted into a dream-filled sleep, the gentle hoot of Ollivander echoed through the night, a reminder that in a world filled with mysteries, there would always be room for wonder, friendship, and a touch of magic. Story 69. Once upon a time, in a land where rainbows danced across the sky and trees swayed to the melodies of giggling brooks, there lived a most peculiar family. The Tittleberries were known far and wide for their extraordinary quirks and delightfully unconventional ways. At the heart of this family was Maisie Tittleberry, a spirited young girl with a crown of fiery red curls and a smile that could melt even the frostiest of icicles. Maisie's best friend was her loyal companion, Pudge, a plump and endearingly clumsy tabby cat who fancied himself quite the daring adventurer. One crisp autumn morning, Maisie awoke to find that something most peculiar had occurred overnight. Her beloved stuffed bear, Sir Fluffington, had mysteriously come to life. With his button eyes sparkling with mischief and his patchwork fur ruffled, Sir Fluffington greeted Maisie with a deep, rumbling voice that belied his cuddly appearance. "Greetings, fair maiden. It appears we have quite the predicament on our paws," he proclaimed, twirling the end of his embroidered scarf with a flourish. Maisie could scarcely believe her eyes, but before she could respond, a chorus of tiny voices interrupted them. Her entire collection of plush animals had sprung to life, each one more vibrant and full of personality than the next. "Oh, this is simply delightful!" exclaimed Madame Fluffypants, a prim and proper Persian cat doll, adjusting her lace collar with a dainty paw. "Delightful? Speak for yourself, you overstuffed hairball," grumbled Sergeant Grumps, a grizzled old teddy bear with one eye missing and a permanent scowl etched onto his fuzzy face. As the menagerie of newly animated toys bickered and chattered, Maisie knew she had to find a way to reverse the enchantment before her parents discovered the ruckus. With Pudge in tow, they embarked on a whimsical adventure through the whimsical Tittleberry estate, seeking the guidance of the family's eccentric but wise relatives. First, they visited Great Aunt Gertie, a delightfully batty old woman who spent her days conversing with the butterflies in her enchanted garden. After listening to Maisie's predicament, Gertie simply chuckled and advised them to seek out Uncle Nigel, the family's resident inventor and all-around genius, or so he claimed. Uncle Nigel's laboratory was a wondrous sight to behold, with contraptions of every shape and size, whirring, clanking, and occasionally belching out puffs of colorful smoke. After examining the lively plush toys and stroking his wild white beard in contemplation, Uncle Nigel announced that the solution lay in the mystical realm of the flibbertigibbet fairies. Armed with a homemade fairy-summoning whistle and a sack of sugar cookies, the fairies' favorite treat, Maisie, Pudge, and their new stuffed companions ventured into the depths of the Tittleberry woods. As they trekked through the enchanted forest, they encountered all manner of whimsical creatures, from chattering squirrels wearing tiny top hats to a family of mushrooms that performed elaborate song and dance routines. At last, they reached the heart of the fairy realm, a secluded glade where the air shimmered with magic and the trees danced to an unheard melody. With a few toots of the whistle and a sprinkling of cookie crumbs, the flibbertigibbet fairies appeared in a swirl of glittering dust. Led by their queen, Zinnia, a radiant fairy with gossamer wings and a crown of woven wildflowers, the fairies listened intently as Maisie explained her predicament. After a brief consultation with her court, Queen Zinnia decreed that the enchantment could be reversed, but only if Maisie and her companions completed a series of delightfully silly tasks. From building the most outrageous sandcastle imaginable to choreographing an interpretive dance routine with the forest critters, each task was more absurd and hilarious than the last. Through it all, Maisie and her new stuffed friends worked together, their bonds of friendship growing stronger with every challenge they overcame. Finally, with the last task completed and the fairies doubled over with laughter, Queen Zinnia granted Maisie a single wish. With a twinkle in her eye, Maisie wished for her stuffed animals to remain alive, for their enchanted antics had brought her more joy than she could have ever imagined. And so, the Tittleberry estate became a whirlwind of merriment and hijinks, with Maisie, Pudge, Sir Fluffington, Madam Fluffypants, Sergeant Grumps, and the rest of the lively crew embarking on one whimsical adventure after another. From epic pillow fights to impromptu tea parties, every day was filled with laughter, love, and the kind of magic that can only be found in the hearts of true friends. As the sun set over the Tittleberry woods, Maisie would snuggle into bed, surrounded by her stuffed companions, and drift off to sleep with a contented smile on her face. For in this enchanted realm, dreams and reality had become delightfully intertwined, and the most magical adventures were just a heartbeat away. Story 70. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a curious young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as bright as the morning sun and a mind as restless as the twinkling stars. She was known throughout the village for her knack for adventure and her boundless imagination. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Clara set out for a walk beyond the familiar paths of her village. Her feet led her to the edge of the enchanted forest, a place spoken of in hushed tones and tales told by the elders around the fireside. The forest was said to be a realm of wonder and mystery, where time flowed differently and magic lingered in the air like the scent of wildflowers. With a flutter of excitement in her heart, Clara ventured into the forest, her eyes wide with curiosity. The forest floor was a carpet of soft moss that cushioned her steps, and the trees stood tall, their branches weaving a tapestry of dappled sunlight overhead. As she walked deeper into the forest, the air grew sweet with the aroma of honeyed dew and blooming jasmine, a scent that seemed to whisper secrets of the woods. Soon, Clara came upon a clearing where the light shimmered as if caught in a perpetual dance. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar tree with leaves that glowed in shades of emerald and sapphire. Beneath the tree sat a creature unlike any Clara had ever seen. A gentle, round creature with eyes like polished amber and a coat as soft as the finest velvet. It was a wispkin, a creature of legend known for its wisdom and kindness. "Welcome, traveler," the wispkin greeted with a voice as smooth as silk. "I am Lumen, the guardian of this grove. What brings you to our enchanted realm?" Clara, feeling both timid and thrilled, replied, "I seek adventure and to discover the wonders hidden in your forest." Lumen's eyes twinkled with understanding. "Then you must be brave, for the forest holds many mysteries." As Clara continued on her journey, she encountered a chorus of chirping glitter birds, their feathers sparkling like tiny rainbows. They flitted around her, singing songs that filled the air with a melody so sweet and harmonious that it made her heart swell with joy. In their song, Clara heard a message of courage, an encouragement to trust her heart and follow her path. Further along, Clara found herself facing a gentle challenge, a shimmering stream that wound its way through the forest like a silver ribbon. The stones were slippery, and the water danced with a playful giggle. Clara hesitated, but the memory of the glitterbird's song gave her the courage to step forward. With each careful step, she felt her confidence grow until she reached the other side, her spirit buoyed by her success. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara arrived at a hidden glen. There she found a gathering of woodland creatures, a fox with a coat like fire, rabbits with ears long and soft, and a family of hedgehogs sharing berries beneath a grand oak. The scene was one of peace and friendship, a reminder of the beauty that comes from connection and kindness. Lumen appeared once more, his presence as comforting as a warm blanket on a chilly night. "You have shown great courage, Clara," he said, his voice a gentle murmur. "Remember, the greatest adventures are found in the heart, and the bravest journeys are those taken with an open spirit." With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara thanked Lumen and the creatures of the forest. As she made her way back to her village, she carried with her the lessons she had learned: the courage to explore the unknown, the wisdom to listen to the world around her, and the joy of friendship and kindness. When Clara finally returned home, the village was aglow with the soft light of lanterns, and the air was filled with the comforting scent of hearth fires. She knew that her adventure in the enchanted forest was just the beginning, and her heart brimmed with the promise of many more stories to come. And so, Clara drifted off to sleep that night, wrapped in the warmth of her dreams and the gentle embrace of the forest's magic, knowing that she was never truly alone in her adventures. Story 71. Once upon a time, in a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars twinkled like a cascade of diamonds across the velvet night sky, there existed a small, unassuming planet named Lumina. Lumina was known for its serene landscapes, with rolling hills that shimmered under a perpetual twilight and forests where the leaves glowed softly with an emerald luminescence. It was here that a gentle creature named Oron made his home. Oron was a Luminites, a species known for their translucent skin that mirrored the colors of their surroundings, and their ability to communicate through gentle, harmonious hums. Oron spent his days tending to the flourishing bioluminescent flora of Lumina, singing soft melodies that helped the plants grow. His life was simple, filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the comforting hum of the planet's life force. Yet, despite the beauty around him, Oron often felt a deep longing for something more, a yearning for a connection that transcended the boundaries of his quiet world. Far across the galaxy, on a planet enveloped in swirling tempests and rugged terrain known as Zephyria, lived another being named Rin. Rin belonged to the Zephyrites, a sturdy species adapted to the harsh winds and rocky surfaces of their home. With skin as tough as stone and eyes that sparkled like shards of ice, Rin was a skilled navigator of the treacherous Zephyrian landscapes, using her keen senses to find paths through the ever-changing storms. Rin was a courageous adventurer, always seeking new challenges, and driven by an insatiable curiosity about the universe beyond her blustery planet. Yet beneath her resilient exterior lay a heart that longed for understanding and companionship, a desire to share her discoveries with someone who could see beyond the storms that defined her world. One fateful day, a twist of cosmic fate brought these two unlikely souls together. Rin, in her latest quest for exploration, had embarked on a journey through the stars aboard her trusted vessel, the Zephyrwind. A sudden solar flare disrupted her course, sending her spiraling through the galaxy until she crash-landed on the tranquil surface of Lumina. As Rin emerged from her ship, shaken but unscathed, she found herself in a world unlike any she had ever seen. The air was filled with a gentle hum, and the landscape glowed with a calming light. It was Oron who first discovered her, drawn by the unfamiliar sound of the crash and the unusual sight of a being so different from any he had known. At first, there was a misunderstanding. Rin, still disoriented and wary from her journey, mistook Oron's approach for a threat. She raised her defenses, her skin hardening to a steely gray as she prepared to fend off what she perceived as an attack. Oron, sensing her distress, paused and began to hum a soothing melody, his body blending into the surrounding flora to show he meant no harm. The music reached Rin's ears, a sound so foreign yet so calming that it softened the tension within her. Slowly, she lowered her guard, curiosity overcoming fear as she listened to the gentle harmonies. Oron's song was a balm, resonating with an unspoken promise of peace and friendship. As days passed, Rin and Oron began to communicate, each learning to understand the other's unique ways of expression. Oron taught Rin the songs of Lumina, melodies that could heal and nurture, while Rin shared tales of her daring adventures through the stars and the wonders of her tempestuous home. Their shared experiences grew into a bond of friendship, each finding in the other a companion who filled the voids within their hearts. Together, they embarked on explorations of Lumina, discovering hidden groves and secret gardens that Oron had not ventured into alone. Rin's adventurous spirit inspired Oron to explore beyond his comfort, while Oron's gentle presence taught Rin the beauty of stillness and reflection. One day, as they wandered through a valley bathed in twilight, Rin and Oron stumbled upon a challenge that neither could face alone. A rare eclipse darkened the skies, disrupting the delicate balance of Lumina's ecosystem. The plants began to wither, their glow fading as the harmony of the planet faltered. In this moment of crisis, Rin and Oron combined their strengths, Rin using her knowledge of weather patterns to predict the duration of the eclipse, and Oron singing a powerful melody to sustain the plants until sunlight could return. Together they restored the balance, their friendship proving stronger than the challenges they faced. Through their journey, Rin and Oron discovered that true friendship transcends differences, born from mutual respect, understanding, and the willingness to grow together. They learned that even in the vastness of the universe, where stars burn and planets spin, the most profound connections are made not through words alone, but through the shared moments that resonate with the heart. As the eclipse passed and the twilight returned, the valley bloomed once more, a tapestry of glowing colors that mirrored the bond between the unlikely companions. Rin and Oron stood side by side, their hearts aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, their souls intertwined in a melody that would echo through the stars. And so, beneath the twinkling canopy of the galaxy, they found the true meaning of friendship, a harmony that bridged worlds and united hearts, a gentle reminder that in the end, we are all connected by the simple, enduring desire to share our journeys with those who understand the songs of our souls. Story 72. In a land where the sky shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, nestled amongst rolling hills of peppermint grass, lay the village of Twinklewood. This was a place where laughter was as abundant as the fluttering butterflies, and magic was as ordinary as the morning dew. The villagers of Twinklewood were a curious and delightful bunch, each with their own peculiar flair. At the heart of Twinklewood lived a sprightly inventor named Wobble Winklepip. Wobble was a lively fellow with a tuft of hair that changed color with his mood. Today, it was a bright, sunny yellow, reflecting his cheerful disposition. Wobble's house was a marvel in itself, with walls that hummed gentle melodies, windows that opened with a giggle, and a garden where lollipops grew like daisies. Next door to Wobble lived Miss Fiddlesticks, an elderly lady with a penchant for knitting clouds. Her home was a cozy haven filled with an endless sea of woolly creations, from fluffy rugs to soft, cloud-shaped cushions. Miss Fiddlesticks had a cat named Nimbus, who, quite naturally, floated about the house like a gentle, purring cloud. One bright morning, as the village basked in the golden warmth of the sun, a peculiar problem arose. The giggle springs, the source of all joy and laughter in Twinklewood, had begun to sputter and cough, producing only a trickle of giggles instead of its usual bubbly cascade. The village was perplexed and a tad worried. What was Twinklewood without its laughter? Wobble, with his inventive mind, decided to investigate. He donned his thinking cap, a delightful contraption that resembled a jester's hat with twinkling bells, and set off to the giggle springs, accompanied by Miss Fiddlesticks and Nimbus, who bobbed along beside them. The path to the springs was lined with singing sunflowers and trees that whispered secrets in the breeze. As they approached, Wobble noticed something unusual. A group of mischievous pixies, known for their love of pranks, were gathered around the giggle springs, looking rather sheepish. "Ah, the pixies!" Wobble exclaimed, his hair turning a light shade of pink, a color for curiosity. "What seems to be the trouble?" One of the pixies, a tiny creature with sparkly wings and a cheeky grin, stepped forward. "It was an accident, truly. We were playing our game of tickle-tag, and somehow we tangled the spring's giggle stream." Wobble chuckled softly, his hair now a gentle lavender. "A tangled giggle stream, you say? Well, let's see what we can do." With a twinkle in his eye, Wobble began tinkering with the springs, aided by the pixies who eagerly helped untangle the mess. Miss Fiddlesticks, meanwhile, started knitting a special laughter net, a magical creation that could catch and amplify stray giggles. As they worked, Nimbus purred contentedly, and the pixies, ever playful, began to sing a merry tune. Their harmonious voices filled the air, and soon the tangled giggles began to loosen, bubbling up in joyous bursts. Just then an unexpected twist occurred. As the final knot was untangled, a magnificent rainbow of giggles erupted from the springs, cascading over the village in a riot of colors and sound. The villagers stopped in their tracks, eyes wide with wonder, as laughter danced through the air like confetti. Wobble, Miss Fiddlesticks, and the pixies watched in delight as the giggles spread joy throughout Twinklewood, painting smiles on every face. Even Nimbus joined in, his soft purrs turning into a gentle, rhythmic chuckle. With the giggle springs restored, Wobble and his friends returned to their homes, hearts light and spirits high. That evening, as the sky turned a deep indigo, the village gathered for a celebratory feast under the twinkling stars. There were stories and songs, games of tickle-tag, and a special performance by the pixies, who promised to be more careful with their playful antics in the future. As the night wore on, Wobble and Miss Fiddlesticks sat together, watching the stars dance above. "You know, my dear Wobble," Miss Fiddlesticks said, her voice as soft as a cloud, "sometimes a little creativity and friendship is all it takes to solve any problem." Wobble nodded, his hair now a serene blue, reflecting his contentment. "Indeed, Miss Fiddlesticks, and with friends like you and our mischievous pixie pals, every day in Twinklewood is an adventure waiting to unfold." And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Twinklewood drifted off to sleep, cradled by the gentle melodies of the night, dreaming of more whimsical adventures to come. Story 73. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between emerald green hills and a gentle winding river, there was a little cobbler's shop. Inside the shop, the air was always filled with the comforting scent of leather and beeswax, where the rhythmic tap-tap of a hammer could often be heard as the cobbler, a kind-hearted man named Jonas, mended shoes for the townsfolk. Jonas was a simple man with a twinkle in his eye and a smile that could warm the coldest of days. He lived alone in a small cottage at the edge of the village, his only companion a fluffy, orange cat named Whiskers, who spent most of his time curled up in the sunniest spot by the window. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled softly in the breeze, Jonas discovered a peculiar pair of shoes left anonymously at his doorstep. They were unlike any he had ever seen, crafted from shimmering silver threads that caught the light like dewdrops at sunrise. Intrigued, Jonas brought them inside, placing them gently on his workbench. As he examined the shoes, he noticed an inscription on the sole, written in a language he could not understand. It was then that Whiskers, who had been lazily watching from his sunny perch, let out a soft, curious meow. Jonas chuckled, scratching behind the cat's ears. "I wonder what secrets these shoes hold, Whiskers." The next day, Jonas decided to visit Eloise, the village's wise and gentle librarian, known for her vast knowledge and warm heart. Her library was a haven of stories and wisdom, where the scent of old parchment mingled with the aroma of brewing tea. "Eloise," Jonas greeted warmly, "I have come across something quite extraordinary. Perhaps you could help me decipher it?" He showed her the shoes and the mysterious inscription. Eloise adjusted her spectacles and examined the shoes with great interest. "Ah, these are no ordinary shoes, my dear Jonas. They are the shoes of journey, said to have been crafted by the enchantress of the Silver Forest. Legend has it they possess the power to transport the wearer to where they need to be, not where they wish to be." Jonas listened intently, his curiosity piqued. "But how do they work?" "That," Eloise said with a gentle smile, "is for you to discover. But remember, Jonas, the journey they take you on will be one of the heart, not just the feet." That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Jonas decided to try the shoes. He slipped them on and took a tentative step outside. To his astonishment, the world around him shimmered softly, and he found himself in a place he had never been before, a forest bathed in moonlight, with trees whispering secrets to the stars. In this enchanted forest, Jonas met Lila, a sprightly fox with eyes that sparkled like starlit skies. Lila was playful and wise, her laughter echoing like the tinkling of bells. "Welcome, Jonas," she greeted. "The forest has been waiting for you." Though surprised, Jonas felt an unusual sense of calm. "But why am I here?" he asked. "Every journey has a purpose," Lila replied. "You must discover yours." Together they wandered through the forest, encountering creatures of all kinds. A gentle bear with a love for honey and stories, an owl who saw far beyond what the eyes could see, and a rabbit who could hear the softest whispers of the earth. As they journeyed, Jonas realized that each encounter taught him something new, lessons wrapped in kindness and wisdom. The bear taught him the joy of sharing, the owl showed him the importance of looking beyond the surface, and the rabbit reminded him to listen with his heart. But the greatest challenge came when they reached a clearing where a beautiful ancient tree stood, its branches heavy with golden apples. The tree whispered of a dilemma, a blight threatening its roots, a sickness spread through misunderstanding and fear. Jonas pondered deeply. Here, he would need to rely not on strength, but on the wisdom he had gathered. With the help of Lila and his newfound friends, they devised a plan to heal the tree, using knowledge and compassion to bring understanding between the forest creatures and the tree. As the tree began to heal, it shared its gratitude with a gentle rustling of leaves. Jonas felt a warmth spread through him, a fulfillment that lingered like the soft glow of the sun at dawn. When Jonas awoke the next morning, he was back in his village, the shoes resting neatly by his bedside. He smiled, feeling changed in a way he couldn't quite describe. His heart was lighter, filled with the wisdom of the journey and the friendships he had forged. From that day on, Jonas continued his work as a cobbler, but with a deeper understanding of the world around him. He shared his stories with the villagers, tales of kindness and wisdom, reminding them that true journeys are not just about reaching a destination, but about discovering the beauty in the path itself. And so, in the little village by the river, under the watchful eyes of the hills, Jonas and his friends, both old and new, lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the finest tapestry, shimmering with the magic of unexpected discoveries. And whenever the shoes of silver threads were needed, they guided the hearts of those who wore them to where they were meant to be. As the seasons changed and the gentle whispers of the forest echoed through the village, the story of Jonas and the Shoes of Journey became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a reminder that the most magical journeys begin with a single step, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the gentle embrace of wonder. Story 74. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the leaves chattered softly like old friends sharing secrets, nestled a quaint little village named Will-O-Wisp. The village, with its cobblestone paths winding like gentle streams between cottages, was home to folk who lived in harmony with the magic that hummed quietly in every leaf and pebble. The air was always tinged with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle sound of a nearby brook, its waters clear as glass, reflecting the sky's hues like a painter's masterpiece. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun painted the forest in shades of amber and gold, a peculiar thing began to happen. The villagers awoke to find that their shadows had taken on a life of their own. These wayward silhouettes would detach themselves and wander off, only to return by sunset, leaving their owners bewildered but amused. It was all harmless fun, until the day that the shadows became mischievous, hiding tools and misplacing slippers, turning the village's gentle routine into a playful chaos. Amidst this whimsical upheaval, a wise old owl named Eldar resided in the tallest oak of the forest. Eldar was known for his wisdom, and had helped the villagers with many a conundrum. His feathers were soft and tawny, his eyes deep pools of sage wisdom, and his hoot a soothing melody that echoed through the night. Seeking answers, the villagers gathered beneath his tree, their voices weaving a tapestry of concern and curiosity. As the villagers shared their tales, Eldar listened intently, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He mused, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. It seems the shadows are enchanted. Yet the question remains, why have they come to life, and what is their purpose? Among the villagers was a young girl named Linnea, whose heart was as kind as it was curious. She had always been fascinated by the forest and its mysteries, often seen with her notebook, sketching the flora and fauna she encountered. Perhaps, Linnea suggested, her eyes twinkling with curiosity, we can learn more by observing the shadows closely. Eldar nodded approvingly. A wise idea, young Linnea. Observation is the lantern that lights the path to understanding. And so, as the sun dipped behind the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, Linnea and a small group of villagers set out to follow their shadows. They moved quietly through the village and into the forest, where the shadows seemed to lead them on a whimsical dance, gliding over mossy stones and through shafts of moonlit mist. The forest at night was alive with gentle whispers, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves, and the distant croak of a frog. It was here, amidst the glow of fireflies that danced like floating stars, that Linnea noticed something unusual. The shadows were gathering in a circle around a small clearing, where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. In the center of the circle stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested an ancient, weathered book bound in leather that shimmered with an iridescent hue. Linnea approached cautiously, her heart beating with both excitement and trepidation. The shadows parted like a curtain, allowing her and the villagers to step into the clearing. Eldar fluttered down from his perch, his eyes glistening with intrigue. "This," he said, nodding toward the book, "is the Codex of Echoes, a magical tome said to contain the wisdom of the ancients." Linnea reached out, her fingers brushing the cover, and the book opened with a soft sigh, pages flipping as if caught in a gentle breeze. Words glowed faintly upon the parchment, and Linnea read aloud, "To find the heart of the shadow's play, seek the echo's song at the break of day." "The echo's song," Eldar repeated thoughtfully. "A riddle indeed. The echo is a creature of legend, known for its enchanting song that can only be heard at dawn." Determined to solve the mystery, Linnea and the villagers decided to camp in the clearing, their spirits buoyed by camaraderie and the thrill of discovery. They built a small fire, its warmth wrapping around them like a comforting blanket, and spoke softly of the day's events as the stars blinked sleepily above. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the forest began to stir with the gentle hum of awakening life. It was then that Linnea heard it, a melody so pure and gentle that it seemed to weave through the very fabric of the morning air. The echo's song rose like a delicate thread, guiding them deeper into the forest. Following the melody, they came upon a glimmering pool, its surface smooth as glass. At the water's edge stood the echo, a creature of ethereal beauty, with wings that shimmered like the morning dew and eyes that mirrored the sky's endless expanse. The echo spoke in a voice like a soft breeze. "Greetings, travelers. It is I who called the shadows to life, for they are the keepers of memories long forgotten. I sensed a longing in the heart of this land for tales untold, and so I awakened them to share their stories." Linnea, with her gentle heart, understood the echo's intent. "Then we must listen," she said softly, "to the stories the shadows wish to tell." The echo nodded, and with a gentle wave of its wings, the shadows began to dance once more, their movements painting vivid stories upon the forest floor. Tales of long-lost loves, ancient feasts, and the laughter of children who once played among the trees. As the villagers watched, their hearts filled with warmth and understanding, the shadows slowly returned to their rightful places, no longer restless but content, having shared their stories with a world that had almost forgotten them. With the mystery resolved, Linnea and the villagers thanked the echo, whose song had unlocked the past and brought harmony back to Will-O-Wisp. Eldar, with a twinkle in his wise eyes, bid them farewell, promising to keep watch over the village as he always had. And so, as the sun climbed higher into the sky, casting its golden light over the forest, Linnea and her friends returned to their village, their hearts light, and their minds filled with the wondrous tales of the shadows. The whispering wood, now more alive and vibrant than ever, continued to hum with the gentle magic of friendship and understanding. That night, as Linnea lay beneath her quilt, the soft glow of the moon spilling through her window, she closed her eyes with a smile, knowing that in the heart of the forest, the echo's song would forever weave the threads of past and present into a tapestry of timeless beauty. And so, in the village of Will-O-Wisp, peace reigned once more, and the villagers slept soundly, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the whispering wood. Story 75. In a distant corner of the galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds in an endless sea of velvet night, there was a small, vibrant planet named Celestara. Its skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and its fields were alive with flowers that sang softly in the breeze. On this planet lived a gentle, luminescent creature named Leora. Her skin glowed with a soft, pearly light, and she had eyes like pools of liquid silver. Leora belonged to the Alarian species, known for their deep wisdom and harmonious living. One day, while tending to the melody flowers in the glistening meadows of Celestara, Leora noticed an unusual streak of light cutting across the sky. It was a spaceship, and it was descending rapidly, trailing smoke behind it. As it landed with a gentle thud on the mossy ground, Leora approached cautiously, her heart fluttering with a mix of curiosity and concern. The door of the spacecraft creaked open, and out tumbled a small, furry creature with oversized ears and a tail that flicked nervously. It was a Goran from the planet Borealis, known for their quick wits and nimble hands. His name was Zephyr. He had soft blue fur and eyes that sparkled with a mischievous glint. Zephyr looked around, bewildered, and then spotted Leora. "Excuse me," Zephyr stammered, brushing dust off his fur. "I seem to have crash-landed. My navigation system went haywire during the solar storm. Could you help me?" Leora nodded, her voice as soft as twilight. "Of course. You must be weary from your journey. Come, let's see what we can do." As Leora led Zephyr to a cozy clearing surrounded by glowing trees, an unexpected gust of wind swept through, causing the melody flowers to giggle with delight. Zephyr looked around, his ears perking up at the sound. "Your planet is lively," he remarked, his initial anxiety melting into awe. Leora smiled. "Yes, Celestara is full of life. But tell me, Zephyr, where were you headed before the storm?" Zephyr's ears drooped slightly as he recalled his mission. "I was part of an expedition to study the ancient crystals of Lumara, but it seems fate had other plans." As the days passed, Zephyr and Leora worked together to repair his damaged spacecraft. Leora introduced him to the wonders of her planet, from the luminous lakes that echoed the songs of the stars to the gentle breezes that carried stories from eons past. In return, Zephyr shared tales of his travels across the galaxy, painting vivid pictures of distant worlds and their strange, beautiful inhabitants. Despite their growing friendship, misunderstandings occasionally arose. Zephyr, in his eagerness, would sometimes rush into action without considering the delicate balance of Celestara's ecosystem. Once, he attempted to climb a tree to fetch a particularly radiant fruit, not realizing it was home to a family of shimmering butterflies. "Oh, I didn't mean to disturb them," Zephyr exclaimed, his cheeks turning a deeper shade of blue as the butterflies fluttered away. Leora chuckled softly, her voice like a gentle stream. "It's all right, Zephyr. On Celestara, we learn to listen to the whispers of nature. Let's observe and understand before we act." Through these gentle corrections, Zephyr learned patience and mindfulness. while Leora discovered the joy of spontaneous adventure and laughter through Zephyr's eyes. One evening, as the twin moons rose in the sky, painting the land in silver and amethyst, a sudden tremor shook the ground. The soothing hum of the planet faltered, and a fracture appeared near the heart of the meadows. The melody flowers began to wilt, and the air was heavy with distress. Leora and Zephyr hurried to investigate. "It's the crystal of balance," Leora explained, her voice tinged with worry. "It lies deep beneath the surface, maintaining harmony in all things. It must be repaired, or the planet will fall into chaos." Without hesitation, Zephyr offered his assistance. "I'll help you. Together we can fix it." Navigating through underground caves aglow with bioluminescent fungi, they finally reached the crystal of balance. It was a magnificent sight, a colossal gem pulsing with an inner light, but it had developed a crack that threatened its integrity. Zephyr, with his dexterous fingers, worked alongside Leora to mend the crystal. Using a special resin that Zephyr had concocted from his travels, and with Leora's knowledge of the crystal's song, they sealed the fracture. As they worked, they spoke words of encouragement and trust, their bond deepening with each passing moment. When the crystal was whole once more, a radiant wave of energy surged through the caverns, restoring the rhythm of the planet. The melody flowers bloomed anew, singing in joyous harmony. Exhausted but triumphant, Leora and Zephyr emerged from the caves, greeted by a sky ablaze with stars. They sat together in the meadow, the gentle hum of Celestara enveloping them like a warm embrace. "Thank you, Zephyr," Leora said, her silvery eyes reflecting the starlight. "I couldn't have done it without you." Zephyr grinned, his ears twitching happily. "And thank you, Leora, for showing me the beauty of patience and harmony. Your friendship means more to me than all the crystals in the galaxy." As the night deepened, they lay back on the soft earth, their hearts full of peace and gratitude. They had come from different worlds, united by chance, yet through understanding and kindness, they had forged a friendship that glowed brighter than the stars above. And so, under the watchful gaze of the universe, Leora and Zephyr drifted into a gentle sleep, wrapped in the comforting warmth of newfound companionship, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds and shines brightest in the heart.